Chapter 321. Mountains, they were resting in the afternoon. These riders were not wearing any armor, and their weapons were placed by the side. In the Su dynasty, or any other dynasty or army, these riders were the elites of the army. They were treated well, and when they died, their descendants would reward them. The only downside was that it was very difficult for them to be promoted. Even if they were promoted, who would do this job? Something's not right. There's a cloud of dust over there. There must be an army there. Go check it out. A squad leader led a few riders to check 30 miles away. At this point, he saw the cloud of dust and threw away his rations. He then stood up and spoke. Yes. The riders galloped forward cautiously. The hooves of the horses were wrapped in cloth to prevent them from being alarmed. They saw a huge army of soldiers marching. Most of them were foot soldiers, but there were also riders patrolling the area. From afar, they could see that there were over 10,000 of them. Just as they were checking, a squad leader shouted, "Stop!" Everyone stopped and tiptoed to look over. Not far away, about 100 meters away, there were 10 or so riders on patrol. Most of them were wearing paper armor with copper nails on them. One of them was wearing leather armor, but he was carrying the flag of the imperial court. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Retreat quickly and report the situation. The responsibility of the riders was not to kill, but to report the situation. It was obvious that the army had arrived. Even if they could kill them, they would still be able to surround them. The group of riders pulled their horses and retreated. Unfortunately, one of the horses neighed. "Riders!" The riders on the other side noticed. "It's a scout." One of the riders in the middle had a murderous look in his eyes. "Kill him. Don't let him go." "Yes." The riders drew their blades and charged forward. Jibeho pulled on the reins and ran away. The big tent, "Duke, the army of the imperial court has arrived. The scouts have reported that there are tens of thousands of them. They are cooking rice, and smoke is rising up into the sky. They must be the main force of the imperial court." Jibeho was reading through the documents when someone reported. "What? They're here?" Jibeho stood up and paced around the tent. His eyes were solemn, and his expression was one of melancholy. He asked about the situation and didn't speak for some time. After some time, he sighed and sat down. "Looks like we can't scare them off. The army of the imperial court has arrived, after all." Shunji said, "Duke, shall we temporarily hide? Peiziyun is still 30 miles away. We can still make it if we retreat now. If not, we will be caught in a pincer attack. Although our morale has been boosted, we have no source of energy." Hearing these words, Jibeho took several steps and sighed. "It's too late. I can't retreat. The army is slowly approaching, but they're not in a hurry to advance. They're forcing me to fight, but I have no choice but to fight. Now that our army has been conferred the title of King Lu, the morale of our army has been greatly boosted. Although it's just an empty fire, it's still worth using. Furthermore, we have sufficient rations and fodder. We can still fight. If we retreat, our morale will plummet and it will be difficult to recover. Furthermore, our army has already lost 3 counties. If we retreat to the prefectural capital, the imperial court's army will be able to easily mobilize and concentrate. The 2 counties outside won't be able to resist at all. Although the prefectural capital is strong, it will become an isolated city. How long can we defend it for? If you want to fight, then let's fight." At this point, Jibeho pulled out his long blade and stabbed it into the table. The hilt of the blade trembled uncontrollably. 30 miles is a day's schedule. "Pass down my orders. Tonight, we shall slaughter the cows, sheep, and pigs. The entire army shall have a good meal and replenish their energy. We shall prepare for battle." "Yes, Duke." Shunji heard this and replied loudly. Camp, big tent. The sky was dark and gloomy, as dark clouds covered the sky. The wind blew through the leaves, causing them to sway wildly. "Down, master, it's going to rain soon." Chinyong stood at the entrance of Peiziyun's tent and looked up at the sky. "The rain is coming. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight for the next few days." Under normal circumstances, very few armies would fight in the rain. This wasn't a joke. In ancient times, there was a lack of medical supplies. Even a single drop of rain could lead to death. Peiziyun walked out of the tent. and saw that the sky was overcast. Raindrops were falling from the sky. He looked up at the sky and laughed. The rain has come at the right time. AI, why does Dao Master say that? Shen Yong asked. Pei Ziyin raised his head and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. He then laughed. I've been preparing for today since we conquered North Initiate City. Looks like it's time to put it to good use. Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the rain had gotten heavier, and the surrounding tents were filled with the sound of rain. Gather the cavalry. Tonight, I'm going to launch a surprise attack on Ji Beiho's camp. Pei Ziyin said coldly. Dao Master, 1,000 cavalrymen is a little too much. Even if someone wants to go, it should be me. Shen Yong hurriedly tried to stop him. Pei Ziyin laughed. I've just reported that I've already made contact with the enemy's cavalry. However, I've always been careful with my every step. Ji Beiho wouldn't have expected me to launch a surprise attack. Of course, he would have set up a proper defense. However, I have a plan that he wouldn't have expected. It's only 40 kilometers now. I shall set off immediately. All of you shall follow me through the night. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Chen Yong was puzzled. However, he didn't refute him. He turned around and obeyed his orders. Night boom. Pei Ziyun was accompanied by several Taoists. There were even Taoists and Imperial Guards surrounding him. Raindrops fell from the sky, splashing onto the raincoats of these Taoists. This group of people ran through the night. Dao Master, if we run through the night to launch a surprise attack, Ji Beiho's scouts will discover us soon. The officer beside Pei Ziyun said worriedly. Even if they find out, we won't be able to return in time. Pei Ziyun said as the rain continued to fall. Suddenly, several Taoists emerged from the rain and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. How's the situation? According to the sect leader's orders, we've cleared out all the cavalry sentries along the way. At least for the next 2 hours, no one will be able to discover us. Bring me to the temple. This is the talisman I set up the other day. Pei Ziyun retrieved a talisman and threw it over. Verify it. The group of Taoists retrieved the talisman and placed it together. Once the talisman was verified, they said, I shall bring you there immediately. After running for several kilometers, they saw an abandoned temple. The temple was dilapidated, with broken bricks and broken tiles. The only strange thing about the temple was that there was a mound of dirt around it. When they entered the temple, they realized that there was a tunnel leading to it. Everyone present was astonished. Dao Master, what's this? The officer paused in shock and asked. Pei Ziyun then said, I secretly instructed the Taoists to dig this tunnel. During the war, both armies will be monitoring the people underground. If we dig this tunnel, we will definitely discover it. However, if we dig it earlier, Ji Beiho wouldn't know. This is my true killing move. I was only prepared in advance. There are only so many suitable places to set up camp outside the city. If Ji Beiho left, it would be fine. But he stayed behind. This gave me an opportunity. Men, go in. The tunnel was wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through. A group of people entered for some time. When they saw that there were barrels of gunpowder, one of them nodded his head and lit the fuse. They then ran as fast as they could, as the sound of gunpowder could be heard. Chapter 322. Ji Beiho, main camp and officer rushed in and shouted, Report the 3rd, 5th, and 7th routes have lost contact with us. It's been an hour. The Ji clan's army was very strict. According to the rules, they had to split up into different routes. It could only mean one thing. Ji Beiho's smile disappeared. He thought for a moment and understood. He then took a deep breath and said, Pei Ziyun is taking every step carefully. I didn't expect to be ambushed today, but I've been in the army for a long time. Even if I indulge in wine and meat tonight, I'll still have men to guard against me. 30 miles, and there's wind and rain. If the infantry were to rush over, no one would be able to fight. When that happens, I can send out 1,000 soldiers and kill 10,000 of them like pigs. If it's cavalry, even if it's the imperial court, how many of them do they have? 1,000 or 2,000? If they attack the main camp with such a small number of people, they're looking for death. Ji Beiho said, this was indeed the golden rule. In Pei Yun's era, it was possible to travel tens or even hundreds of miles in a day and still be able to fight. That was because during that era, war was not a battle of physical strength. As long as you could pull the trigger, you could fight. But now, it was a battle of physical strength. If anyone dared to travel tens of miles in a single night, that person would be the world's number one, Zhao Kuo. Ji Beiho's face slowly turned red as he said, I had the ambition to save the world, but my luck was not good. Now that I've fallen to this state, I'm already disheartened. I don't want to give this chance to me. Pei Yun is still too young. Pass down my orders. The 6th camp is to be on standby. As long as we kill Pei Yun, our army will be victorious. We can then take the opportunity to defeat the imperial court. Rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge sound soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth, shaking the entire camp. What's going on? Men. Ji Beiho shook his head and called for his bodyguards. At this point, there was a huge change. The entire campsite was in a state of semi-consciousness. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Many people were awakened from their dreams. They unsheathed their swords and slashed at whoever they saw. Without any hesitation, they killed whoever they saw. When Ji Beiho heard the sounds of killing, he looked out the door and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. State Duke, State Duke. The guard's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Shun Ji was also startled awake. He had just walked out when he saw this, and a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The camp is in chaos. The army camp was a place filled with killing intent. Furthermore, now that the dynasty had been established for 10 years, the rebellion had accumulated a lot of pressure. After a month of attacking the city and losing 3 counties, the soldiers were filled with fear and fear. Everyone was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Initially, they had been suppressing their fear and were still able to maintain their composure. However, with King Lu's rebellion and Ji Beiho's distribution of meat and wine, the soldiers were able to relax after days of intense tension. Shun Ji's heart skipped a beat as he shouted, Quick! Personal guards, protect the High Duke and maintain order. Whoever dares to make a ruckus or attack the camp, kill without mercy. Tidy up the central camp and immediately shout to calm the soldiers' morale. Look, the south camp's fence has been blown open. Even the heavens are helping me. The enemy has attacked the camp. Everyone, get on your horses. Almost at the same time, the deafening sound from earlier had startled the horses. Everyone was trying to calm them down. Pei Yun looked at Ji Beiho's camp and shouted. Yes, these cavalrymen were all veterans and knew how terrifying it was to be attacked. Their eyes gleamed brightly as they thought about it. Kill! The cavalrymen were all excited as they leapt onto their horses. Their faces were contorted as they charged forward. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the skies. Pei Yun peered into the camp and saw the shadows of the soldiers fighting each other. Screams of agony could be heard. The camp is in chaos. Actually, only a dozen or so people were killed. However, many of Ji Beiho's soldiers are new recruits. After attacking the city for a month, they suffered heavy casualties and accumulated a lot of resentment. Now that there's an explosion, the camp is in chaos. This is the perfect time to charge forward. Ji Beiho regained his senses and immediately understood the situation. Quick, send people to suppress them. High Duke, I've already sent people to maintain order. Kill. The cavalrymen increased their pace as the sound of hooves thundered like thunder. Thousands of cavalrymen charged forward like floodwaters. Only the sound of hooves could be heard. Shoot! In the midst of the chaos, more than 10 arrows were fired. The cavalrymen were densely packed together, and they split up their horses. However, as the rain of arrows rained down, blood splattered everywhere. Those who were hit by the arrows tried their best to hold on, but still fell to the ground. Before they could get up, the horses behind them had already trampled on them, turning them into meat paste. When a large group of cavalrymen charged forward, the most terrifying thing was to fall off their horses. Even if the cavalrymen behind them were in front, they would not rein in their horses. If they did, they would be trampled by the cavalrymen behind them. Another arrow pierced through the nose of a cavalryman. His right cheekbone was shattered, and he screamed in pain. However, nobody paid any attention to the fallen cavalryman. The cavalrymen continued to charge forward. Shoot! More arrows rained down, and men and horses fell to the ground. Men screamed and horses neighed, and the entire camp was in chaos. However, this was the last batch. Kill! The cavalrymen charged through the gap in the encirclement and slashed down with their swords. Screams of agony could be heard. Charge! Charge! Or the entire camp will be thrown into chaos. The officer had been taught by Pei Ziyun before, and knew that the most important thing now was not to kill anyone, but to kill anyone who was awake and trying to regain order. Kill! Ignoring the wailing soldiers, he charged towards any group of people who had gathered together. Wherever his swords went, all resistance and order were broken in an instant. Within the camp, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Pei Ziyin did not personally enter the battlefield. He led 100 cavalrymen and said, "This won't do. The enemy's camp is already reacting and organizing resistance. 1,000 is too little. If there were 3,000, we would be able to break through." Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin wiped away the rain and looked at North Enlightenment County. He asked a panting Taoist official, "Are you sure you've informed the city?" This was the first time the Taoist official had seen such a scene, and he wanted to vomit. Hearing the question, he hurriedly covered his mouth and reported, "Tao Master, we've already sent out 3 notifications. The last one was just a moment ago. Ugh. Let's wait a while more. Let's see if the city sends out any troops." Pei Ziyin looked at the slaughter in front of him and raised his head slightly. The rain continued to fall, and he looked at the dark North Enlightenment County. Boom! The rain continued to pour, and dark clouds covered the sky. Streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire area. Along the staircase of the city walls, soldiers could be seen climbing the stairs. At this point, a few generals, draped in straw raincoats, were climbing up the city walls. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Count Zhongqin, who was in the lead, ran up the city walls and looked towards Ji Beiho's camp. A huge flame erupted from Ji Beiho's camp. Boom! In that instant, the heavens shook and the earth shook. Count Zhongqin looked emotionlessly at the huge fire in front of him. Ji Beiho's camp was in chaos, and he could hear the screams and cries of pain coming from within. "Master Count, Ji Beiho must have been punished by the heavens. His camp is in chaos. Count Zhongqin, please join the battle immediately." The general beside Count Zhongqin looked at the chaos in the camp. Although he did not understand the reason behind it, he knew that this was the best time to join the battle. How terrifying! Is this Tao Master Pei's trump card? No wonder 1,000 cavalrymen dared to break through the camp. If he were to use this against the Imperial army, Count Zhongqin mumbled to himself as he shuddered. In this world, gunpowder had already existed for a long time. However, it had never been used in this manner. "Master Count, Master Count," the general called out softly. Count Zhongqin's face turned red, then white. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he took a step back. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. It was hard to tell the difference between the sweat and rainwater. "Where's Chunjing?" Count Zhongqin shouted. The general stepped forward and replied, "I'm here. How's the preparation going?" Count Zhongqin asked as he looked at Chunjing. When Chunjing heard this, his body trembled as he replied, "Master Count, I've prepared everything." Count Zhongqin paced several steps before replying, "Good. Where's the Tao official?" Count Zhongqin asked. "Your subordinate is here." The Tao official stepped forward and replied. Count Zhongqin ignored the general's look of astonishment and asked, "I know that you have a special technique that allows you to observe from afar. Check on Tao Master Pei. Is he within the formation?" The Tao official obeyed the order and walked up to the top of the city walls. From afar, he could hear the sounds of battle and the flames of battle. "Master Count, the Tao Master isn't within the formation. He's outside the formation." The Tao official observed carefully before heaving a sigh of relief. Count Zhongqin's face was dark and gloomy under the illumination of the flames. He then exhaled deeply. Attack. Yes. Following the order, the gates of North Enlightenment County opened up. Rows of armored soldiers rushed out like a torrent of iron towards the formation. Main camp, entrance, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. However, there were tents and people everywhere within the camp. This had greatly reduced the speed of the cavalry. This was especially so for the central troops. They had already formed a line of defense within 100 steps of the formation. The moment the cavalry charged forward, they were met with a rain of arrows. With this as the core, dozens of men shouted out in unison. Pei Ziyun's face grew darker and darker. He gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. Looks like the emperor's sword has to kill a big tiger. When the Taoists on his left and right heard Pei Ziyun's words, they fell silent. At this point, the Tao official spoke. Tao Master, look. The city has mobilized its troops. The gates of the city opened up and the army charged out. Seeing the soldiers rushing out, Pei Ziyun's expression turned slightly better. He then cleared his throat. Men, pass down the order. The army is to coordinate with the cavalry and kill the rebels. Yes, Tao Master. The people around him shouted out in unison. An officer received the order and rushed out to welcome the army. The camp wasn't very far away, only about 1,000 meters away. Before long, the army had reached the center of the camp. The entire camp was engulfed in flames as the cavalry and infantry charged forward. The rain continued to fall, and fresh blood flowed everywhere. The soldiers of the camp were still resisting, but were quickly broken through. Main army tent Jibei Ho was wiping his sword. His face was cold. At this point, there were many guards coming in and out of the camp, relaying orders and news. Shenji, along with a general and dozens of soldiers, rushed into the camp. The general was covered in blood. Duke, I don't know what kind of demonic spell the Imperial Army used, but the entire camp is in chaos. Originally, we could have taken care of it. However, now that the city has mobilized its troops, we can't hold them back anymore. Duke, we've lost. You should retreat immediately. I will defend from behind. Hearing these words, Jibei Ho sheathed his sword and stood up. He then instructed his soldiers, Men, bring me my armor and put on. Yes, Duke. His subordinates acknowledged the order and went to retrieve the armor. Duke, don't tell me you're going to fight the enemy. The entire camp is in chaos, and we can't hold on any longer. Duke, you have to leave. The general grabbed Jibei Ho and shouted, Lord Duke, we cannot lose our lives here. We can still rise again. Shenji rushed forward as well, grabbing Jibei Ho's robes as he tried to persuade him. Jibei Ho still refused. Shenji gritted his teeth. Men, bring the Duke away. The situation outside is out of control. Listen to my command. Retreat immediately. Yes. The soldiers hesitated for some time. Hearing the sounds of battle getting closer, they rushed forward and dragged Jibei Ho away. Jibei Ho has escaped with the army. Someone ran up and shouted, Tao Master, what do we do now? Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down from the skies, and the entire area was lit up. It was clear that the camp was in chaos, but the army was retreating in an orderly fashion. The soldiers were still wearing their armor. Raindrops dripped onto Pei Ziyun's raincoat as he looked at the city. Under the illumination of the lightning, he could see a few people standing atop the city walls. Hua! The wind continued to blow, bringing with it a chill. The torches around him flickered in the wind. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with a strong, killing intent. He couldn't complete the mission because the people in the city didn't respond in time. If they had responded earlier, the entire camp would have been destroyed, and Jibei Ho wouldn't have been able to escape. Now that he had lost his chance, he could only choose one target. What a pity, what a pity. Go after Jibei Ho. Pei Ziyun could only command the cavalry. However, there were only about 1,000 of them. If they managed to catch up to the main army, who knew who would be killed? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he looked at the camp. It seemed like the only way was to defeat the main army. He then said, Pass down my orders. Ji-Bei-Ho is to stop chasing, kill the rest of the camp, and subdue the rebels. Yes, the people around him replied. Strangely, they all shuddered. The cavalry continued charging forward as they shouted, Ji-Bei-Ho has escaped. If he surrenders, we will spare his life. Ji-Bei-Ho has escaped. If he surrenders, we will spare his life. Some of the soldiers hadn't regained their senses yet. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to charge forward. All they saw was a mix of cavalry and foot soldiers killing them all. Some of them were more clear-headed. When they saw this, their bodies trembled as they knelt down and put down their weapons. Kneel down. If he surrenders, we will spare his life. Seeing this, the cavalry shouted out. There were still people who surrendered. Naturally, there were still people who resisted. One of them shouted, pass down the Tao Master's orders. If he still resists, kill him. Kill. There was a small group of soldiers who were resisting. When they heard the order, the archers immediately fired their arrows. A sharp whistling sound could be heard as a rain of arrows pierced through the air. Blood splattered everywhere as more than half of the soldiers fell to the ground. The officer then waved his hand, and the spearmen charged forward and pierced through the bodies. Even after killing them all, they still didn't stop. The leader then led his men to stab the bodies. Some of the soldiers weren't dead yet and were screaming out in pain. Kill. Those who kneel down and surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will be killed. The screams grew louder and louder as the stench of blood permeated the air. Chapter 323. The sky was dark, and lightning flashed from time to time. The rain continued to pour down, and the soil on the ground became damp. Every time someone stepped on it, they would be covered in mud. Quick, quick, the officer shouted. At this point, the crowd was extremely anxious. Some of them were too slow and fell to the ground. No one helped them up. Some of them were unlucky enough to be trampled into the mud by the people behind them. The sky gradually brightened, and the clouds started to crack. Sunlight shone down on them. At the foot of Mount Yongyuan, they set up camp. Since there were no tents or fences, they couldn't dig a trench. Instead, they started a bonfire. After an entire night of running and drenched in the rain, everyone was in a sorry state. Ji-Bei-Ho sat on a huge rock. Not far from him was a bonfire, which brought warmth. His hair was stuck together, and his lips were blue from the cold. His face was pale as well. My lord, we have no tents or rations. We didn't even bring many weapons. Please punish us. Shinji knelt down and bowed to Ji-Bei-Ho. He knocked his head on the ground, which was covered with mud. I don't blame you. Ji-Bei-Ho's heart felt like it had been submerged in boiling water. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sky was dark, and rays of sunlight shone through the cracks in the sky. Huh. Ji-Bei-Ho laughed out as he stretched out his hands, as if he was trying to grasp fate. However, he couldn't. Fate? Duke? The officer beside him called out softly. Ji-Bei-Ho's condition wasn't right. Hearing the officer's words, Ji-Bei-Ho stopped laughing. After some time, he replied, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Ji-Bei-Ho then closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. Take stock of the soldiers. Yes, Duke. The officer replied loudly as he turned around to take stock. After some time, he reported, Duke, I've checked. The main camp has been destroyed, and the rest of the soldiers have been wiped out. The main army didn't suffer many losses. There are still about 7,000 soldiers left. But they fled in a hurry and didn't have any rations or tents. Everyone is starving. I got it. When Ji-Bei-Ho heard this, he felt dizzy. He felt a fishy taste in his mouth. He swallowed it, and his body swayed. Marquis, I'm afraid that the Imperial Court's army is about to catch up. Please take care. Shunji said, the most important thing now is to gather the generals and quickly come up with a strategy. You're right. Summon the generals immediately. Ji-Bei-Ho said, I was just feeling anxious. Now I'm fine. You don't have to worry. As he spoke, even a general and 3 or 4 lieutenants came in with unsightly expressions. Everyone sit on the ground. Ji-Bei-Ho spoke as the light from the fire reflected on his face. We're in a very bad situation now. The most important thing is that we can't just wait here. There's no food or water here. If we're surrounded, will collapse immediately. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. At the very least, we have to recuperate. I've looked carefully. The nearest Wulong County is very suitable for us to reorganize. Wulong County used to be our county, but it might not be reliable now. However, there are only 1,000 people there. If they resist, we will immediately kill our way through and enter the city to obtain rations. When the generals heard this, they were enraged and replied, "Yes." Ji-Bei-Ho then spoke out. "Now that we've taken this county, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Bring all our weapons and rations and return to the city. While the news is yet to spread, send men to order the remaining 2 counties to bring their rations and troops to the city. We cannot delay any further." Ji-Bei-Ho's face was pale and his voice was weak. However, his words were concise and clear. He managed to explain the situation very clearly. He was direct and decisive. Everyone was secretly impressed by him. Shinji's face was pale as he pondered for some time. "My lord's decision is correct. Now that we've lost, the other 2 counties can't hold on any longer. Instead of attacking them one by one, why don't we gather our forces at the city? The 2 counties have 10,000 soldiers, and the city has another 10,000 soldiers. Including our main army, we have 30,000 soldiers. Besides, we have a navy. As long as we hold on, King Lu will be able to enter the city and expose the crown prince's fake edict. When that happens, the siege will be over." Shinji bit his lips as he spoke. He then looked at the generals and lieutenants. If it was before, he would have given the order. But now that Ji-Bei-Ho had been defeated, he had no choice but to listen to them. The generals and lieutenants lowered their heads and thought for some time. They felt that this was the most feasible plan. They then replied, "Yes, we shall obey." "Good." Ji-Bei-Ho clasped his hands together and said, "It's decided. If Wulong County doesn't resist, then so be it. But if they do, after we've conquered it, all the food will belong to us. Gold, silver, and women will be yours to take." Ji-Bei-Ho waved his hands, and everyone retreated out of the room. North Mew's city, the sky was dark and gloomy. Only the rain had stopped. The dark clouds covered the sky, and the sun shone through the cracks. Everyone on the battlefield was cheering, "Victory! Victory!" Count Zhongqin and Chun Yong brought several generals and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "We pay our respects to the Tao Master. We couldn't make it in time. Please punish us. You guys came just in time." Everyone worked together to achieve victory. Pei Ziyun looked at Count Zhongqin and Chun Yong before he laughed out loud. The 3 of them looked normal on the surface. However, the incident in North Mew City last night had already caused Pei Ziyun to feel uncomfortable. However, he had still sent out his troops in the end. Count Zhongqin was a meritorious person. Hence, if he were to really impeach him, he wouldn't be able to do much harm to him. Hence, he didn't reveal any emotions on his face. A general was galloping towards them. He stopped about 10 meters away from Pei Ziyun and jumped down from his horse. He then knelt down and reported, "Tao Master, our army has achieved victory. We've captured 25,000 soldiers." Pei Ziyun asked, "How many soldiers do we have who aren't injured?" The general thought for some time before replying, 30,000. 30,000? Pei Ziyun paced a few steps before nodding his head. "That's enough. I'll take 30,000 soldiers to recapture the county. Chun Yong, you shall follow me." "Yes, Tao Master." Chun Yong looked at Count Zhongqin and replied. Pei Ziyun then looked at Count Zhongqin and laughed. "I've already made arrangements for the war. You'll have to work hard to guard these captives and recuperate the injured soldiers." Count Zhongqin's expression changed. This was blatantly making things difficult for him. He was extremely displeased in his heart, but he could only agree, yes. Pei Ziyun's heart was clear. Actually, those who were good at fighting did not have much merit. Unless they were the leader of the army, they would be at a disadvantage. Most people did not know the way to the battle, and only felt that it was easy for them to fight. Since it was easy for them to fight, they would naturally give less merit and rewards. If he was really a good general, how would they fight? They would have to fight back and forth. At the beginning of the crisis, they would overcome it in the end. After one bloody battle after another, tens of thousands of soldiers would die. Then, the generals would be satisfied. They would win the bloody battle again and again. Their contributions would be recorded, and they would be promoted and become rich. The commanding general was satisfied as well, seeing how brilliant and difficult the battle was. He also received contributions and was bestowed the title of Duke or Marquis. As for the soldiers who died and the rations they spent, that belonged to the imperial court. What did it have to do with him? Actually, Pei Ziyin wasn't addicted to cleanliness. However, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. He was a Taoist and could not enter the system. No matter how many merits he had, it would be useless. However, since Count Zhongqin was up to something, he couldn't give him the chance to do so. He had to stay behind and recuperate his soldiers. Thinking this way, he then said, "Also, inform Prefecture Prince Changsheng of this good news." "Yes, Tao Master," an officer replied. Hearing the officer's words, Pei Ziyin ignored him and looked at Chen Yong. "Chen Yong, prepare to move out." "Yes, Tao Master," Chen Yong replied loudly as he ordered his soldiers to turn around. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the battlefield was reduced by half. Count Zhongqin was silent for a long time before he sighed. "Clean up the mess." Mount Yongyuan, the soldiers of the imperial court arrived at the foot of Mount Yongyuan. Beneath the flags, there were countless soldiers. If there were more than 10,000 soldiers, there would be no end to the army. Furthermore, there were 30,000 of them. The army set up camp. There was a river at the foot of the mountain. Although there were 30,000 soldiers, there was enough water for them to drink. Immediately, they dug trenches and set up camp. Inside the tent not far away, there was a pool of blood. A headless corpse dressed in official robes was being dragged out. "Tao Master," Pei Ziyin laughed coldly, county magistrate of Wulang County. "Initially, I could have forgiven you for surrendering to the bandits. However, Ji Bei Ho has been defeated. He only lost 7,000 men. With the city, don't tell me you can't even hold out for a day or two. As long as we hold out for a day, our army will be able to catch up to them." He didn't resist. Instead, he allowed Ji Bei Ho to enter the city and looted the county's treasury and granary. Not a single pound of grain was left. Yet he still has the guts to ask for an audience. If I don't kill him, who else should I kill? Pass down my orders. All the remaining officials of Wulang County are to be stripped of their positions and detained for interrogation. "Yes. What other news do you have?" Pei Ziyun's anger subsided as he smiled and asked. "Tao Master, I've just received news that Ji Bei Ho has ordered the 2 counties to retreat to the capital. That means they've given up. The 2 counties have surrendered." Chen Yong hurriedly replied. Pei Ziyun frowned, and his smile disappeared. After some time, he sighed. "Ji Bei Ho is an old general. He's very decisive. If he didn't do that, when our army reaches 30,000 soldiers, the 2 counties would have surrendered. Both counties have surrendered, and the capital only has 10,000 soldiers. How can we resist? Even if we order them to retreat, as long as we wait for news of our defeat to spread, it's hard to say how the 2 counties will react. While they're still in power, we should order them to return to the capital and let them have their way. Now that there are 30,000 soldiers in the capital, it's going to be troublesome." Pei Ziyin didn't really mind that it was troublesome. He then said, "Don't go to Wulang County. The county can't hold 30,000 soldiers. Besides, they don't have any rations. It's even more troublesome than camping in the wild. Let's set up camp here." As for the 2 counties' prefects, they didn't rebel. Instead, they surrendered. The 2 of them shall be stripped of their official titles and await punishment from the imperial court, Pei Ziyin said plainly. Everyone present felt a chill down their spines. Since they didn't agree to pardon them and hand them over to the imperial court, it would be hard to wash away their crimes. These 2 were finished. Pei Ziyin placed the scroll on the table and stood up. He then looked out at the mountain. This mountain is not bad. It looks like there's even a monastery nearby. I shall go up and take a look. In the blink of an eye, it's almost June. Time really flies. Since the commander was in such a mood, there was no one who didn't want to support him. Chen Yong bowed and said, "Yes, Tao Master's strategy was flawless. That was how he managed to achieve such a great victory. You must be tired. Please rest here for a while. I have some miscellaneous matters to attend to. Please pass them to me. Paisian nodded his head and waved his hands before leaving. Chapter 3:24. Yong Yuan Mountain Pei Zi Yun ascended the mountain not because he was in a good mood, but because he had matters to attend to. The sky gradually cleared up, but the clouds were still thick. The mountain was just a small hill and was very flat. There were hundreds of steps leading up to the main hall. There were several pine trees on both sides of the path, but they were not very tall. When he reached the top, he saw a white-haired old Taoist. He was about 60 years old and had white hair and a youthful complexion. He walked briskly and bowed. This poor Taoist pays his respects to you. I'm not a noble person. Pei Ziyan laughed as he looked at the plaque in the main hall. He then asked, Is this Duke Shiming who was bestowed a plaque by the previous dynasty? The old Taoist bowed and said, If you're not a noble person, then I'm just an ant. Yes, this is Duke Shiming. Sun Juji, courtesy named Shiming, started studying at 5 years old, started writing poems at 9, and was known as a child prodigy at 10. At 19, he became an elementary scholar, and at 33, he never became a grand scholar. When he was 50, he was appointed as a county magistrate. When he was 67, he was promoted to be a judge. But because of his fame, some people built a shrine for him. This was illegal. Until the previous dynasty, when he was bestowed a plaque, it was considered legal. Pei Ziyan laughed. To be able to meet Duke Shiming on the way here, it must be fate. Allow me to burn some incense. When he entered the main hall, he saw that there were a few old cypress trees in the courtyard. They were dark and glossy and looked luxuriant. When he entered the main hall, he saw a statue dressed in an official's robe. The statue smiled. Mister's career was unfavorable, and he had no achievements. However, your calligraphy and painting skills are known throughout the country, and you have an ancestral shrine. You have not wasted your life. As he spoke, he saw that the old Taoist had already lit the incense. Pei Ziyan placed both his hands into the furnace and bowed his head, indicating that the ceremony was complete. He then walked out. This mountain was nothing special. It was the beginning of summer, and the forest was still green. Looking around, he could see a large piece of farmland. The soldiers saw Pei Ziyan sitting on a rock, looking down at the scenery. He had a sad and happy expression on his face and didn't dare to disturb him. Actually, Pei Ziyan felt that the atmosphere in the army was too strong. He had the emperor's sword and the token, and came to this mountain to hide. At this point, he tapped his finger system. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Mission: eliminate Jibei Ho and be conferred the title of True Monarch. Incomplete. Master. Level 6, 113. 7%. Pei Ziyan nodded his head. He had defeated Jibei Ho and conquered 2 counties. His reputation had increased tremendously, and he had fulfilled the requirements to level up. Pei Ziyan looked at the system in front of him and thought for a long time. He was in a daze. It's been almost 5 years since I've been in this world. In the blink of an eye, I've attained the 7th level of the Master stage. Master, materialization, ascension, night roaming, removal of records, longevity. The 7th stage is removal of records. This is a stage that even the original owner of the body could not reach. As for the title of True Monarch, once Jibei Ho is eliminated, he would be conferred the title of True Monarch. That would be considered as a part of the ceremony. In simple terms, the ceremonies of the country were divided into the Great Ceremony, the Middle Ceremony, and the Minor Ceremony. The Great Sacrifice was Yuanxiu, heaven, Fangza, earth, ancestral temple, and the state itself. The Middle Sacrifice was the sun, moon, stars, wind, cloud, thunder, and rain, Yuzhenhai, Si-Ming, 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 Si Ming, 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 Si Ming. The minor ceremony consisted of the true gods bestowing titles and conferring titles. Conferring titles consisted of Earl, Ho, Duke, and King. Females had Madam and Concubine. Taoism had Tao Masters and True Monarchs. True Monarchs were equivalent to Earl. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyin laughed and stopped hesitating. He then stretched out his hand. Boom! The 7th level of En Master, which he had not broken through in his previous life, was broken through. All of a sudden, he felt something. He looked up and saw a patch of gray and black. There was a mark that corresponded to him in the underworld. This mark was the mark that he had spent his entire life in the underworld. This mark and his En Master formed an attractive force. Pei Ziyun's En Master trembled as he felt a sense of mystery wash over him. Was this the existence of a human corresponding to the earth? Forget it. Although I can enter the underworld to collect my mark, there are many dangers involved. Now is not the time. I shall advance another level. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he saw the changes. En Master, 7th level, 13, 7%. Soon, there are only 3 more levels before I reach the full circle En Master level. Only then can I attain immortality. What's Xie Chengdong's cultivation level? If he were an earth immortal, he would have killed me long ago. At most, he would be at the 10th level, right? A gust of wind blew within the mountains, and the sound of the pines rustling could be heard. He thought back to the ups and downs of his life over the past few years, and the memories of his previous life appeared before his eyes. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. Looking at it from the side, it looked like a mountain range, and its height was different. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because I'm within it. When he finished, he laughed out loud. Let's go back. Flagship, it was late at night, and the stars hung high in the sky. It was a peaceful scene. Your Highness, there's news. A eunuch hurried in and bowed. What's the matter? Although Prefecture Prince Chengshun was young, he hadn't slept yet. He was flipping through a book on military strategy. These few days, Prefecture Prince Chengshun had been through many battles. Despite his young age, Prefecture Prince Chengshun had become much more mature. Your Highness, Tao Master Pei had led 1,000 cavalrymen to ambush Ji Bei Ho's tent. They were victorious, and Ji Bei Ho had escaped. The outcome of the battle has been decided. What? So fast? When Prefecture Prince Chengshun heard Eunuch Chen's words, he stood up and opened his eyes wide. He was nervous and excited as he spoke. That's right. It's been said that Tao Master Pei had left some tricks up his sleeves and defeated Ji Bei Ho in one fell swoop. Eunuch Chen lowered his head as he spoke. Prefecture Prince Chengshun calmed himself down and smiled. He then pointed to the book and spoke in a childish tone. According to the book, I'm afraid it'll take a few more months before they can reclaim the other 2 counties. Just as Prefecture Prince Chengshun spoke, another voice rang out. Report. An officer hurriedly reported. Your Highness, Tao Master Pei has sent a letter. Ji Bei Ho and the other 2 counties have surrendered. The rebel army is only left with the prefecture capital. He wishes for your Highness to head to the prefecture capital and take charge of the situation. What? Prefecture Prince Chengshun and Eunuch Chen exclaimed in shock. They had just defeated Ji Bei Ho's army. How could the other 2 counties have surrendered? Prefecture Prince Chengshun's face flushed red as he received the letter and read it. He then laughed. What a brilliant plan. Quick, let's go to Zhuading County. Zhuading County, Prefecture Governor's mansion. The Prefecture Governor had been removed from his post, and the position of master was now Pei Ziyin. This mansion was exquisitely decorated, with elegant windows and winding corridors. Occasionally, there would be serving maids standing by the side. A birdcage was hung on the porch in front of the study room. It was carved out of wood and was made of glass. Through the glass, one could see the garden. Tao Master, Prefecture Prince Chengshun is here. Pei Ziyun was in his room, dealing with military affairs when a voice came from outside. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun is here? I'm all right, I got it. Open the door and welcome the Prefecture Prince. Pei Ziyun was startled as he spoke. Yes, Tao Master. Pei Ziyun then changed his robes and walked out of the room. Chen Yong was under the eaves. When he saw Pei Ziyun walk out, he followed him closely. He walked around the meeting hall and saw that there were already many officers waiting for him at the door. A row of armored soldiers blocked the way. Before long, Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun had arrived. Dozens of soldiers stood guard with their swords in their hands. Pei Ziyun walked out of the door and stopped 5 or 6 steps away. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun stepped out of the carriage. Pei Ziyun bowed, and Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun returned the gesture. At this point, the two of them walked side by side. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun walked half a step ahead, with Chun Yong by his side. Behind them were all the officials as they walked towards the meeting hall. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun walked by the side, looking at Pei Ziyun from time to time. As they walked along the corridor, he couldn't help but say, "Congratulations, Tao Master. Jibei Ho has been defeated, and the prefecture has become an isolated city. It looks like within a few months, we will be able to conquer it." Huh! Pei Ziyun heard this and laughed out loud. "Tao Master, did I say something wrong?" Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun's face turned red. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "A few months? Why would we need that long? In less than half a month, we can conquer the prefecture." "What?" Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun paused and stopped in his tracks. He looked at Pei Ziyun and saw that the people behind him had stopped. He then regained his senses and took a few steps forward, but the city still has 30,000 soldiers and 10,000 Navy soldiers. The rations in the city are still sufficient. Although we have a large army and have defeated the main force of the enemy still has a strong city. Based on military strategy, attacking the city is the next step. I'm afraid we won't be able to conquer it without a few months, right? Pei Ziyun paused. Although Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun was young, he had a serious expression on his face. His words were clear and logical, and Pei Ziyun was secretly impressed. He didn't intend to go into detail, but after thinking for some time, he decided to point out, Prince Cheng Shun is thinking too much. Attacking the city is the next step. Attacking the heart is the next step. This saying is somewhat inaccurate. The world is in chaos. Relying solely on military strategy, it would be difficult to conquer it in a short period of time. The great Su dynasty has unified the lands, and the people's hearts are different. The battles are different as well. However, they cannot be generalized. Look, if Jibei Ho isn't defeated, what use is attacking the heart? The imperial court has issued orders over and over again, and yet not many people have surrendered. But now that Jibei Ho has been defeated, and his troops have been defeated like a landslide, the hearts of the people will come into play. All we need to do is push the critical point forward. Pei Ziyun said as he swept a glance across the room. Prince Cheng Shun, as for the details, please come in and speak. All right. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun walked into the main hall. Pei Ziyun invited Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun to sit in the main seat. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun shook his head. At this point in time, the most important thing in the army is your status. You are the commanding general and should naturally sit in the main hall. Pei Ziyun didn't argue with him and invited Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun to sit on the left. An officer then entered and reported, Tao Master, all the officials and generals have come under orders. Prince Cheng Shun, I shall handle the administrative matters first. We shall discuss these matters in detail later. Tao Master, please handle them. I shall take a look. Greetings, Prince Cheng Shun. Greetings, Tao Master. At this point, the prefectural magistrate, the county magistrate, and the general entered and bowed to the Tao Master and Tao Master. Dispense with the formalities. Prefecture Prince Cheng Shun said as he sat down and watched Pei Ziyun make the arrangements. Pei Ziyun swept a glance across the prefectural magistrate and the county magistrate. His gaze was calm, But the prefectural magistrate and the county magistrate both shivered. I have summoned you here today, not to convict you of any crimes, but to assign you tasks. There are three things that are most important now. First, the war has ended, but many of the farms have been turned into battlefields. Don't even think about this year's winter wheat harvest. Many of the commoners have become victims of the disaster. The counties that have been reclaimed have to start operating again, and we have to pacify the people in time. When the officials heard these words, they wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads and heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 325. A magistrate by the name of Han Jun stood up. "Tao Master, it is our responsibility to organize the production of rice. This is our responsibility. But regarding the refugees, we are in a difficult position. The rebels of Ji-Bei have taken a large amount of food from the granaries of the various counties. Now that there's a shortage of food, it is difficult to provide relief." When a magistrate finished speaking, Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "Indeed, Your Excellency Han is right. Now that there's a shortage of food, we have to send more over. Zhang Ji, go and urge them to do this." As Pei Ziyun spoke, a deputy general was already waiting for him. He stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Tao Master." Pei Ziyun looked at the deputy general and nodded his head. He then looked to the magistrate. "I have another errand for you to do. Of the 30,000 bandits, at least 20,000 of them are the citizens of the counties under your jurisdiction. I want you to invite their parents over according to their household registration. Be polite and don't treat them as family members of the bandits." "Yes." When the magistrate heard this, he looked at each other and replied in unison. "Song Ji, bring some men to coordinate with the magistrate and county magistrates." Pei Ziyun saw this and laughed coldly as he spoke. "Yes, Tao Master," Song Ji replied. When all these tasks were completed, Pei Ziyun then said, "I've arranged everything. All of you go and settle it. You may leave." "Yes, Tao Master." The officials acknowledged and left. "Let the Taoist officers come up." Pei Ziyun spoke again as he watched the soldiers leave. Prefecture Prince Chung Shun then said, "Tao Master, can you speak now? I still have some questions." "Your Highness, what I want to talk about next is the Navy. Ing Prefecture's Navy is entangled with our Navy. Furthermore, their camp is not within the city. They are 15 kilometers away. Normally, this would not be a problem. However, now that they are surrounded by the city, there's a problem. Besides, Ji-Bei Ho has been defeated, and his army is on the verge of collapse. Are there no intelligent people? There are naturally loyal officials, but how many of them are loyal to Ji-Bei Ho?" "Tao Master, you mean to sow discord?" Prefecture Prince Chung Shun's eyes lit up when he heard this. "It's not considered sowing discord. I've said it before. Ji-Bei Ho has suffered a crushing defeat. His troops have been routed like a landslide. The hearts of the people will come into play. All we need to do is push the critical point. I'm afraid that the Navy is divided. Although the Taoist officials can't kill each other directly, there are many ways to contact them. As long as we can contact them and give them the conditions, I'm not afraid that they won't agree." As he spoke, a 9th-ranked Tao official walked in. When he saw Pei Ziyun and Prefecture Prince Ching Shun, he bowed. "Greetings, Prefecture Prince Chung Shun. Greetings, Tao Master. How's the communication with the Navy going?" Pei Ziyun glanced at him before lowering his head and sipping his tea. "Tao Master, it's not just the Navy generals. Even Shen Ping himself, upon hearing of Ji-Bei Ho's defeat, seems to want to surrender. Anyone can surrender, but not this traitor. However, we can him. Tell the generals of the Navy that if they kill Chen Ping, the imperial court may spare them." "Yes," the Taoist official replied. "How's the communication going within the prefecture?" Pei Ziyun asked. The Taoist official replied, "We've lost 70% of our bases within the prefecture, but we still have 30% of them. Ji-Bei Ho has been defeated and has lost the trust of the people. There are many who are contacting us now." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed out loud. He then stood up and paced a few steps, staring out the window. After some time, he then said, "If that's the case, it's done. But now we have to get rid of the Navy. Go Tell the Navy that if they want to live, they have to do it quickly. Yes, the Taoist official replied loudly. Seeing that the Taoist official had left, Pei Ziyun then turned around and said, the so-called art of war is actually to find the right place and time to deal with the right enemy. If the Ying Prefecture Navy had fought the moment we arrived, we would have lost a few thousand men. Who knows, we might not have been able to take them down. But now, they're like ripe fruits, ripe for the picking. When Prefecture Prince Chengshun heard this, he started to understand. He couldn't help but be convinced. He thought to himself, this is what it means to have a feather fan and silk scarf. With a smile and a smile, the oars of the Navy are reduced to ashes. The waves on the surface of the sea were turbulent as the Navy battleships sailed. All of a sudden, in a meeting hall, a voice could be heard. I heard news yesterday that after Jibei Ho was defeated, he wanted General Chun to send reinforcements to the imperial court. He's hoping for reinforcements from the river to save him. Inside, there were several officers and UG generals whispering to each other, exchanging information. Someone said this. Reinforcements? I'm afraid we still have to send reinforcements. The situation is getting worse and worse. If Jibei Ho is completely defeated, where should we go? Someone had a bitter look on his face, but the imperial court's navy isn't easy to deal with. Besides, so what if we win? We'll just be able to catch a few more breaths. Everyone sighed. General Yu Ji, Zhang Dian, thought of a possibility. He then asked softly, General Li, how did you know about this? Li Gui leaned forward and whispered, the imperial court has contacted me. What? Zhang Dian's wine cup almost fell to the ground. He looked left and right in shock. He then walked to the door and checked his surroundings before whispering, how dare you? We've already rebelled. There's no room for negotiation. Although both of them spoke in hushed tones, the people around them could hear them. They hurriedly gathered around. Old Li, tell us. What did the imperial court say? Will they let us live? The imperial court said that as long as we rebel, we will be pardoned. All of us will have a way out. General Li said softly. That's good, that's good. Hearing these words, everyone broke out in laughter. One of them slapped his thigh and said, if I had heard this earlier, I wouldn't have been so worried. Quick, tell me everything. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Everyone's faces fell. Who is it? It's me, Jiang Lin. The officers and officers looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. They paused for a moment before saying, Brother Jiang, please wait. Open the door now. As soon as the door opened, everyone was startled. They saw Jiang Lin dressed in armor, and behind him were more than 10 personal guards, all of them brimming with killing intent. Seeing this lineup, Zhang Dian's face paled. Jiang Lin, are you here to arrest me? Why are you still on Qinping's ship? Jiang Lin raised his head and didn't reply immediately. He looked out the window, and the light from outside shone on his cold face. He looked cold and indifferent. While everyone was panicking, he let out a long sigh. Kai Jinyun has been dead for half a year. Everyone else had yet to realize what was going on, but Zhang Dian did. Jiang Lin and Kai Jinyuan were good friends. It was just that after Chen Ping killed Kai Jinyuan, Jiang Lin didn't react. He was even more respectful towards Chen Ping and was secretly looked down upon by others. When he heard this, he asked, could it be that you want to? That's right. I've also accepted the imperial court's request to kill Chen Ping. Jiang Lin spoke. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Gui laughed. With Brother Jiang joining us, our chances of success have increased. Now, we have more than half of the Navy under our control, right? To kill Chen Ping, we only need to deal with Wang Ye's personal guards. There's no need to go through so much trouble. An imperceptible smile flashed across Jiang Lin's face. He looked around and said, Wang Yi has been dealt with. What? You've already killed him? Hu Yang's jaw dropped. Wang Yi had been indebted to Chen Ping for a long time and had always been loyal to him. At this point, no one had thought of any other possibilities. Why must we kill him? Can't he be like us and forsake the darkness for the light? Jiang Lin spoke plainly. Seeing everyone staring at him in shock, he laughed coldly and bitterly. At this point, if he wishes to live, this is his only choice. Flagship, the wind was blowing outside, and the night was cool and refreshing. Many soldiers had set up bonfires along the shore, illuminating the entire beach. Within the meeting hall, Chun Ping was drinking wine to drown his sorrows. Someone knocked on the door. "General, what's the matter?" Chun Ping's expression didn't look too good. "It's me, Uncle Chun Yen." Chun Ping's face was flushed red. He had drunk too much. Hearing that it was Chun Yen outside, he shook his head and sobered up a little. "Come in." Chun Yen entered and saw the wine and meat on the table. A strong smell of alcohol wafted over, causing anyone who smelled it to feel uncomfortable. "Uncle, I've followed your orders. Recently, I've discovered many strange movements. Zhang Dian, Hu Yong, and Li Gui are secretly colluding with each other, as well as Han He and Zhu Lin. Li Gui's new bodyguards are disguised as Taoists. These days, there had been many strange movements." Chun Yen had discovered many pieces of information and reported them to Chun Ping one by one. As Chun Ping listened, his face turned pale. He gripped the wine jug so tightly that his knuckles were bruised. "Uncle, I found out everything. The way I see it, the only thing we can do now is to capture all of them in one fell swoop." Chun Yen explained everything clearly and stood aside, waiting for Chun Ping's orders. The boat swayed slightly, and the oil lamps hanging on it swayed as well. The lights flickered, and Chun Ping panted heavily as the alcohol continued to flow out his mouth. In the midst of his frustration, Chun Ping's killing intent rose. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he let out a long sigh. He picked up the jug and poured himself a cup of wine. He paused for some time before sighing. "Let's wait a little longer." He raised his head, and his mouth was filled with bitterness. The number of people who had colluded with him was about 30 to 40%. Amongst them were some important generals. If he were to act now, he might be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. But the Navy would be greatly weakened. When the time comes, the imperial court would attack, and the Navy would collapse. Ji Bei Ho has been defeated. What should I do? Should I continue to fight against the imperial court, or should I submit to the imperial court and save my own life? Chun Ping hesitated. He took a deep breath and massaged his temples. He thought of the men he had sent out and asked, "Chenonji, is there still no news?" Chun Yen thought for some time before replying, "Uncle, not yet." "Not yet?" Chun Ping's frown deepened. "If there's any news, report to me immediately." As he spoke, someone rushed to the door and knocked. "Your Excellency, I'm back." "You're back." Chun Ping heard the voice and paused. "Hurry, come here." "Yes, Your Excellency." The door swung open, and Chun Anji entered. He reported, "Your Excellency, I've made contact." Good, good. What did the imperial court say?" Chun Ping asked loudly. His eyes were filled with hope, and his breathing quickened. Chun Anji lowered his head and replied. The enlightened master replied that Ji Bei Ho had been defeated. It's impossible for him to be absolved of his crimes. If he hands over the Navy, he can be spared. What? They won't even leave me an official position. Damn it, damn it. Chun Ping's expression changed as he paced around the room. His face turned green, then white. He was so worked up that his face turned red. After a long time, he calmed down. AI. Chun Ping let out a long sigh. Demote me to a commoner? As he spoke, he swallowed his tears. Forget it. It's a rebellion after all. If I'm demoted, then so be it. It's good enough that I'm still alive. Chun Yen and Chun Anji looked at each other helplessly. Ji Bei Ho had been defeated. It was unrealistic for him to continue struggling. Chun Ping picked up a flask of wine and drank a mouthful. At this point, Chun Ping finally understood what it meant to be at the end of the road. Actually, being demoted was the best course of action. If he wasn't even demoted, he wouldn't feel at ease. Summon all the generals. Tell them that I've surrendered. Chun Ping placed the flask of wine on the table and sighed. He then raised his head, but no one knew what he was thinking about. At this point, the sound of a horn could be heard in all directions. Every single ship and battalions knew about it. Soon after, the ship docked, and all the officers boarded the flagship. The main hall of the flagship was huge and could hold dozens of people. All of them were dressed neatly. their armors bright and shiny. Chen Ping stepped into the main hall, and everyone looked at each other. They then bowed, their armors clanking loudly. Rise. Chen Ping rose to his seat and looked around before laughing bitterly. The imperial court has won a great victory. Jibei Ho is at the end of the road. I wish to forsake the darkness and seek the light. What do you all think? The main hall was silent, and not a single sound could be heard. All that could be heard was the breathing of the generals. Chen Ping looked at them and thought that they were still unconvinced. He then panicked. Jibei Ho is finished. How can we be buried with him? Generals, we do not owe Jibei Ho a great debt of gratitude. We are on the verge of collapsing. Why should we be buried with him? That's right. Why should we be buried with him? Jiang Lin stood out and sighed. When Chen Ping heard Jiang Lin's words, he felt that something was amiss. He then heard Jiang Lin say, General, it's not that we don't want to surrender. It's just that there's a small problem. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the surrounding generals all stepped forward without a word. Chen Ping felt that something was amiss and realized that he was in danger. His brain was buzzing and blood rushed to his face. He then shouted, What do you want? Men. But after shouting a few times, none of the bodyguards, who were supposed to respond at lightning speed, responded. Ha! When Jiang Lin heard Chen Ping's shouts, he laughed out, Your Excellency, stop shouting. No one responded. The moment Jibei Ho was defeated, you should have known that this day would come. Quang! Chen Yin pulled out his blade and stood guard beside Chen Ping. His body was trembling slightly. Chen Ping pointed at Wang Yi. You dare to betray me? When I promoted you from the ranks of the soldiers, I owed you a great debt of gratitude. You. When Wang Yi heard Chen Ping's words, his face turned red as he lowered his head. General, I have no choice. This is the condition of the imperial court. If we don't kill you, we won't be able to live. General, you should just kill yourself. At least your corpse will be intact. You all betrayed me. Chen Ping pointed at Wang Yi with a trembling finger. Chen Yin was even more valiant. Gritting his teeth, he raised his blade towards Jiang Lin. But just as he raised his blade, Wang Yi and a few other soldiers pulled out their blades and stabbed Chen Yin. Chen Yin screamed out in agony. As soon as the blade was pulled out, he fell to the ground. His entire body twitched as fresh blood flowed out. Jiang Lin didn't even look at Chen Yin. He looked at Chen Ping and shook his head. General Chen, we don't want to bear the crime of killing a superior official. You forced us to do this. As he said this, he pulled out his blade and laughed. Go to hell. With a flash of a saber, the long saber pierced deep into his body. Chen Ping screamed in pain and knelt down involuntarily. He used all his strength to struggle to stand up. He pulled out the long saber, and with another flash of the saber, Chen Ping's head flew off. Suddenly, a large amount of blood spurted out, splashing all over the room. Chapter 326. Zhuoding County, Governor's mansion light shone from within the study room. A man was in the middle of the room, reviewing military affairs. Along the corridor outside the study room, soldiers stood guard every few steps. Lanterns hung in the courtyard, illuminating the place. Not far from the garden, crickets could be heard chirping. A few frogs could be heard croaking in the pond. Fireflies could be seen flying in the night sky, breaking the silence of the night. A Taoist official invited someone in to report. Quick, report to the Tao Master. I have something important to report. Before long, he came out, call him in. Tao Master, Chen Ping is dead. The Navy has surrendered. The Taoist official entered and smiled as he reported. Pei Ziyin wasn't surprised when he heard this. He nodded his head. All right, I got it. Jibei Ho's last chance of survival has been severed. He's at the end of his road. Contact Song Ji and order the county magistrate to bring the families of the rebels here. Do you understand? Pei Ziyin ordered as he paced around. Yes, Tao Master. The Taoist official turned around and left. As the study room closed, Pei Ziyin paced a few more steps before pushing open the window. In the night, the crickets and frogs could be heard chirping noises. A cool breeze blew into the room, but his face remained expressionless. Several days, official road, the commoners were not soldiers. Thousands of people were dragged out for miles. Some of the ground was covered in grass, and many of the commoners stepped onto the grass. Several soldiers stood by the side, watching over them. There were constables and bailiffs, who were all from different counties. They didn't scold or beat them, but only urged them on. A constable held a strand of green foxtail grass in his mouth as he walked in front. The bailiffs followed behind. An old man and a young man walked up to the constable and whispered, "Constable who? This is a gift." The old man stretched out his hand and handed over a silver ingot. "Constable who? The imperial court has summoned us." "Why is it? Please tell us. If not, we will feel uneasy." Hearing the old man's words, the constable looked around and received the silver ingot. "Don't worry. The imperial court has issued an order to invite you here. I'm sure it's to persuade the rebels to surrender." "Thank you, Constable who." The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that one of his family members would be dragged away to be punished or besieged by the rebels of the Northern Meadows. That would be the end. Watching the old man leave, the constable muttered in a low voice, "If the imperial court wants you to go, I'm just a small constable. How would I know what they want you to do? It's not impossible to get you to attack the city." "What is this?" In one of the teams, several people looked at the loudspeaker in their hands, not understanding what it was. It's a simple sound amplification tool. It can amplify some sound. It's not much, but it's enough. A Taoist explained, "Hurry, hurry. These thousands of people must reach the prefecture city within 3 days. We cannot delay the enlightened master's orders. If not, we cannot afford to bear the consequences." Hearing this, the constables and yamen runners couldn't help but quicken their pace as they recalled the recent bloody example. State capital, the Navy surrendered and Chun Ping was killed. Shunji reported the news to Jibei Ho. When Jibei Ho heard the news, his face turned pale. His body trembled, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if he had lost something. It was as if he was a hero at the end of his road. Jibei Ho felt as if his heart was on fire. It was unbearable, and he cried out in pain. His face was contorted, but he didn't scream out loud. Instead, he grabbed onto his clothes and held on. After a long time, Jibei Ho finally calmed down. He leaned back on his chair, and his eyes were bloodshot. Shinji raised his head and realized that Jibei Ho had aged significantly. Even his hair had turned white. A feeling of a hero past his prime welled up in Shunji's heart. "Master Ho, you have to take care of yourself." Hearing the voice, Jibei Ho raised his head and stared blankly. There were several lamps in the study room, illuminating the room brightly. His lips trembled for a long time before he muttered to himself, "When I was 15, I starved to the point where I couldn't live. Hence, I followed someone and rebelled. When I was 23, I followed the great general. When I was 25, I became a squad leader. I followed the great general and won every single battle. The great general became the emperor, and I became a Ho. I suffered a huge defeat before, but when I went back to regroup, I won again." Jibei Ho looked at the lamp and laughed out. "So this is what it feels like to be defeated?" As he said this, Shinji looked at Jibei Ho, choking on his tears. He then used his sleeves to wipe them away. He then walked up to him and whispered, "Duke, there might still be a chance. As long as we hold on, we will have another chance. When that time comes, we will be able to conquer the world once more." At this point, you don't have to console me." When Jibei Ho heard this, he burst out into laughter. When he finished laughing, his tone became extremely calm. "Since the heavens have arranged this for me, I can only accept it. I'm not going to make it, but there are some things that I have to arrange." Seeing that Shunji was about to speak, Jibei Ho waved his hands. "We still have a Taoist. Call him up. I want to communicate with Ba Dao Gong immediately. If this happens in the future, even the Taoist would have escaped." Shunji looked at Jibei Ho, whose hair had turned white and whose face had turned green. His heart trembled. This was his master. He then replied, "Yes." As he said this, he turned around and walked out the door. The Taoist bowed and didn't speak. Jibei Ho then spoke out coldly. Initially, when you followed me, I missed you. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing left. However, I won't let you work for nothing. Jibei Ho retrieved a stack of banknotes and weighed them in his hands. He then laughed and said, "You can't take the silver from the treasury with you, but you can take these banknotes. These are 5,000 taels of silver. The maximum limit is 100 taels of silver, and it's not in my name. You can take them away." "Yes, Duke. If there's anything you need, please instruct us." Even at this point, he was still so calm. The Taoist couldn't help but admire him. Hearing Jibei Ho's words, he understood. He then took the banknotes and kowtowed a few times. "Send a message to Ba Dao Gong. I wish to speak to third son." "Yes." The Taoist retrieved a talisman and was about to contact Jibei Ho when he remembered something. He then looked at Jibei Ho and his face fell. Jibei Ho's chi had dissipated by more than half. However, he couldn't say it out loud. He then said, "Duke, the law doesn't apply to the noble. The noble is unable to communicate with me directly. However, I shall retrieve a magical weapon crafted by my sect. Perhaps I can communicate with you for a short while." Hearing these words, Jibei Ho didn't speak. He knew that he was at the peak of his power. Now that his chi had dissipated, he was afraid that the noble was just a figurehead. He laughed bitterly. "Just for a short while will do." The Taoist hurried off to retrieve the magical weapon, accompanied by Shinji. When they returned, the Taoist revealed a mirror in front of Jibei Ho. It was about 3 inches long and looked simple and unassuming. The Taoist retrieved a talisman and placed it on the mirror. The mirror then lit up and a bright light flashed. After some time, the image of third young Master Weiong appeared. The image was a little shaky, but it was still clear. This was the first time Jibei Ho had seen a Tao art. Perhaps it was also the first time Weiong had seen it. He could clearly see his father in front of him. His hair was white, and his face was green. He looked extremely old. "Father, what happened to you? If this doesn't work, Father, you should hurry back to 8 Palace Island and make a comeback in the future." Seeing Weiang's worry, anxiety, and advice, Jibei Ho felt much better. He waved his hands as a fatherly smile appeared on his face. He stared at Weiong as though he wanted to imprint him into his heart. He then said, "I'm fine. It's just a small loss. I'll defend the prefecture, and the imperial court won't be able to take it down anytime soon. Once King Lu invades the north, the imperial court will have to retreat." "All right, communication is short. Let's not talk about this. Long story short." "Weiong, are you doing well on 8 Palace Island?" Hearing his father's words, Weiong felt that something wasn't quite right. He then replied, "Yes, Father. I've basically settled down. Now the island is being farmed, and a new route has been opened up. The government officials and ancestral halls have all been built. Things are getting better and better." Jibei Ho nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the foundation of the Wei family. As long as it continued to develop, it would definitely flourish in the future. "Are the people of our Wei family doing well?" Weiong hurriedly replied, "Father, everything is fine. It's just that there are some people who aren't happy with my ascension to the position of Marquis. I've dealt with them, but spare their lives." "Phew, you've dealt with them well." Jibei Ho heaved a long sigh, as he felt much more relaxed. He then took several steps forward. "That's good. Don't contact me again." Jibei Ho paused for some time before realizing that he had gone overboard. He then smiled. "Weiong, just focus on running your business. If there's no news from me, or if there's news that I've been defeated, don't get close to the mainland. You shall live on 8 Palace Island. Although this island isn't a secret, the imperial court doesn't know where it is exactly. AI, if all my plans for hegemony come to nothing, then the 8 Palace Island will be the last piece of land for my Wei family." As Jibei Ho spoke, tears began to roll down his cheeks. He couldn't control them no matter how hard he tried. The mirror in front of him started to ripple before it started to blur. "Father," Weiong replied. His eyes were red as well. He understood that his father was making arrangements for his funeral. As he spoke up to this point, the mirror started to blur. All that could be seen was Weiong prostrating himself on the ground. Father! The sound of crying could be heard before it died down. Everything was empty. Jibeho looked at the mirror in shock as he stretched out his hand to touch the air as if he couldn't believe it. Seeing Jibeho in such a state, the Taoist sighed and bowed before turning around to leave. Master! After some time, Shunji called out to him. Jibeho regained his senses and wiped his tears. He then retrieved a piece of paper from within his robes. It was about the size of a palm and was filled with tiny words. He handed it to Shunji and said, "These are the people who have been following me. However, their targets aren't big. Outsiders don't know much about them. According to the name list, here are 10,000 taels of silver. You shall distribute the money and disperse them immediately." He then continued, "It's a pity that you're too famous and have nowhere to go. If you have any reliable connections, then leave the mansion immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, tears rolled down his cheeks. Shunji smiled. "Master, at this point, I don't have any plans to stay alive. You'll be lonely on your way to the Yellow Springs. How can I not follow you? If we're talking about a small family, I have 2 wives and concubines. One of them has gone to the 8 islands of the palace, where third young master will take care of them. The other one has gone to another county, where they have some land and a shop. They won't starve to death." When Jibeho heard this, he laughed. "You can make the arrangements." At this point, someone reported, "High Duke, the Imperial Army is about to attack the city. The army has arrived." "They're here." Jibeho turned around and laughed. "It's good that you've come. Let's see how many teeth a tough nut to crack." Chapter 327. At this point, Jibeho's voice was filled with determination and fear. He then ordered, "Men, equip me with armor and bring me a spear. I, Wei Zhan, have lived my entire life. Even if I die, I shall die on the battlefield." As he said this, he stood up and raised his eyebrows. A strong killing intent emanated from him. "Yes, General." When the personal guard heard the order, he immediately retrieved the armor. Jibeho donned the armor. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and led his personal guard to the top of the city wall. When he looked down, he saw that the city wall was filled with soldiers. It was filled with weapons. The walls and the ground were covered with rolling logs and stones. There was also a small catapult that could be used to throw the stones down the city walls. There were also spikes. As the name suggested, the spikes were full of sharp iron barbs, iron caltrops, and gold soup. Jibeho's heart calmed down. He had an army of 30,000 men and was well prepared. How could the imperial court require tens of thousands of men? Just as he was thinking about this, the sound of a horn could be heard. Everyone's faces fell as they turned to look. They saw the imperial court's army marching towards them. Their formation was neat and tidy, and they were divided into many banners. Jibeho was an experienced soldier. With one look, he could estimate that there were at least 50,000 men. He laughed coldly. Indeed, they are well prepared. At this point, the soldiers waved their banners. Very quickly, the sounds of people crying could be heard. Jibeho looked over and saw rows of commoners walking out from the army. They were getting closer and closer. There were men and women, old and young. Jibeho was taken aback. The imperial court is using commoners to attack the city. The city walls were fortified with boulders, gold liquid, kerosene, huge logs, and other defensive measures. The soldiers looked down, unsure if they should move or not. "Tao Master, the families of the Jibei army have followed your instructions. They're all your closest kin. There are 5,000 of them, and they are all here." Songji reported to Pei Ziyun. There were 20,000 soldiers. If all the families were to come, there would be at least 100,000 of them. They were all carefully selected. Pei Ziyun laughed. Did these family members suffer too much? Hearing this, Songji hastily said, "Zhenren, some of these relatives are not willing to come, so lowly general had no choice but to force them to come. There are also some who are only willing to come after being convicted. Yes, some people were wronged, but I can guarantee that no one was killed or tortured on purpose. They were given rations along the way. Some were too old and weak, or were sick and couldn't endure the long journey. so they weren't chosen. Hearing this, Pei Zi Yun understood. Follow the rules and invite them over. Perhaps there would be people who would flee halfway, or some people who thought themselves clever would spread rumors. The necessary force and coercion were still necessary, as long as it did not lead to large-scale persecution. Get up. You did a good job. Seeing Song Ji kneeling on the ground, Pei Ziyin did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Bring these relatives to the city. I have something for them to do. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Song Ji's body trembled as he asked, Dao Master, could it be that you're asking these soldiers to attack the city? Huh? Pei Ziyun laughed out loud. How is that possible? Just bring it along. Yes, Dao Master. Song Ji turned around and led the commoners forward. Pei Ziyun then turned around and looked at his personal guard. Go into the warehouse. Distribute the loudspeakers, one for each team. Don't interrupt. Take turns shouting. Yes, Dao Master. The personal guard acknowledged the order and left. Ji Beiho looked at the commoners and was deep in thought. All of a sudden, he heard someone holding a loudspeaker and crying, I am Li Gong from Linchuan County. My son, stop fighting. The Imperial Army has surrounded the city. You can't win. Just surrender. This old man's forehead was filled with wrinkles. He looked at the city walls and shouted loudly, tears streaming down his face. At this point, there was a commotion on the city walls. I am Zhang Qianyang from Li County's East Lake Village. Husband, my son and I are waiting for you. This woman held the loudspeaker and started crying. Her son started crying as well. The entire city walls could hear her crying. I am Hong San from Zhun County's Bean Root Village. Your mother is crying so hard that she's going blind. She can't come. Let me tell you, just surrender. Stop fighting. Every family is fighting to survive. Now that Ji Bei Ho has taken all the food, if you continue fighting, your mother will starve to death. One by one, they reported their names. They were very clever, as there were representatives from every county. After a while, the cries from below the city walls shook the heavens. Someone on top of the city walls started crying as well. With this, the soldiers lost their will to fight. This. Ji Beiho didn't expect this to happen. He was so angry that his hands were trembling. He then said, Despicable, shameless, despicable, shameless. All he could see were the officers, sergeants, and sergeants. They were all agitated. Seeing this, Ji Beiho's heart sank. If it weren't for the fact that he had suffered heavy losses in North Prefecture, he wouldn't have been so agitated. His face darkened as he ordered, No one is allowed to cry. Yes. Just as they were about to start killing, someone shouted, Release the arrows. The sound of bowstrings being released could be heard as the arrows whistled through the air. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The speed of the arrows was too fast. Although the soldiers were able to react, it was too late. One of the sergeants was clutching his throat as he rolled on the ground, struggling. Blood flowed out continuously, staining the ground red. At the same time, more than 10 other sergeants were rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. Ji Beiho didn't have time to react before he heard someone shout, Shoot again! Another series of xiao-xiao sounds rang out, followed by a series of doo-doo sounds. Only then did the bodyguards react. Their faces turned deathly pale, and their mouths were wide open. Looking at the rain of arrows raining down like locusts, they instinctively raised their swords. No one brought a shield. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The remaining dozen of sergeants who were still alive had become porcupines. I shall see who dares to move. Several sergeants stood up, holding their swords in their hands. Many other sergeants stood up as well, holding bows and arrows in their hands. Their subordinates had drawn their swords in a hostile manner. Looking at the sergeants in front of him, Ji Beiho stabbed his spear into the ground and glared at them. Are you rebelling? One of the sergeants stepped forward and said coldly, Duke, now that you're going to die, we all have families and children to take care of. How can we be buried with you? Shinping, how dare you? Ji Beiho shouted out. Duke, I'm sorry. Another sergeant stood up and said. Someone else said, At this point, who else would follow you? As he spoke, a few other sergeants stepped out. They were all Ji-Bei-Ho's closest subordinates. One of them didn't speak, but sighed, "Duke, have a safe journey. Kill." At this point, a battle cry was heard as thousands of soldiers charged towards Ji-Bei-Ho. Ji-Bei-Ho's personal guards only numbered about 200 to 300. These soldiers who had followed Ji-Bei-Ho felt their hair stand on end. Kill. There were no more generals by his side. Ji-Bei-Ho pulled out his spear and charged forward. These soldiers looked at each other and followed suit. The atmosphere was tense. Ji-Bei-Ho held his spear in his hands as he charged forward. Halfway through, he looked around. Apart from his personal guards, the other tens of thousands of soldiers and battalions didn't move. Regardless of whether it was the generals or the soldiers, they were all watching silently, not making a single sound. Such coldness caused Ji-Bei-Ho's heart to turn cold. He didn't have a single shred of hope left in him. With a shout, he charged forward. At this point, the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. On top of the city walls, the sounds of killing could be heard. Pei Ziyun's personal guards surrounded the city walls. When they heard the sound of killing, they shook their heads. Looks like Ji-Bei-Ho is finished. Yes, it's not just the soldiers and generals. In fact, even the officials and the wealthy families within the city have given their support, especially the Zhang, Li, and Qian families. A Dao official replied. He then sighed. Initially, he hadn't made up his mind. However, the moment the Navy surrendered, he agreed without a second thought. The Dao Master is a master of strategy. Ji-Bei-Ho actually has no other way out. These words are flattery, but it's still very pleasing to the ears. Pei Ziyun laughed as he looked up the city walls. I wonder how long Ji-Bei-Ho can last. War was bloody and cruel, so much so that it was almost unbearable. But to be able to talk and laugh with one another, to be able to wipe out one's enemies with ease, gave one an indescribable sense of joy. Even Pei Ziyun had to admit that the fruits of victory were sweet and delicious, and he would be able to savor the taste for a long time, unable to forget. Kill. The second group of soldiers on top of the city walls were all elites. The battle was extremely bloody. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. However, these veterans who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood were able to make use of their advantage in numbers. They continuously squeezed and killed their personal guards. If it weren't for the fact that the city walls weren't big, the effect would have been even more obvious. In the blink of an eye, screams of agony could be heard. Shinping's face was ferocious as he fought with Ji-Bei-Ho. Every move he made was aimed at killing Ji-Bei-Ho. Ji-Bei-Ho's personal guards were decreasing rapidly. 200, 150, 150. The people around him were all bloodshot, and their bodies were covered in fresh blood. Shinping, hand over your life. Ji-Bei-Ho shouted out in anger. He found an opening and raised his spear, causing Shinping's blade to loosen. His face was filled with fear. No. Go to hell. Ji-Bei-Ho was filled with killing intent as he stabbed his spear into Shinping's body. Shinping couldn't dodge in time, and the spear pierced deep into his body. Shinping's face was filled with disbelief. All he could see was the spear being pulled out from his body. At that moment, his entire body convulsed as fresh blood flowed from his body. Huh! Ji-Bei-Ho laughed out loud as he shot an arrow at Ji-Bei-Ho. Shinji, who had just caught up, lunged forward. The arrow pierced through his chest and came out from his back, causing him to fall to the ground. Mr. Shun? Ji-Bei-Ho rushed forward and looked at him. Master, I will die for you today. I have no regrets. Shunji used all his strength to speak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Go ahead, I will be there shortly. Ji-Bei-Ho said. Seeing that Shunji was no longer breathing, he pulled out his spear and stood up. He looked around and saw that there were only a few men left. He then shouted out and charged towards the enemy. His face was covered in blood, and he was filled with killing intent. The general opposite him had a complicated look on his face as he shouted, Shoot! Xiao Xiao! Another patch of dark clouds appeared. Ji-Bei-Ho couldn't even defend himself. His body was pierced by 10 arrows as he fell to the ground. He had already turned into a porcupine. At this point, all the soldiers had been killed. The general knelt down on the ground and watched. He saw Ji-Bei-Ho spitting out blood and was on the verge of death. Ji-Bei-Ho's eyes were wide open, as though he wasn't looking at the general. He mumbled, "Your Majesty, why didn't you give me the title of Duke? Why did you kill my last guard? I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Before he could finish speaking, he was already dead. The moment Ji-Bei-Ho died, the doors to the prefecture opened. The general who was leading the way carried a bloody head and a seal. He then led a dozen officers out. They raised a white flag and knelt down on the ground. "We surrender." Seeing this, the entire army cheered loudly, "Victory, victory!" Chapter 328. The sounds of battle had stopped. Something had happened. From afar, they could hear the clanging of the gates as they opened up. Although they had expected this, they were still nervous. At this point, the flags waved in the air as the vanguard changed their formation. The archers stepped forward and formed a crossbow formation. However, there was no one outside the gates. Someone ran out waving a white flag and shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" Then, the black mass of officials and generals in robes of various colors were divided into two groups. They loudly called out names according to their status and knelt on the ground with a loud bang. "Men, check Ji-Bei-Ho's head and seal. Confiscate his weapons and send men into the city to take control of the surrendered soldiers." Pei Zi-Yun did not enter the city in case of an ambush. Chun-Yong, coordinate with the officials and lead the troops into the city. If anyone dares to commit any crimes, execute them immediately. "Yes, Tao Master," Chun-Yong replied and led the troops into the city in case of an ambush. The officer stepped forward and cooperated with the officials to collect the head, seal, and seal. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he returned to Pei Zi-Yun. "Tao Master, this is Ji-Bei-Ho's head. It's confirmed." "Good. The main culprit has been executed. I will follow the agreement and pardon all of you. However, you will not be able to retain your official positions. All of you shall be stripped of your official hats and await punishment from the imperial court." Pei Zi-Yun looked at the kneeling generals and officials as he spoke. "Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Tao Master." The generals and officials thanked Pei Zi-Yun once again as an officer stripped them of their official hats. Prefecture Prince Qingshun was extremely nervous as he followed beside Pei Zi-Yun. Looking at the bloody scene, he trembled slightly and tried his best to straighten his back. Throughout the names of the surrendered soldiers. Those who should be sent back to their villages should be sent back to their villages. Arrange for these commoners to follow the surrendered soldiers back to their villages. Yes, the soldiers collected their weapons and took inventory. Everything was done in an orderly manner. After a long time, from the city gates to the governor's mansion, there were sentries every 3 meters and rows of soldiers every 5 meters. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, as though they were about to face a great enemy. Pei Zi-Yun sat on his horse, deep in thought. Chun-Yong then came out and reported, "Tao Master, the city is safe. We can enter now." A gust of wind blew past, causing Pei Zi-Yun to relax slightly. He then revealed a smile and raised his whip. "Your Highness, the rebellion in Ing Prefecture has been quelled. Let's enter." Hearing Pei Zi-Yun's words, Prefecture Prince Changshun nodded his head. "Everything shall be arranged by Tao Master. Enter the city." Following Pei Zi-Yun's command, the entire army marched into the city. Occasionally, there would be people peeking through the windows of the houses along the street. However, their doors were shut tight, and they didn't dare to come out. It was quiet and cold like a ghost town. This made Pei Zi-Yun, who was surrounded by people, extremely satisfied. He didn't think that this was boring. All the way to the Governor-General's mansion, there were already bodyguards standing in front of the screen wall, waiting with their hands hanging down in front of the vermilion lacquer and copper-nailed main door. Several officials and officers who had entered earlier were standing on the side. Seeing the prefecture king and Pei Zi-Yun approaching, they all knelt down. One of them was a 4th-ranked civil official, around 40 years of age. He had high cheekbones and was capable and agile. He bowed in a practiced manner. Pei Ziyin actually knew this person. He was Counselor Qin Yuanji. He had escaped a calamity and was not a county magistrate. He was not responsible for the loss of his land. He was one of the highest-ranking civil officials in Ying Prefecture. He was the one who had entered the city earlier. At this point, he followed behind Pei Ziyin and Qin Yuanji. The Governor-General's mansion was very majestic, and he could see traces of new decorations. Pei Ziyin stood still and sighed. He then turned to Qin Yuanji and said, "The traitorous Marquis has overstepped his authority to be a duke and has violated the rules. All of these must be removed. But it's all right for the Prefecture King to be here. As long as you don't overstep your authority, please stay in the main hall. Dao Master, you are the main commander and should stay in the main hall." The Prefecture King said, "No, you're the main commander. I am a Daoist and should not stay here. However, I have not completely resigned from my duties. I have the Emperor's sword and the command medallion. I cannot be too humble, or I will tarnish the reputation of the imperial court. I shall stay in the West Wing." He then turned to Prefecture Prince Qingshun and said, "Prince, you are tired from the long journey. Why don't you take a rest now and continue the discussion tomorrow?" Qin Yuanji was secretly praising Pei Ziyin for his intelligence and replied, "Yes, your humble subject shall carry out these arrangements." Prefecture Prince Qingshun hesitated for a moment, but did not decline. He and his men entered the main hall and cleaned up the room. Pei Ziyin then went to the West Wing. Someone brought him a bathtub, and he took a quick bath. He then changed into a new set of clothes and shoes before walking to his study room. There was a bookshelf in the study room, but there weren't many books. Pei Ziyin looked around and smiled. "This is the governor's study room?" He sat down and pondered. Now that the destruction of the prefecture and the rebellion against Jibei Ho was over, it was time for the verdict to be made. Pei Ziyin ordered someone to grind ink and paper. He then composed himself and started writing his report. The destruction of Jibei Ho had been decided long ago and was written down. The lights were bright, and it was almost dusk. Occasionally, the sound of crickets could be heard coming from the bushes. "Water! Bring me some water." Prefecture Prince Qingshun was thirsty and called for Eunuch Chun. All he saw was a flurry of activity as Eunuch Chun carried a teapot and filled it with water. Prefecture Prince Qingshun drank some water before lying on his bed. He then asked Eunuch Chun, "Did anything happen during the night? Did the surrendered army make any moves? Were there any assassins? Or any other news?" Hearing Prefecture Prince Qingshun's worries, Eunuch Chun laughed. "Your Highness, Dao Master Pei's arrangements were meticulous. From afternoon till night, nothing happened." "Oh." When Prefecture Prince Qingshun heard this, he was somewhat disappointed. Seeing him like this, Eunuch Chun then said, "Your Highness, Dao Master Pei has sent a report over." Hearing that there was a report, Prefecture Prince Qingshun's eyes lit up. "Quick, bring it over. Let me take a look." "Yes, Your Highness." Eunuch Chun turned around to retrieve Pei Ziyun's report. Prefecture Prince Qingshun received the report and read it carefully under the light. Although Prefecture Prince Qingshun was young, he read the report very seriously. He saw that he was the one who commanded Chunyong to conquer the city. His face flushed red as he said happily, "My imperial father must be very happy to see me do such a meritorious deed." Eunuch Chun stood by his side and laughed. "That's right, Your Highness. With such a meritorious deed, I'm sure you'll be promoted soon enough." According to the system of the dynasty, a prince would be conferred a title the moment he was given a name. He would first be conferred the title of Jidushi. He would then be conferred the title of Duke, Prefecture Prince, and finally King. In theory, a prince could be conferred the title of Prefecture Prince. However, it was hard to say whether or not he would be conferred the title of Prince. This depended on the prince's background, character, and ability, as well as the emperor's thoughts. Now that he had done such a meritorious deed, it was almost certain that he would be conferred the title of Prince. A prefecture prince's annual salary was 5,000 taels of silver and 5,000 stones of rice. A prince's annual salary was 10,000 taels of silver and 10,000 stones of rice. His income was doubled. Prefecture Prince Chengshun was overjoyed as he flipped through the booklet. This booklet was written in a very special format. Every battle was divided into a single line. The names of the participants were written down, and who was the most useful. The booklet was concise and clear, and did not seem to be messed up. After reading for some time, Prefecture Prince Chengshun rubbed his eyes. Daoist Pei's booklet is written very well. It's much clearer than the booklet I read from my imperial father. Your Highness, Daoist Pei is very talented. If not, he wouldn't have been able to quell the chaos in Ying Prefecture so quickly. Eunuch spoke. Hearing these words, Prefecture Prince Chengshun nodded his head. Indeed. Your Highness, you're still young. It's not good for your eyes if you read the booklet for too long. Why don't you read it tomorrow morning? Eunuch advised. Prefecture Prince Chengshun lay down for a while. However, he couldn't help but stand up and wave his hands. I'll read it for a while longer before going to sleep. As he finished speaking, he rubbed his eyes and continued reading. It described how Chun Yong had participated in several battles, and how he had contributed a lot. When it came to Count Zhongqin, he didn't hide anything. He said, the Battle of the North Awakening seemed like a defense, but in reality, he was restraining the main forces of the bandit army. He played an important role in the war. He then continued, Meng Yao, as the Navy governor, did not look down on me just because I am a Taoist. Meng Yao obeyed orders strictly and was meticulous. He did not act rashly because he wanted to gain merit. Instead, he looked at the bigger picture and suppressed the Ying Prefecture Navy. This was a great contribution to the war. The generals explained one by one, not missing anyone's contribution. After reading everything, Royal Prince Chengshun closed the booklet and let out a heavy sigh. Boom! All of a sudden, a clap of thunder rang out, followed by the pitter-patter of rain. Commandery Prince Chengshun was startled for a moment before he laughed. The rebellion has been quelled. I'm in my room. Why would I be afraid of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? That's right. Your Highness has always been courageous since you were young. Eunuch laughed as he spoke. This rebellion is proof of that. Hearing these words, the 12-year-old Commandery Prince Chengshun's expression turned serious. The enlightened master said that I was a good strategist and that he respected and loved me. However, I am clear in my heart that there was no such thing. It was the enlightened master who planned the rebellion from 1,000 miles away. That was how we were able to successfully quell the rebellion. Such a great contribution was not even mentioned in the booklet. From this, I can see that the enlightened master's heart is truly magnanimous. Your subject respects me and loves me, yet I dare to steal it. Grind the ink. I want to write a booklet for my imperial father to hear. Although I am young, I have sent people to record the enlightened master's words and actions. I want my imperial father to see everything clearly. As he spoke, the Commandery Prince suddenly thought of someone and frowned. He paused for a moment before revealing a look of maturity that exceeded that of a 12-year-old. Write a copy of the enlightened master's booklet and send someone to deliver it to Count Zhongqin. Yes, Eunuch Chun replied as he started to grind the ink for the Commandery Prince. In a short while, the Commandery Prince had personally written down the booklet. Eunuch Chun watched as a sense of pride surfaced in his heart. Actually, Commandery Prince Chengshun didn't think much of it. However, from an adult's point of view, Commandery Prince Chengshun wasn't bad at all. He had all sorts of qualities and potential. It was a pity that he was too young. The emperor's health isn't good. How many more years can he rule the world? The crown prince has a son and cannot allow the young emperor to ascend the throne. Hence, your highness has no chance. Even if your highness doesn't have the chance to ascend the throne, the crown prince is considered benevolent. Your highness can easily become a prince based on this achievement. However, if your highness is able to receive the help of enlightened Master Pei, perhaps. Thinking up to this point, a low rumble of thunder could be heard. A bright flash of light illuminated the entire room, causing it to tremble. Eunuch Chun was so shocked that his entire body trembled. He didn't dare to think any further and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the thunderstorm is getting heavier. I will close the windows." Chapter 329. Chibei Prefecture. Governor's Mansion Count Zhongqin had planned to sleep soundly on his bed. However, he couldn't sleep soundly. There was a huge stone weighing down on his heart, and he found it hard to breathe. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, thunder boomed in the sky. Heavy rain started to fall. Count Zhongqin was extremely frustrated. He stood up and put on his shoes as he paced around. He then thought to himself, "I'm in the capital now. Have the prefecture king and Pei Ziyin enter the city?" A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire room. Count Zhongqin's heart tightened as he mumbled to himself, "Ing Prefecture has been conquered. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with this and reward them." The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He then thought about the prisoners of war and the injured soldiers. He then hurried out of the room and called for his personal guards to patrol the area. The rain was heavy. Count Zhongqin was draped in a raincoat, and his personal guards were holding onto umbrellas. The ground was muddy, and it wasn't easy to walk. "Who's there?" The guards outside the prisoners' camp heard the commotion and raised their spears. Their faces were filled with caution as they surveyed the area in front of them. "It's me." Count Zhongqin appeared in front of them. The guard took a closer look and realized that it was Count Zhongqin. They then knelt down and greeted, "Greetings, Count Zhongqin." Count Zhongqin had only arrived at the prisoners' camp for a short while when the officer in charge caught up to him. "Let me take a look," Count Zhongqin said. The officer's robes were slightly disheveled, and it was obvious that he had gotten up in a hurry. He then replied, "Yes, Count Zhongqin." Along the way, the prisoners' camp was heavily guarded. Count Zhongqin looked at the camp and nodded his head. "You've done a good job. Thank you for your compliment." When the officer heard Count Zhongqin's compliment, he revealed a look of joy. Count Zhongqin didn't speak further as he stood up and walked away. Several personal guards pulled a horse over and followed Count Zhongqin. They rode all the way north of the city and arrived at the injured soldiers' camp. He saw that the officer in charge wasn't around. Only his assistant was there. Count Zhongqin didn't speak at first. He raised his lantern and checked every single tent. He noticed that the injured soldiers were being cleaned and bandaged with salt water. This was a Taoist invention. Those who were not severely injured had their bandages changed every few days until their wounds were healed. Count Zhongqin took a look at the light injury camp. There was a simple bed placed there, and it was considered clean. When he arrived at the medium injury camp, the situation worsened. When they arrived at the heavily injured area, they could smell the stench of blood and hear the cries of agony. They could even see the medics working busily. Count Zhongqin asked, "How are the injuries?" The doctor shook his head and sighed. "There's a high chance that he won't be able to survive in the heavily injured area. I'm helpless as well, unless a Taoist joins in the treatment." But Taoist, his voice was filled with exhaustion. Count Zhongqin was speechless. The Taoist treatment had a miraculous effect, but it was the same with the treatment. As the Taoist, Qi, Qin, Zhong, and Qin. The Tao, the soldiers were to say, Zhong to the Qin, and to do. Two, to the soldiers to S to be to say. After a moment of silence, Count Zhongqin stared at his assistant and asked coldly, with a hint of anger in his voice, "Where did your commander go?" The assistant saw that Count Zhongqin was enraged and knelt down to report, "Count, Shangguan Lin Yi has gone out." He said that the camp was filled with the stench of blood. "He has returned to his mansion to rest." Count Zhongqin was enraged. His face was expressionless as he said, "Tell him not to come. You shall be the commander for now." Everyone around was so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. Count Zhongqin was furious as well. He suppressed his anger and stood up to return to his mansion. The moment he entered the mansion, someone reported, "Count, the Jun Wang has sent someone to deliver a memorial." "Give it to me." Count Zhongqin spoke. His anger had yet to dissipate. It was late at night, and the wind was strong. Rain was pouring down onto the roof. "Let's go to the study room," Count Zhongqin said. When he was patrolling earlier, his boots were stained with mud. Even though he was wearing a raincoat and had an umbrella, he was completely soaked. "Count, you have to change into dry clothes. Let's go to the study room." Count Zhongqin continued speaking. Seeing this, nobody dared to say anything. When they reached the study room, they hung up their clothes and asked, "Where's the memorial? Bring it to me." "Count, here's the memorial." As they spoke, someone walked over. He was dressed in silk robes and had long eyebrows. He had a scholarly air about him. It was Count Zhongqin's advisor, Li Jing. He smiled and asked, "Why is Count so angry?" Li Jing handed a bamboo tube over. It had been raining heavily recently, and the memorial was kept in a bamboo tube to keep it waterproof. Count Zhongqin took the bamboo tube and took a look. It was Pei Zi Yun's memorial. "What's the meaning of your highness handing me this memorial?" Count Zhongqin frowned. Li Jing looked at him and asked, "Count, is there something important in the memorial?" I'll know once I read it." Count Zhongqin laughed as he opened the memorial. Li Jing stood by the side. The oil lamp in the study room was bright, and there was some wormwood in the corner of the room. It was raining outside, and the windows were open. When the wind blew, some rainwater splashed into the room. Li Jing stepped forward and was about to close the window when he heard Count Zhongqin's voice. "Pa!" Count Zhongqin slammed the table heavily as he stood up. His face was cold and pale. He took a few steps forward. His face was filled with anger. "Count, what's wrong?" Li Jing said as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Count Zhongqin did not say anything. He held the booklet in his hand so tightly that his fingers turned blue. His face was deathly pale as he sat in his seat. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Count Zhongqin's face turned cold as he heard a familiar voice. It was his housekeeper. "Count, you're patrolling the camp on such a rainy night. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. I've asked someone to brew some tea for you. Have some." The old voice spoke, filled with concern. Hearing this, Count Zhongqin's expression softened. The old housekeeper had followed Count Zhongqin for over 20 years. "Come in." Count Zhongqin spoke as the old housekeeper pushed the door open. He held a pot in his hands, which was steaming hot and had a fragrant aroma. "Count Zhongqin, the weather is cold. Take care of yourself. Madam and young master are waiting for you in the capital," the old housekeeper said as he poured the tea. Hearing these words, the coldness in Count Zhongqin's eyes faded. He closed his eyes and didn't speak. "Uncle Fu, I haven't had tea for a long time. Did you bring it from home?" Count Zhongqin asked as he took a sip. "Yes, Count Zhongqin. The tea was made by Madam before she left. She said that Count Zhongqin didn't pay attention to the wind and rain. She asked me to prepare it for you." Hearing the old housekeeper's words, Count Zhongqin took a sip and put the bowl back. "Uncle Fu, you can leave first." "Yes." The old housekeeper turned around and left. Seeing that he was far away, Count Zhongqin didn't say anything. He just handed the memorial to Li Jing. Li Jing took the memorial and read it carefully. He thought that there would be bad news about Count Zhongqin, but he didn't see any. Instead, he reported Count Zhongqin's achievements. But why did Count Zhongqin have such an expression? He then asked carefully, "Count Zhongqin, to be honest, this memorial is very fair. Count Zhongqin's achievements have all been reported. Is there anything wrong with it?" Li Jing's face was filled with hesitation and confusion. Seeing Li Jing's careful expression, Count Zhongqin sighed. "Do you think that I'm jealous of Pei Ziyan?" Count Zhongqin took another sip of the tea. It was still a little hot. He then placed it down and said, "I'm afraid." "Count Zhongqin, I don't understand. What is fear?" Li Jing asked. His eyes were filled with doubt. Seeing that Li Jing didn't understand, Count Zhongqin stood up and paced back and forth. "Jibei Ho is dead. The chaos-ing prefecture has been quelled. Look at Pei Ziyan. Ever since he received his orders, he set up a net around the capital city, forming an iron curtain." This was what he said. Count Zhongqin continued pacing back and forth as he looked out of the window. Under the heavy rain, He could see the trees and flowers trembling. Only the sound of the gong could be heard. He sighed. This man has always been talented. It said that the governor of Ing Prefecture's plan to exterminate the pirates was written by him. Now that I've seen it, he's indeed extraordinary. When we reached Ing Prefecture, he ordered us to sink all the merchant ships that reached Ing Prefecture. He also ordered us to restrain the Ing Prefecture Navy. When we reached the north, he ordered me to defend the city and restrain Ji Bei-ho's forces. This was so that Ji Bei-ho wouldn't be able to react in time. Because of this, he took care of Yuan County and Pingda County. Because of that, the avalanche was formed. Although he used a special plan to deal with Ji Bei-ho, without this plan, the outcome would have been decided. I followed the emperor on expeditions to the south and the north, and have seen many people. I've seen this man take care of Ji Bei-ho, and he was flawless. Even if I were to replace him, how could he be as flawless? When Li Jing heard Count Zhongqin's words, his throat turned dry as he swallowed his saliva. He didn't know how to reply. Count Zhongqin then continued. After defeating Ji Bei-ho's forces, this man and I have a grudge against each other. Yet when you read the report, you were humble and didn't mention anything about it. Not only did you give credit to the other generals, you didn't lose out to me at all. You were just an honorable. Boom! Outside the window, lightning flashed across the sky. The wind and rain blew against the trees, causing the rain to become heavier. Li Jing asked softly, Master Ho, what you're saying is that Pei Ziyun's actions were too meticulous. That's why Master Ho is worried about the imperial court and suspects that Down Master Pei has ill intentions towards the imperial court? AI. Count Zhongqin listened to Li Jing's words and nodded his head. He then took a few steps forward. Such a talent. If he were to lean towards the imperial court, it would be beneficial to the country and its people. But if he were to betray the imperial court, it would be a huge problem. Even in a peaceful world, he would be able to stir up trouble. The world has already been decided, yet such a person has appeared. Is this a disaster or a blessing? Li Jing then understood that Count Zhongqin had placed too much importance on Pei Ziyun and thought that he had the power to threaten the imperial court. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Count Zhongqin then continued. If Pei Ziyun was an ordinary person, then I wouldn't care. But he's a Taoist and is not afraid of fire or water. He's even close to the crown prince. Adding on the fact that he's skilled in both literature and martial arts, it would be a disaster. I'm not doing this out of selfishness, but for the sake of the country. As he spoke, Count Zhongqin lit a lantern and began to write. Li Jing wanted to speak, but swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to. Count Zhongqin's heart was filled with killing intent, and he couldn't dissuade him. Count Zhongqin didn't speak as he continued to write. From time to time, he would stop and think. The rain outside was still falling, and it seemed like it was getting heavier. Phew! Li Jing let out a long sigh. Unknowingly, his entire back was drenched in sweat. Chapter 330. Loch Dragon passed the Loch Dragon Pass, faced the Yellow River to the north, and was situated halfway up a mountain to the south. It was the eastern gate of Qin Prefecture, and had always been a battleground for military strategists. The surrounding mountains were connected to each other, and the valleys were deep and the roads were narrow. Boom! Smoke rose from the beacons as the sun shone down on the ground. The soldiers were perspiring profusely as the order was given. Kill! The black mass of soldiers followed the ladders and climbed up. Quick release! The guards urged the soldiers as rocks and logs were thrown down from the walls, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The soldiers who were climbing up were only halfway when they were hit by the logs, causing them to tumble to the ground. There was even a pot of golden liquid that spilled everywhere. The stench permeated the air, and screams of pain could be heard. The soldiers who were climbing up the ladders fell to the ground. Some of them didn't fall to their deaths and rolled around on the ground as they screamed in pain. Not only did this cause severe burns, but it could also cause severe infections. Unless a Taoist intervened, there was no chance of survival. Of course, the attackers were prepared. Someone gave the order, "Release." The catapults continued to hurl rocks at the city walls, causing them to explode. There were also carts that were pushed forward. These carts were extremely thick, with a layer of leather and a layer of iron. Small rocks wouldn't budge, while large rocks would roll down the walls. Firewood wouldn't even burn them. The carts had 2 wheels and could carry 20 people. At this point, an order was given, and all the archers leapt forward, shooting arrows at the city walls. Poo-pew! The arrows rained down on the city walls, causing a group of soldiers to scream out in pain as they fell to the ground. Ai! King Lu watched on, his fingers clenched tightly. Xiecheng Dong stepped forward. King Lu, although this pass is dangerous, we can prevent the imperial court from interfering. Hence, the moment we started our attack, we rushed here. Along the way, Wangxiong County surrendered without a fight. Although the Lock Dragon Pass refused to surrender, the defending troops weren't able to react in time. However, there were only 1,000 of them. No matter how much they resisted, they wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few days. Besides, we've spread the word of righteousness. Although it's a lie, the soldiers can't tell the difference. Hence, their morale has been affected. Xiecheng Dong glanced at the soldiers who were crawling on the ground and recalled what happened not too long ago. When King Lu heard about this, he mobilized his troops and entered the capital city to protect the emperor. He killed the traitorous officials and cleaned up the emperor's side. When the governor heard about this, they immediately followed the emperor into the capital city. Why do you all still want to work for someone who has imprisoned your father? King Lu hadn't even attacked the city when he sent someone forward to warn everyone. Although his words didn't seem to have much effect, he could see that both sides of the city walls were engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was obvious that the number of people fighting on the city walls was decreasing. He laughed. "I think we can leave today." Before he could finish his sentence, someone on top of the city wall shouted, "We've passed." An officer led his men forward, and as soon as they charged up, a few soldiers stabbed them with their spears. The officer wiped the sweat off his face and leaped forward, rolling to the side to dodge. With a single slash of his saber, a soldier's spear was sliced in half. Because of this delay, there were even more people charging forward. At that point, a hole was formed in the city wall. King Lu was overjoyed as he shouted out, "Find out who this is. You will be rewarded handsomely." "How many men have we lost?" King Lu asked as the officer replied, "King Lu, we've sent 4,000 men up. It looks like we've lost 2,000 men." 2,000? King Lu was filled with hatred as he took several steps forward. "This time, I've lost so many soldiers. Kill them all, kill them all." Xiecheng Dong stood by the side and watched as the city was breached. When he heard that King Lu wanted to kill the rest of the soldiers, he was taken aback and said, "King Lu, you can't do that. Originally, we had to kill those who resisted. If everyone resisted, what would happen? However, this is your first battle, and is a good example. If you accept the surrender, then everyone else will surrender." "That's right, King Lu. We mustn't kill them anymore. If we ask them to surrender now, the next time we attack, they might surrender." Eunuch Liao spoke out as well. When King Lu heard this, he was enraged. At this point, his emotions and logic were fighting. He took several deep breaths before he could calm himself down. He then said, "You're right. Let's follow this plan and get them to surrender." "Yes, King Lu." Xiecheng Dong then spoke out. "Tell them to surrender first. If they surrender, then split up the surrendered soldiers. Find a deputy general. If the deputy general isn't enough, find an officer. Force them to surrender and lure them with benefits. There will definitely be someone who will surrender. As long as there's one person who surrenders, that would be enough to set an example." He then turned to King Lu and said, "King Lu, please act as if you're willing to pay 1,000 gold to buy someone's bones." King Lu waved a hand and said, "You're right. I understand. Let's do as you say." The officer received his orders and left. Before long, a loud shout could be heard. "Those who surrender will not die. Those who surrender will not die. We're doing this for the imperial court. How can we allow these traitors to surrender? Kill the traitors." Outside, There was a commotion as if the people outside were unwilling to surrender. "Fire the arrows." King Lu didn't speak. He only heard people shouting, "The crown prince has imprisoned the emperor." King Lu sent his troops to the capital city to protect the emperor. Even the governor and the governor have followed his highness. Why are you still willing to work for someone who has imprisoned their father? If you still refuse to repent, then we can only kill you. Traitors! Another person shouted out. However, as soon as he shouted out, he was shot dead by arrows. Finally, someone couldn't take it any longer. He knelt down and shouted, "We are willing to surrender. We shall follow King Lu into the capital city to punish the traitors." One person knelt down, followed by several others. Hundreds of people surrendered, and the sounds of killing gradually stopped. After some time, a 35 or 36-year-old general walked over. When he saw King Lu, he knelt down and kowtowed. "This general is the vice-general of the Dragon Lock Pass, Xiao Dao. I didn't know that King Lu was here to save the emperor, and thus resisted the heavenly troops. I have sinned. Those who don't know are not sinned. General, you've finally come to your senses. It's a good thing that you've forsaken the darkness for the light. Please rise." King Lu personally helped the vice-general up. He then looked at the soldiers who had woken up and was overjoyed. This was indeed an act. However, politics was like this. When someone took the lead, others would follow. When the number of people increased, it would become real. If these soldiers were rebels, even if they could be used, they would have to undergo some changes. However, now that he had told them that he was here to save the emperor, they could be used immediately. As for the future, even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't matter. He then laughed. "Let's enter the pass first." The Dragon Lock Pass still had its own mansion. Before long, a map was laid out on the table. It was a map of the entire Qin prefecture. King Lu was clad in his armor as he raised an eyebrow. Eunuch Liao and Xie Chengdong stood by his side. "Mr. Xie, we've already taken control of the pass. Do you have any suggestions?" King Lu turned his head slightly to look at Xie Chengdong, who was on his left. He had a smile on his face. This time, he had successfully taken control of the Dragon Lock Pass. His father, the emperor, wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Xie Chengdong thought for some time before pointing to the map in front of him. "King Lu, once we've taken control of the Dragon Lock Pass, we'll be able to take control of Qin Prefecture. This is what I've said before. Now that we've taken control of the situation, it can be said that we're halfway there. However, the imperial court has control over the lands, and their strength isn't something that Qin Prefecture can match up to. If we ignore the imperial court and rely on the Dragon Lock Pass to take control of Qin Prefecture, when we're done, we'll realize that the imperial court's hundreds of thousands of troops have already arrived. Even if we can hold out for a period of time, we'll still be defeated. We have to take advantage of the fact that the imperial court can't mobilize their troops in time to attack the capital." "What?" King Lu's body stiffened. His face was filled with shock. He looked at Xie Chengdong and asked, "My army only has 20,000 men. How can we attack the capital city?" Xie Chengdong couldn't help but laugh. "King Lu, do you remember the incident with the king of the Stone Nation 400 years ago?" "King of the Stone Nation?" King Lu was deep in thought. He then heard Xie Chengdong continue. "That year, the king of the Stone Nation rebelled and conquered Ning City. He proclaimed himself the king of the Stone Nation. In less than 2 months, he ordered Lin Xiang to lead an army of 20,000 men on a northern expedition. At one point, they got close to the capital city. Because they were alone, they were surrounded and killed by the king of the Stone Nation. Many people thought that this was a stupid move, as they were alone in the enemy's army. Xie Chengdong revealed a cold smile, but this was actually a stroke of genius. If King Lu were to look into history, you'd realize that this mere 20,000 men was enough to scare the entire capital city into sending reinforcements to protect them. The expeditionary army held out for close to 2 years. During this period of time, the king of the Stone Nation's army was invincible in the south. They took down several towns and cities, and their names spread far and wide. What's more, the Northern Expedition Army disrupted the plans of the imperial court and caused the south to have no troops to send in reinforcements. When the Northern Expedition Army failed, the imperial court was freed up and all the prefectures joined forces. Step by step, they killed the king of the Stone Nation in 13 years. The king of the Stone Nation failed, but history has left us with the secret to their success. Furthermore, we can improve upon this secret. Our attack on the capital city was a strategy and not a battle to the death. Along the way, if we can take them down, we will take them down and use the money and troops we have. We can even transport them to Qin Prefecture. If we can't take them down, as long as we don't try to stop them, we can let them go. Along the way, we can spread the news that the crown prince is a promiscuous harem and has imprisoned the emperor. All of these were done to disrupt the plans of the imperial court and to give Qin Prefecture a safe and peaceful environment. Your Highness is after all the son of the emperor and has the natural ability to inherit the throne. The king of the Stone Nation and Jibei Ho can't compare to him. As long as we get Qin Prefecture, we can then determine the direction of our attack. Let's hope that Jibei Ho can hold on for a longer period of time. That way, as long as we get 3 prefectures, we'll be able to overcome this crisis and fight for the throne. Good. Mr. is indeed my strategist. King Lu thought about it carefully before he understood. He then smiled. A Daoist hurried in to report. Ying Prefecture has been conquered, and Jibei Ho has been killed. The imperial army has returned to the capital. When King Lu heard this, he was taken aback. What? He revealed a look of shock and disbelief. Xie Qingdong was much calmer and sighed. I thought that Jibei Ho didn't have the king's qi. Who knew that he wouldn't even be able to hold on for such a short period of time? However, this proves that King Lu has good fortune. Think about it. If this news had reached us earlier, what would have happened to us? Seeing that King Lu had regained his composure, Xie Qingdong then spoke out. But since Jibei Ho has been killed, our situation has become much more dangerous. I hope that King Lu can make up his mind. Chapter 331. We managed to capture the governor in one fell swoop. The various counties in Qin Prefecture have been split up, and there's no one to command them. Hence, their resistance is weak. Although we only have 20,000 men, we have to send out a division to attract the attention of the imperial court. The troops attacking the capital are of great importance, and only good generals can do so. Xie Qingdong spoke out plainly. When King Lu heard this, he sighed. I wanted to work together with the north and south. Who knew that Jibei Ho would be so useless? In the blink of an eye, we've been defeated. King Lu slammed his fist on the table as he spoke. His face was filled with frustration. He pondered for some time before he made a decision. He then shouted, Han Hongwu. Here. Han Hongwu strode in. He looked to be around 30 years old, and his handsome face was expressionless, as though it was made of steel. Xie Qingdong looked at him and didn't speak. King Lu was once said by the emperor to be like Xiao Zhen. He wasn't a useless person. Not only did he manage to win over the various generals in the capital, he even had some generals in his own palace. This Han Hongwu was 19 years old when he was attacked by bandits. He used up his entire family's wealth to recruit soldiers to capture the bandits. He then joined the imperial army as a 7th-ranked military officer. At that time, there were thousands of bandits on Mt Tong. He was ordered to kill them and was promoted to a 6th-ranked military officer. By the summer of the following year, he was promoted to a 5th-ranked military officer. It was just that this was the end of the war, and he didn't have another chance. Because Han Hongwu was a villager, he was ostracized and was removed from his position. King Lu stepped in to save him, and thus he became a loyal subordinate of King Lu. King Lu raised his head and looked at Han Hongwu. You are skilled in the art of war, and I am well aware of that. I shall give you 5,000 elite soldiers and 7,000 soldiers from the 2 counties. You shall go and conquer Qin Prefecture. Is that possible? Don't worry, King Lu. I have 12,000 men. The governor of Qin Prefecture has been captured, and the counties are without a leader. I shall take care of them quickly. Han Hongwu heard King Lu's orders and knelt down. Good. When King Lu heard this, he turned around and looked at Xie Qingdong. Mr. Xie, are you willing to join me and lead an army to attack the capital? Xie Dong looked at King Lu and sighed. King Lu is valiant and valiant. No one in this world can match up to you. This humble subject is honored to be able to follow your lead. These words weren't false. Although they had planned to attack the capital city, it was only a strategy and not a real attack. However, it would still be extremely dangerous for them to charge into the heart of the imperial court. King Lu was the one who dared to take the risk. This meant that he had a lot of luck. Furthermore, with King Lu's words, it seemed as though King Lu's luck had increased by several folds. Upon closer inspection, King Lu's aura had changed drastically. Yellow qi rose to the top of his head, while purple qi descended. Black qi surrounded the purple qi, forming the shape of a flood dragon. Hiss! Seeing King Lu's aura, Xie Dong's eyes started to hurt as he hurriedly closed them. If he wasn't King Lu's most trusted subordinate, he wouldn't have been able to see this. Hence, he didn't dare to pry any further. At this point, he sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling both happy and worried. Luck didn't come out of thin air. Even the Earth Dragon was only yellow qi. According to this world Taoist, 100,000 people were red, 1 million were yellow, 10 million were green, and 60 million were purple. When the dynasty unified the world, they counted 14,480,000 households, which equated to 70 million people. Even the emperor only had purple qi. How could there be such a change? Could it be that what King Lu and the blind Taoist said was true? Thinking about the blind Taoist, Xie Dong felt a shadow cast over his heart. The last time someone reported that a monastery had been destroyed by lightning, it was suspected that it was a heavenly tribulation. However, the blind Taoist's whereabouts were unknown. At this point, he didn't have time to think about it. King Lu then ordered, "All right, there's no time to lose. Pass down my orders. Prepare the army and set off tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone acknowledged the order. King Lu paced several steps before he thought of Pei Ziyun. He then raised his head and looked at the skies outside the door. He then sighed. The chaos-ening prefecture has been quelled in the blink of an eye. Pei Ziyun is indeed talented. What will my father think of him? Capital city, the sun was scorching hot, and the palace maids who were walking around were dressed thinly. However, they were still sweating profusely. As they neared the palace, they moved even more quietly. A eunuch hurried into the room and saw the emperor dressed in a silk robe. He was lying on the bed resting. The room was very clean and tidy. Only the incense from the coiling dragon furnace could be heard. The eunuch knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. "Long live your majesty." Seeing that the emperor didn't react at all, he knelt down once more and spoke carefully. "Long live your majesty. This servant has brought urgent military news." "What has that unfilial son done?" The emperor lay on the bed, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He understood that with his current situation, the only person he could contact was King Lu. He propped himself up and stared at the eunuch. After some time, he spoke. "It's you. Stand up and speak." The eunuch slowly stood up and spoke. "Your Majesty, there's an urgent report. King Lu has already conquered Qin Prefecture's Dragon Lock Pass." Hearing the report, the emperor wasn't enraged. He propped himself up and looked even thinner than before. His face was filled with wrinkles, as though it had been carved by a knife. He then sighed. "I know now. Heh, King Lu is indeed capable. How should I feel now?" After sighing for some time, the emperor then spoke. "Life and death are common. At this point, I'm no longer angry. All I feel is sorrow. To think that in the past, I wielded the 3-foot sword and swept across the lands. At that time, I laughed at the ancestors of the emperor. They were heroes of their generation and accomplished many things. However, they didn't manage their son's death well. Their son's death was a joke to the future generations. Unfortunately, it's my turn now." The eunuch's tears flowed down his cheeks as he choked. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. He could only choke out, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician said that you're fine. Your Majesty just needs to take care of your body. The imperial physician and all of you have been saying that I'm fine. I know that I don't have much time left. The emperor laughed. His expression was unreadable. His voice became softer and softer. My body isn't strong enough to quell the rebellion myself. It's all up to the crown prince now. As he spoke, more news came. The eunuch wiped his tears away and received the report. He then returned, Your Majesty, there's good news. Ing Prefecture has been pacified. He then handed the report to the emperor. Hearing this, the emperor was taken aback. Oh, so fast. He then regained his composure and asked, Did I say that the report was sent out that fast? The eunuch hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, this is a copy of the report. It was sent over by the Tao Records Bureau. According to the imperial court's rules, this isn't considered an official report. This is to prevent Taoists from taking advantage of the situation and to prevent Taoists from gaining power. The official report is still on its way. It'll take at least half a month for it to arrive. And I understand. Show it to me. The emperor said. It was fine if Taoists took advantage of the situation. The key was that during the intense battles, there had been many instances where Taoist techniques had been used to send messages. After killing people and investigating the matter, it was discovered that both sides were loyal. The only problem was that the process of sending messages had been distorted. The Taoist techniques did not involve nobles, nor did they involve important matters. This was something that had been investigated for generations. Hence, important information was not sent in this way. Instead, it was sent in the traditional way. The emperor looked at the report. These reports were all copied and were smooth to the touch. He could smell the fragrance of the report. The first one was Pei Ziyun's report. He opened it up and looked at it before stopping, deep in thought. Your Majesty, is there something wrong? The eunuch asked softly. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Pei Ziyun's explanation of the report was ingenious. It's very logical. The emperor replied softly, his eyebrows furrowed. He then continued reading the report. It's all because of your Majesty's good fortune that you have so many good officials. The eunuch complimented him, but the emperor did not say anything else. He continued reading Count Zhongqin's report. As he continued reading, his eyebrows furrowed again, and his face darkened. The room was filled with smoke from the incense burner. The eunuch looked at the change in the emperor's expression and started sweating profusely. The last report was from Prefecture Prince Qingshan. The emperor looked at it and laughed. He then shook his head. The eunuch was curious. What was written in the report? The emperor then said, Take a look. Yes. The eunuch acknowledged and took the report carefully. As soon as he finished reading, his heart started pounding. His shirt was drenched in sweat, and his hands were trembling. He didn't dare to speak. Looking at the eunuch's expression, the emperor leaned back on his throne and let out a long sigh. He then closed his eyes, as if he was tired from reading the report. After some time, the emperor opened his eyes. Help me up, I want to walk. Yes, your Majesty. The eunuch supported the emperor as he walked a few steps before reaching the corridor. This was actually a place for him to rest and recuperate. It was next to a pond in a garden. The sun was shining brightly, and the plants were lush. Birds flew across the sky, and butterflies and bees danced around. The emperor stopped walking and looked at the lake in the distance. The willow tree beside the lake had leaves falling into the water. Ai, the emperor sighed. The eunuch then spoke softly. Your Majesty, why are you sighing? He's just a Taoist. Your Majesty can do whatever you want to do with him. Hearing these words, the emperor slapped his fist lightly and said, Pei Ziyun does have some talent, and I treasure him. It's just that he's a Taoist, and Count Zhongqin's words cannot be ignored. Your Majesty is right. The eunuch said this and didn't say anything else. The emperor then asked, The crown prince should know about this as well. What's his reaction? The crown prince is very happy. He's writing a list of requests for Pei Ziyun to be conferred the title of true sovereign. He'll present it to your Majesty soon. The eunuch spoke. Although the crown prince was now in charge of the country, everything was still under the emperor's control. HM, I understand. Things are urgent now. The imperial court doesn't need to wait for the official report. Let's make a copy of the report and discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials. as well as the candidate for the governor of Ing Prefecture. Now that the war is over, it's time for the civil officials to govern the country. When the official report arrives, issue an imperial edict for the governor to take up a post in Ing Prefecture. Summon the meritorious officials to the capital city. Based on the official report and the intelligence reports, we shall decide on the rewards for them. When they arrive at the capital city and I meet them, I shall announce the rewards. The emperor spoke. Yes, the eunuch acknowledged. Hall of Literature, the crown prince started writing. At this point, a voice came from outside. Crown Prince, the emperor has an imperial edict. Your son receives the imperial edict. The crown prince walked out of the hall and received the imperial edict. The eunuch read it out loud. King Lu has rebelled, and the war is urgent. In order to calm the hearts of the soldiers, the crown prince has summoned all the important officials to discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials in Ing Prefecture, as well as the candidates for the governor. This is to calm the hearts of the people in Ing Prefecture, and also to guard against the plague and famine. Hearing the imperial edict, the crown prince hurriedly replied, Yes, your son obeys. Chapter 332. Fu Mansion. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and was dark and gloomy. A group of soldiers patrolled the area, looking relaxed. Ren Wei was let in by one of the soldiers and reported to Pei Ziyun. Greetings, young master. It's been a long time since we last met, and you've become more dignified. Ren Wei entered and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. He asked directly, What's the situation on Golden Island? Ren Wei stopped laughing and took out an account book. Young master, this is the account book. Please take a look. Pei Ziyun received the account book and looked through it. Ren Wei then continued. A few days ago, the Imperial Navy stationed themselves on Golden Island. In order to provide for tens of thousands of people, they built many buildings. Now that the island is much more prosperous, it's been left to us. Pei Ziyun looked through the account book and had a rough idea. He then pointed to a place and asked, What's the reason for the refugees' expenditure? Ren Wei was very familiar with this. After thinking for some time, he replied, Young master, in the past 3 months, due to the chaos of war, many people were starving and were willing to work for us. According to young master's instructions, we did not reject anyone. We arranged for the construction of roads and canals to be built. We also picked out honest farmers who were willing to work, as well as skilled craftsmen who were willing to live on the island. If it wasn't for the fact that young master was only willing to accept 200 families, we could have accepted more people. Now there are 500 families on the island and 3,000 people. Although there will be more production in the future, the short-term investment will be much higher. However, the island's production and construction has increased tremendously. We are now self-sufficient. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he nodded his head. He had to fight on a daily basis and would not be able to take care of all these details. What's the situation with the canals on the island? Pei Ziyun asked. This was very important. The main canals on the island have been completed, and the water wheel has been built as well. However, there aren't many suitable paddy fields. We've opened up 5,000 mu of paddy fields, and we're still lacking cattle. Now that the war has ended, we're preparing to purchase more. Farming is going smoothly. Since the island has no way to escape and has no natural enemies, a large number of sheep and calves have been thrown in. The sugarcane planted in September has been prepared. We've even opened up a small salt field. Ren Wei reported all these details to Pei Ziyun as he listened quietly and nodded his head. How's the trade? As Pei Ziyun listened, he continued to analyze the situation. Whenever he thought of a trade, he would ask about it. To him, this was the most important source of income for him in the future. Hearing Pei Ziyun ask about trade, Ren Wei thought for some time before replying. Because of young master's reputation, our fleet's trade was smooth without any obstruction. After the war ended, there were ships docking at the docks to replenish their supplies. Yes, we can continue to expand our trade. We have Goldwater Island, which gives us a natural advantage. However, let's not expand the scale of our salt pans. After all, The salt belongs to the government. We have to be self-sufficient and nobody will say anything about it. We could bring a small amount of salt with us, but if we bring too much, it won't be good. Yes, young master. Rinwei acknowledged. Pei Ziyun then asked, what about the rules and regulations? According to the young master's order, the Golden Island and the Century Island are 10 li in size, with 50 households in each li. We have appointed a village head and a clerk. The land has also been distributed. The tax will not be collected in the current year, but next year we will collect 1/5 of the land tax. There are 5 pavilions on the island, which can be used as relay stations. There are 5 soldiers stationed there, and all of them are fully staffed. Currently, they are training the young men and women. According to young master's instructions, only those who pass the training will be allowed to become soldiers or sailors. These personal guards on the island are under the control of Miss He Ching Ching. Currently, there are 12 of them. In the town, the mayor's hall, the registrar, tax collector, prison warden, patrol team, harbor manager, warehouse manager, and medical officer are all in place. They've even opened a school. The main reason is because of the war in Ying Prefecture. Some of the literate people are willing to migrate to the island. As for the ships, according to young master's instructions, they are all owned by the public. Furthermore, there are 7 merchant ships on the island and 2 patrol boats. Young master, I have not let you down. All the rules and regulations have been implemented. Of course, there are still some problems with the operation of the island. However, after some time, everything will be fine. It was no wonder that Rinwei was King Lu's official in the previous life. Managing the entire Golden Island was a piece of cake for him. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but feel satisfied as he sighed. You are indeed capable. With you around, I feel much more at ease. Young master commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, and Ying Prefecture had 100,000 rebels. Within 3 months, he had quelled the rebellion. What can I do? Rinwei spoke from the bottom of his heart. Pei Ziyun laughed. At this point, a Taoist official rushed in. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he bowed. Tao Master, the imperial court has an urgent report. Speak quickly. When Pei Ziyun heard the urgent report, his eyes narrowed. The Taoist official then reported, Tao Master, things are bad. King Lu has broken through the Dragon Lock Pass and is marching towards the capital. Tao Master, this is the report. The Taoist official then handed over a copy of the report. Pei Ziyun looked through it as his face sank. He thought to himself, this Xie Chengdong wasn't paying attention and caused such a huge commotion. I can't underestimate him. Rinwei listened to the news of King Lu. He didn't know why, but his heart skipped a beat. He then laughed out loud. All those years ago, the relationship between him and King Lu was over. Now that King Lu was rebelling, he would definitely die. It was fortunate that he had jumped out of this quagmire earlier. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he threw the report on the table and spoke to Rinwei. That's it then. Go to the accounts office and collect 100 taels of silver. Consider it a reward for your hard work. You may leave now. Yes, young master. Rinwei retreated. Ever since Pei Ziyun had led hundreds of thousands of troops to conquering prefecture, his attitude had changed drastically. It was obvious that he was now a loyal servant. You may leave as well. I know what to do. Pei Ziyun looked at the Taoist official as the latter retreated. Pei Ziyun exhaled deeply as he sat down. King Lu was heading straight for the capital, and the entire imperial court would be shocked. When the entire army surrounded them, what could they do? It was just that Pei Ziyun wanted to rely on the plum blossom to achieve his Tao. Actually, he didn't want to be involved in such matters. Do you think I don't understand this logic? If it weren't for the fact that King Lu and Xie Chengdong were tied together, why would I care if it was the crown prince or King Lu? Sect leader junior brother, he. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, all the hairs on his body stood up. He placed his hands on his waist as he jumped up in shock. He turned around and saw Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun. Seeing that it was Chu Xia, Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Chu Xia, you're here? Junior brother, what was that expression on your face just now? Were you scared? Pei Ziyun replied. Your sudden shout really gave me a fright. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he took a closer look and realized that Chu Xia had grown up. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, and her hair flowed down her shoulders, making her look even more youthful. Her chest was bulging, and she looked like a girl next door who had just grown up. Chu Xia didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She walked up to Pei Ziyun and sized him up. She then stood on her tiptoes and patted Pei Ziyun on the shoulder. Junior brother, sect leader, you've become more handsome. Your senior sister can only rely on you now. Chu Xia. Yi and Jun had been looking at Pei Ziyun and Chu Xia giggling and giggling. Seeing that Chu Xia was getting more and more out of hand, she reprimanded her. Hearing Yu Yin Jun's reprimand, Chu Xia pouted her lips as she picked up a piece of fruit from the table and sat down silently. Pei Ziyun looked at Chu Xia's angry expression and turned to Yu Yin Jun. Master. Yes, Ziyun, I brought everything that you asked for. Yu Yin Jun spoke as she retrieved several ingredients. The most eye-catching one was the free cloud seal. This was the seal of the sect leader. There were also some other ingredients, such as rootless water, lightning-struck wood, and colorless mud. Master, the Een Master materialization, transcending divinity, night roaming, removal of records, and immortality. My cultivation is sufficient, and I can go to hell to remove my records. Please protect me. I've already made arrangements outside. There are soldiers patrolling the area, and nobody will disturb me. Pei Ziyun said, although she could tell just by looking at the ingredients. Yu Yin Jun sighed. Our sect's Tao masters and patriarchs have all been removed from their records. The only thing we can rely on is the power of paradise. You're not even 20 years old, and yet you've reached this stage. I'm ashamed of myself. But don't worry, with me around, nobody will be able to barge in. You've worked hard. Pei Ziyun bowed and retrieved the ingredients to build the altar. This wasn't difficult at all, and was completed very quickly. Pei Ziyun took out some ink and started drawing the runes on the altar. He then used a red rope to set up a barrier. The brush in his hand stopped as a ray of light flashed. When he looked at it with his spiritual eyes, he saw a ray of white light forming a transparent barrier. Seeing Pei Ziyun busy himself, Yu Yin Jun then said, You have the Imperial Sword and the Imperial Insignia. It's not difficult to borrow some Imperial Qi. You don't need these ingredients to build the altar and borrow the power of the sect. Pei Ziyun placed the brush aside and said, If I don't follow the orders of the Emperor, I won't be able to spread the Tao. If I use it, I'll owe it to the Imperial Court. I'm not willing to do this on my own. Hearing these words, Yu Yin Jun looked at Pei Ziyun. She noticed that he was serious and had a dignified air about him. She hadn't seen him for a while, and his aura had improved. She then sighed, I didn't expect my free cloud sect to produce such a person. Pei Ziyun walked through the red rope and felt that he hadn't explained himself clearly. He then explained, Master, look at me. I didn't even stay in the governor's mansion and moved out. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm not addicted to cleanliness. If I have to use it, I will use it. As he said this, Pei Ziyun closed his eyes. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him and revealed a mission. Mission. Eliminate Ji Bei Ho and be bestowed the title of True Sovereign. Incomplete. Een Master. 7th level, 158, 2%. Pei Ziyun's expression changed, as though he was moved. He then laughed. After I've conquered Ing Prefecture, I've caused a sensation under the heavens. In a short span of 10 days, I've completed my mission. It's a pity I can't continue. I have to go to the underworld and retrieve the imprint before I can continue to improve. Pei Ziyun thought to himself and didn't hesitate any longer. At this point, dusk was approaching, and the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. The sun was setting below the mountains. Following the flow of energy, the altar began to glow brightly. The Een Master opened its eyes and pounced forward. A cold wind blew within the room. As the Een Master entered the room, Chu Xia stood up and looked around warily. Chapter 333. Black Altar Mountain built over hundreds of years. The main palace was surrounded by pines and cypress trees. There were pavilions and pavilions everywhere. Under the sunlight, it looked extremely lush and lush. Looking into the distance, one could see the clouds surrounding the mountain, making it look like a celestial mountain. In one of the pavilions, a Taoist with a golden crown was sitting on a couch. The servants around him were all female cultivators and looked very different from the usual rich and powerful people. The Taoist opened his eyes as a cold gleam flashed across them. "AI." The Taoist lowered his head and laughed. "Although I didn't manage to kill Pei Ziyin the last time, I managed to leave a mark on his body. An Earth Immortal's technique can only be detected by masters. Now that the mark is trembling, it means that this person has already infiltrated hell. Haha, no matter how talented you are, you have to be removed from hell. This is the perfect opportunity for me to kill you. I did not expect you to reach the 7th level of the Master stage in such a short time. I cannot let you live." The Taoist sensed his surroundings and laughed coldly. "I shall kill this person. Now is the time. Incarnation, what are you waiting for?" As soon as these words were spoken, an endless number of palaces could be seen below. There were many Taoists and masters living in these palaces. Spiritual lights shone from paradise as they surrounded a huge hall. The huge hall was filled with spiritual energy and was constantly being absorbed by a master. Suddenly, the master stood up and struck the spiritual bell. He then transformed into a beam of light and shot towards a direction. This place was like a dry desert. Chilly winds blew across the desert, causing debris to sway. It was nighttime, and the silence was indescribable. Occasionally, spiritual lights would descend and form a fertile land. Houses, residences. At this point, a beam of light shone brightly. It was Pei Ziyun's master. He paused in shock as soon as he landed. "There's the power of the spiritual realm. I'm very familiar with Free Cloud Sex Paradise. There's also the Dragon Veins. I can feel that as the lock is unlocked, paradise is beginning to form. This sea turtle is strange," Li Mu said. Just as Renwei was speaking, Pei Ziyun had already felt it. Now that his master had arrived, the feeling was even stronger. He could see a turtle appearing, and it seemed to be very close to him. However, it seemed to have a trace of dragon chi. The moment it neared him, his Tao arts slowed down. With a spiritual eye, he saw a palace gradually forming on an island in the distant ocean. Although the palace wasn't big, it was very clean and tidy. However, it didn't seem like anyone was staying in it. He couldn't help but sigh. Although there aren't many people on my island, there's still a sliver of imperial chi after the establishment of the government. Although it's negligible, it still has an effect on my Tao. I have to think of a solution. The simplest way is to pass it on to my descendants, but I'm not married yet. This palace is obviously much better than the ancestral temple. Come to think of it, the ancestral temple only has a few dozen or 100 people to offer sacrifices to, while the islanders are 3,000. They're under my control, and I will be able to move the father of this body there in the future. With that thought in mind, he turned into a streak of spiritual light and flew away. Underworld Earth was cold and gloomy. There were some places that were barren deserts that carried sinister winds. There were also some mountain ranges that carried earthen energy, where deities resided. On the plains, one could often see cities, towns, or small villages shrouded in spiritual light. In the wilderness, there were some wandering ghosts. Pei Ziyin looked carefully and sighed. There's light only when there's worship. Ancestral shrines can be turned into small temples or courtyards. As for official temples, if there's incense, they can be turned into palaces. As for the brightly lit, vast, and continuous palaces, they're usually the residences of the city gods. I'm heading to the underworld of Dong and Prefecture. This is where I was born, and also where the mark is. On a road, a ghost soldier was patrolling under the leadership of a ghost immortal to clear out the evil spirits nearby. This was to protect the peace of the underworld. At this point, they sensed something and threw a long spear out, piercing the ground. The ground exploded, and a three-headed, five-eyed, mud-like monster with the face of a baby emerged from the ground. It was covered in wounds. The moment the monster appeared, it let out a cry that resembled a baby's cry and was about to run away. The ghost constable took out a wanted poster and looked at the monster before him. "Superior, there's a report from Cloudy Town that an evil spirit has attacked and devoured all ghosts. This is the evil spirit in the picture. Still thinking of running?" The ghost immortal had a mark on his forehead as he spoke coldly. He then chased after the evil spirit and slammed his palm down. The escaping evil spirit screamed in agony as it turned into a ball of Yin-Chi. The ghost immortal took out a gourd and pointed it at the ball of Yin-Chi. The ghost constable then followed and started discussing, "Your Excellency, the evil spirits have been growing in the underworld recently. We've already killed over 300 of them, which is 10 times more than before. I wonder what's going on." Just as the ghost immortal was about to speak, he raised his head and looked into the distance. He then shouted, "Who goes there?" At this point, a streak of light came to a stop. It was Pei Ziyun. One of the constables wanted to stop him and question him, but someone pulled him back. "Don't die. This person has been conferred the title of Tao Master. Not only that, there are other forms of Imperial Qi as well." The leader of the Ghost Immortals thought to himself as he took a step forward. Yin and Yang are separated. This is the territory of Dong, and prefecture, which is under the jurisdiction of the city god. I wonder what brings Tao Master here. Pei Ziyun waved his hands. "I'm here to seek an audience with the city god to remove my Yin records." When the Ghost Immortal heard this, he sighed and was secretly envious. He even allowed me to lead the way for Tao Master. The underworld isn't very peaceful today, and the patrols are very strict. As the Ghost Immortal said this, Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "Please." The Ghost Immortal and Pei Ziyun transformed into 2 streaks of light as they headed towards the city god's palace. A huge city could be seen from afar. The skies above the city were illuminated by a bright light that enveloped the entire city. At this point, there were several ghosts entering and exiting the city. However, there were ghost constables everywhere, preventing evil spirits from entering the city. "Tao Master, you're not allowed to fly within the city. Please follow me." The moment they reached the city, the Ghost Immortal spoke. Pei Ziyun had no objections as he entered the city. Along the way, many ghosts bowed to him. It was obvious that the Ghost Immortal who was leading the way had a high status within the Dong and prefecture. The Taoist sects had records on how to visit the city god and what kind of etiquette one had to follow. After escorting Pei Ziyun to the city god's palace, the Ghost Immortal left. Pei Ziyun handed the invitation over to the Ghost Immortal, who was standing at the door, to receive the invitation. After some time, the Ghost Immortal walked out. "Tao Master, His Excellency's city god invites you." Inside the palace, the city god was reading through the report that the judge had handed him. If one's Yin records were not removed, he would have to come to the underworld to be judged and punished. As soon as he entered, Pei Ziyun bowed to the city god. "Greetings, city god." "I wouldn't dare." The city god's entire body was enveloped in a layer of spiritual light. He looked like a middle-aged man and was dressed in an official's robe. He had a dignified air about him. At this point, he looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "You are not an ordinary Tao Master. I've heard about the rebellion in Yin Prefecture. Please rise. We are separated by Yin and Yang. I wonder what brings you here. Do you have something to ask the mortal spirits? Or do you wish to remove your Yin records?" Pei Ziyun replied, "I've attained Yin mastery, and yet I wish to remove my Yin records. Tao Master's innate talent is outstanding. I didn't expect you to have already reached the 7th level. Removing your Yin records is an easy feat, however. Tao Master Pei, do you know that if you remove your Yin records, you will no longer be under the protection of the underworld?" Hearing the city god's words, Pei Ziyun fell silent. Removing his Yin records would no longer be under the control of the underworld. However, it was rare for the underworld to protect him. After some time, he took a step forward. I implore the city god to remove my records. Since the city god refused to remove his records, he could only forcefully remove it. However, doing so would incur the wrath of the underworld. The city god looked at Pei Ziyun and nodded his head. Think carefully. Once you remove your records, there's no turning back. Pei Ziyun replied, Of course, I'm here to retrieve Dao Master Pei's records. The city god then instructed the judge beside him. The judge then turned around and left. After some time, he returned with a book. The city god placed the book on the table and took out a pen to write down Pei Ziyun's name. Pei Ziyun's records in the underworld were removed. The moment the name was removed, Pei Ziyun felt his entire body lighten. A ball of black light flew out from the book. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand, and the black light landed on his hand. Pei Ziyun looked at it and saw that he had killed many people along the way. All of this was indeed recorded in the records. However, some of the details were blurry. Pei Ziyun then pointed at the black light and absorbed it all. It seems like within my master, there's a trace of the Tao of the earth. At this point, Pei Ziyun couldn't feel it clearly. All he could feel was that the bottleneck that was preventing him from leveling up had been removed. All he had to do was use the plum blossom, and he would be able to level up immediately. However, this was only half of it. The other half was in Snail Village. All he had to do was make a trip to Snail Village to absorb the imprint and return it to his physical body. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to leave, the city god did not urge him to stay. He then closed the book. At this point, the judge beside him whispered, This Taoist has a close relationship with the imperial court. Your Excellency, why didn't you warn this Tao master? Hearing the judge's question, the judge replied plainly, By removing the master, I've already shown him mercy. If this person wanted to join the imperial court, I would have warned him. However, it looks like he's unwilling. Why should I tell Tao Master Pei about this? Once the master is removed, his life and death will be up to the heavens. He will have to face this calamity himself. I see. Your Excellency is indeed wise. The judge spoke out in admiration. Pei Ziyun then left the city god and transformed into a ray of light as he headed towards Snail Village. His imprint was still there. All of a sudden, he felt uneasy and stopped in his tracks. Something's not right. I can sense danger. It's impossible for someone to betray me. What's the reason then? City god? The city god has a close relationship with the imperial court. Furthermore, I'm still in my honeymoon period with the imperial court. Not only do I have the title of Tao Master, I have the Emperor's sword and the token. The city god will not act against me. Could it be that the Black Altar sect is able to threaten me in the underworld? However, I've learned my lesson. Although I avoided the Imperial Chi and went to Fu Mansion to remove my name, there are still soldiers patrolling the area. It's impossible that they are a threat from the mortal world. Then it must be my master. I have the plum blossom on me, which allows me to avoid detection. Could it be? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he felt his own body. Gradually, an imprint appeared on his master. Damn it. So, it's because of the battle last time. I've left an imprint on this person. It was just an imprint. Pei Ziyun wiped it away. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as a streak of light appeared before him. A cold laugh could be heard. Too late. Chapter 334. The underworld was dark and gloomy. From afar, pairs of eyes could be seen peeking out. These were the evil spirits of the night, in the mountains far away. The earth immortal's body was glowing brightly. As he neared, he emitted a murderous aura. On the ground, an evil spirit that had lost its mind pounced forward. Before it could even get close, the light shone on it and it started burning, turning it into ashes. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes. His expression was solemn. He raised his hand and made a few hand signs before turning into a beam of light and escaping. You haven't even cultivated for 5 years, right? You've already become a master. Even if you're not the best, you're definitely in the top 10. Pei Ziyun had just escaped when he heard the Earth Immortal's words. Free Cloud Sect would never have been able to nurture you. Let me see what secrets you have. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun felt his scalp go numb. He tried to dodge, but a blood-red palm reached out to grab Pei Ziyun. The sky was filled with Yin Qi, and the evil spirits of the underworld started to flee. The might of an Earth Immortal is indeed extraordinary. Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. He knew that something was amiss and was on his guard. He waved his hand, and sparks appeared around him. In a flash, the entire area was enveloped in a red light. The spell altar around Pei Ziyun's physical body seemed to respond as a red light flashed. Amidst the red light, there were many talismans revolving around. Xu Xia had been observing Pei Ziyun all this while. Her face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Not good. Junior brother is in danger. Don't make a ruckus." Yi Yanjun turned around and looked at the barrier. She frowned. Since ancient times, removing one's name from the underworld had always been a dangerous obstacle for cultivators. It was said that in the beginning, the underworld was filled with monsters. Any Taoist who removed their name from the underworld had to kill their way in and out of the underworld to succeed. As time went on, the underworld became more prosperous, and there were towns and cities where evil spirits were killed. When a number of monsters decreased, enemies would attack and kill them. Removing one's name from the underworld was a dangerous obstacle that everyone had to overcome. Hence, there were many ways to deal with it. It was said that there was once an Earth Immortal who tried to stop other sects from attacking the underworld. He incurred the wrath of the masses and was killed. Pung! An enchantment barrier appeared, and a huge circle of light appeared to protect Pei Ziyun. The blood-red palm grabbed onto Pei Ziyun's enchantment barrier, and only then did they collide. The enchantment barrier around Pei Ziyun shrunk, and a crisp sound could be heard. As soon as the hand touched the barrier, a creaking sound rang out. Ripples constantly appeared where the hand touched the barrier, as if it was bearing an enormous pressure. Humph! The Earth Immortal snorted coldly. A hint of contempt appeared in his eyes as he said, "Insignificant skill." The Earth Immortal raised his head and looked at Pei Ziyun from afar. He then made a grabbing motion towards him. Instantly, a huge flame that was even redder than blood surged up and spread to the blood-red palm. The runes on the palm started to change. Pei Ziyun frowned when he saw the runes. His palm clenched tightly onto Pei Ziyun's chest. Ka! A crisp sound could be heard as a crack appeared on the enchantment barrier. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He knew that the enemy's spiritual energy in the underworld was too strong, and he could not defend against it. His enchantment barrier could only hold on for a short while. At this point, the Earth Immortal sneered, "You can't escape. In the real world, your martial arts are indeed strong, and I might not be able to defeat you in terms of techniques. However, the underworld is not the real world. Divine powers and cultivation levels are everything. You won't have the chance to escape." "Is that so?" Pei Ziyun watched as the enchantment barrier cracked open and laughed. "Ever since Xie Chengdong attacked me, I've been prepared. Why would I give you a second chance? Naturally, I'll have a backup plan. It seems like the power of an Earth Immortal is truly terrifying. No matter where you are, you're invincible. I've personally experienced your power in the underworld, and I've learned a lot. You dare to use an Earth Immortal to train yourself? I don't know if I should praise you for your courage or laugh at your arrogance. You're not afraid of breaking your back and losing your life." As soon as the Earth Immortal finished speaking, he clenched his fist tightly. Cracking sounds could be heard as the enchantment barrier was about to break. Arrogance? Pei Ziyun thought about how he had made waves in the stock market in his previous life and laughed. "You guys always think that I've fallen for your tricks." "AI." Pei Ziyun sighed and muttered a few words. Immediately, a piece of paper appeared. On it were 4 words written in gold, just like the Emperor himself. As soon as this piece of paper appeared, it circled around Pei Ziyun. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard. The dragon's chi circled around him, and he attacked the giant hand. Boom! The giant hand was surrounded by wind and thunder, and flames surged. All sorts of strange phenomena could be seen. Furthermore, there were golden knives and fire arrows in the air. Pei Ziyin was shocked. The paper seemed to be angered and revealed a dragon. It was a red dragon. With a roar, all sorts of strange phenomena could be seen on the giant hand. Although Pei Ziyin saw this, he did not even turn his head. He turned into a ray of white light and was about to escape when he heard the Earth Immortal laughing. Huh! The laughter was clear and unhurried. Pei Ziyin frowned. The Earth Immortal laughed coldly. I knew you would do this. I've suffered losses so many times. How could I not guard against it? Where do you think you're going? He formed a hand seal with his fingers, and the hand seal appeared. A five-colored ray of light surrounded the Earth Immortal's finger, and a Taoist aura emanated from it. A five-colored ray of light flashed, revealing 6 flags that were a few inches long. The clouds within the flags were extinguished, and the flames flickered incessantly. Seeing that Pei Ziyin was still escaping, the Earth Immortal's lips curled up as he pointed a finger at him. Ooh! A cold wind blew past, and Pei Ziyin's eyes narrowed. He saw the 6 flags descending around him. As soon as they descended, a cloud of smoke rose up and transformed into a cage. The cage shone brightly and blocked the dragon's chi, locking Pei Ziyin in place. Where are you going? The Earth Immortal laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's chi felt provoked and was enraged. The red dragon slammed its head into the flags, and as soon as the two collided, a thunderous sound could be heard, and silver sparks could be seen flying everywhere. The flags then emitted a cracking sound. Seeing that the flags had been damaged, the Earth Immortal could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned dark. What a good dragon's chi. However, it's worth it to sacrifice one of my sex treasures to take you down. I believe that the secrets you possess are more than enough to compensate for my loss. As he spoke, he channeled his energy into the dragon's chi and began to wear it down. On the altar, Pei Ziyin was sitting upright. His body leaned forward slightly, and a nosebleed flowed from his nose. Not good, Chu Xia exclaimed. Before she could finish speaking, the red string around Pei Ziyin's finger broke. Seeing the red string break, Chu Xia became anxious and shouted to Yu Yinjun, "Aunt, the red string is broken. Junior brother must have met a powerful enemy that he can't deal with. Quick, quick, we can only use our backup plan." Yu Yinjun's face was solemn as she turned around and faced a piece of paper that was placed on the table. She knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. Her face was full of respect as she bowed. I invite the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword and regal propria's token weren't here. However, there was a piece of paper on the table. The Emperor's sword had been imprinted onto the paper, which revealed the shape of a sword. Just this alone was useless. Beneath it, there was a line of words that read, "Only use it." The words were written neatly and were very eye-catching. At the bottom, there was a small seal that read, "Prefecture Prince Chengshan." As soon as he bowed, there was a wong sound as the piece of paper started to glow. The dragon's chi started to dissipate under the glow of the flag. More and more cracks appeared on the flag, but the dragon's chi had dissipated by more than half. The Earth Immortal heaved a sigh of relief and laughed coldly. Even if you're talented, you've still fallen today. After the last heavenly tribulation, the mysterious force that enveloped our sect disappeared. You and Xie Chengdong are both suspicious. Even King Lu's fate energy isn't normal. However, there's a difference in power and urgency. I'll take you down first and then investigate in detail. There was a lot of information within these words. Pei Ziyin didn't have time to think about it before he reacted and laughed out loud. It's a pity that you're the one who fell into my trap. As soon as these words were spoken, the Earth Immortal's face fell. He glared at Pei Ziyin before he transformed into a beam of light and tried to escape. A dragon's roar could be heard as a golden sword appeared in the sky. As soon as the sword appeared, the entire area seemed to stagnate. All the beams of light found it difficult to move. The Earth Immortal's clone was shocked and didn't have time to think. With a single move, the Six Flags lit up and returned to the Earth Immortal's side. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. Those who offend the heavens shall die. In the darkness of the underworld, a cold wind blew past. The sword's ray of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire area. Some of the evil spirits who hadn't escaped yet were burnt to ashes by this ray of light. The Six Flags were agitated as they floated in the air, emitting waves of energy. The Earth Immortal's face was solemn as he spoke slowly. Good. So you have a backup plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword's ray of light descended. The Six Flags were surrounded by clouds and smoke, faintly revealing umbrellas. Boom! A thunderous sound could be heard as the Six Flags could no longer withstand the attack. With a loud wail, they broke apart. Seeing that the sword's ray of light was about to descend, the Earth Immortal's face revealed a pained expression. He retrieved a small seal and threw it out. The small seal was thrown out and transformed into a giant seal. It was imbued with dragon chi and was imbued with the Earth Immortal's chi. The seal collided with the Six Flags and was destroyed. Boom! A huge explosion could be heard in the underworld as a beam of light shot up into the sky. The ground around the underworld exploded and a mushroom cloud was formed. The Earth Immortal's clone became dispirited and listless. It was obvious that he had sustained serious injuries. He wiped away the blood on his face and said coldly, "Damn it. Even so, I can still kill you in the underworld. You managed to use this trick once, and that was your limit. Can you use it a second time?" When a mushroom cloud dissipated, he stood up and saw that Pei Ziyun had disappeared. Where'd he go? The Earth Immortal was surprised as he scanned the area with his divine sense. There was still no sign of him. He then cast an incantation and a huge eye appeared above him. He scanned the area several times and there was still no sign of him. That's not possible. This man's speed was too fast. He couldn't have flown too far. Who saved him? Or was there some hidden treasure? The Earth Immortal's clone was unwilling to give up as he continued to search. A cold wind blew past, and a huge pit appeared nearby. An evil spirit who had lost his mind stepped on it. A piak sound could be heard as the dragon chi that had yet to dissipate was pierced through by lightning. He didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. From afar, the Earth Immortal's clone appeared and revealed a look of disappointment. There's really nothing. Chapter 335. All he could see was darkness, and a cool breeze blew past him. It was as if a voice was calling out to him, little white, the tribe has sent a message to gather." Hearing this voice, Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and realized that he was in front of a lake. The water was crystal clear, and he could see through it with one look. At the bottom of the lake, there was a layer of white sand. There were some aquatic plants growing, and fish were swimming happily in the water. "Where am I?" Pei Ziyun stood up and felt a little dizzy. He lowered his head and saw his reflection on the surface of the water. It was an unfamiliar face and looked no different from a human. The only difference was that he had rabbit ears. "AI, how did I become like this?" Pei Ziyun stared at the surface of the water and felt a little dizzy. Many memories surfaced in his mind. "My name is Little White, and I am a rabbit spirit. The fur on my body is very white, but I have improved very quickly. Hence, many demons are jealous and mock me." Pei Ziyun was in a daze as he recalled his identity. He looked around and realized that his memories were blurred. He laughed. "I seem to have had a very dangerous dream. Little White, the tribe is calling for you, but you're still sleeping on the shore. The humans are getting more and more out of hand recently. They killed another one of our tribesmen and treated us like prey. They even skinned us and ate our flesh. How detestable." A gentlewoman spoke. She looked like a young married woman, but she had rabbit ears as well. Although she was speaking angrily, she gave off a sense of closeness. "Yes, mother." Pei Ziyun looked at the rabbit and replied. He looked around and felt that something was different. As he walked, he saw many demons around him. They were all laughing and chatting. These demons were of different sizes. Some were humanoid, while others were monstrous. Not far away, there was a little girl who looked just like him. She had 2 long ears and was a rabbit spirit. Beside her was a cat girl with sharp ears who was playing on a swing. Further away, there was a woman with a monkey's tail who was feeding a few monkeys. There was also a dog girl lying on the ground, and a few puppies were drinking milk. Pei Ziyin suddenly had a strange thought. Could these people be cosplaying? Ha! It seems that the dream just now had a deep influence. Pei Ziyin shook his head vigorously and followed the rabbit lady. Very soon, they arrived at the tribe hall. The demons here were a little ugly. The monsters inside were all strangely shaped. A wild boar spirit with 2 huge tusks shouted, "I'll eat back the way those humans ate pigs. Now that they've killed one of our clansmen, we have to take revenge." Cough, cough. At this time, a voice rang out. Elder Goat stepped out. "Our strength is still not strong enough. We have to endure. Otherwise, what awaits us will be endless slaughter." The crowd below was extremely rowdy and noisy. Looking at this situation, Pei Ziyin only had one thought in his mind, which was that he was filled with hatred towards humans. One of the dog demons spoke up. "I keep a few people at home to soothe my fur every day. If they don't like me, I eat them. They dared to kill our kin and brothers. We have to take revenge. I feel that the best way to take revenge on humans is to lock them up in a chicken cage and not let them move. We have to force them to give birth and eat them." A chicken demon interrupted. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smack his lips. A vegetable demon shook the green leaves on his head. No, you can't do that. When the time comes, I want to plant a huge plot of land with humans. During the winter, I will be able to harvest many humans. Then I will skin them and eat them. No, humans cannot be skinned. If they are skinned, they will die. An ox spirit with a huge nose shook the horns on its head. Hearing the words spoken, Pei Ziyin thought to himself, "Survival of the fittest." However, Elder Goat persuaded him. "We have to negotiate with humans. We can tell them that we will only live in the mountains, in the swamps, in the lakes, and in the oceans. We will not fight with humans for space. This way, humans will not hunt us down. If they attack us again, then we will take revenge. If not, what difference is there between us demons and humans?" Elder Goat stood up and said. The demons looked at each other in dismay. At this point, Bunny Maiden spoke. "Elder, you cannot go alone. I will accompany you." Pei Ziyin watched as a sense of foreboding flashed across his mind. In the afternoon, a hawk demon flew back with blood all over his body. Not good. Elder Goat went to negotiate but was killed and skinned. The demons that followed him were all captured. Some were skinned and some were burned to death. Pei Ziyun's head was spinning. All of a sudden, his closest kin had been skinned. A strange sense of hatred welled up in his heart. A demon shouted, "Let's go and take revenge on the humans. Kill, take revenge." As the horn sounded, the demons in the forest woke up and shouted, "Go kill all these humans." Pei Ziyun and the demons started moving. They turned into a torrent as they headed towards the villages and the cities. Kill them all. Kill all humans. Take revenge for the elder and his kin. A voice shouted. Gradually, a town appeared in front of them. The horns sounded, and the humans quickly formed a militia to defend themselves. A very familiar aura of vastness appeared faintly. Pei Ziyun was stunned as a light shone in his mind. No. Pei Ziyin muttered to himself as a light shone in his mind. "Little Bai, why don't you take revenge? Go and kill them. They killed your mother. We have to take revenge." The demon looked at Pei Ziyun and shouted, "Revenge? Have you forgotten how your mother raised you? Have you forgotten how she killed your mother?" A rough hand grabbed hold of Pei Ziyun. He struggled, but the demon that grabbed him was a bull demon. He was tall and strong, and his friendly face was now solemn and focused. "I know." Pei Ziyun was confused, but the bull demon dragged him up. He saw a wooden platform in the town. There was a pile of firewood on top of the wooden pillar. "Mother?" Pei Ziyun saw that Bunny Maiden was tied to the stake. She struggled to escape, but she couldn't. She cried in fear as she was tied to the wooden pillar. One of her rabbit ears was broken, and her body was soaked in blood. A human stepped forward, holding a burning torch in his hand. He smiled as he turned around and looked at Pei Ziyun. No, Pei Ziyun struggled and looked at the fire. The firewood started to burn and engulfed the bunny maiden. Pei Ziyun could hear her cries of pain. She used the last of her strength to lift her head and look at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun could feel the pain and fear in her eyes. He could also hear her shouting, "Little Bai." A venomous hatred rose in his heart, as if he wanted to destroy everything. The demon started to urge Pei Ziyun to kill all the humans in front of him. Kill them all. Is that so? Pei Ziyun touched his sword, and in a flash, blood splattered everywhere. A bull's head rolled on the ground. You betrayed the demon race? The surrounding demons roared in anger. Pei Ziyun smiled. No, I'm not a demon. I'm a human. Why would I join your demon race in slaughtering humans? As soon as he said this, Pei Ziyun's body turned back into a human. Kill! The demon pounced forward, and Pei Ziyun slashed his sword at it. With another slash, Pei Ziyun's sword became cold. Chapter 336. So that's how it is, Pei Ziyun said as he stabbed out with his sword. One of the demons let out a long cry, but with a pa sound, blood splattered everywhere. Another sword strike, and a head flew off. The demons continued to charge forward, and Pei Ziyun killed them with every stab. The corpses piled up, and the scenery around him changed. In the blink of an eye, everything around him disappeared like smoke. All that was left was darkness. When he looked closely, he saw that it was just a space about 10 feet wide. It was about the size of a courtyard, and there was nothing else. Pei Ziyun frowned and stood there thinking for some time. He was puzzled. What is this? Pei Ziyun remembered that he was about to activate the second base when his vision turned black. Just as he was thinking, the plum blossom appeared and enveloped his body. As it enveloped him, he saw a ball of black qi. Pei Ziyun was shocked, and before he could react, he saw the petals of the plum blossom spin. With just a spin, the ball of black qi could no longer move. It transformed into the face of a three-faced giant, who shouted, "No, impossible! How could this appear here? Impossible! No, you've been broken for a long time. You should have." Before he could finish speaking, the petals of the plum blossom closed, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard. The face of the three-faced giant could no longer be maintained, and was turned into nothingness by the plum blossom. A wave of memories flowed out and entered his mind. Difficult to cross. Thousands of demonic techniques. Parasitic demons. Pei Ziyun closed his eyes and absorbed all this information. He frowned. There are no demons in this world, but the demonic aura has fallen. Is it because of the blind Taoist treasure? When the demon emperor's primordial spirit descends, it is struck by lightning, and its fragments are scattered all around. These imprints will target the cultivator. When the cultivator breaks through, the imprints will hide within the cultivator's own spirit and slowly assimilate the cultivator. The process is like this. It transforms into a demon and uses its emotions and hatred to kill the human race. As long as the human race is killed, it's a pity that this is all the information I have. Apart from a few densely packed special techniques that no one knew if they were useful or not. No, that's not right. Pei Ziyun thought back to what the black qi said before it dissipated. It recognizes the plum blossom. Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought as he carefully searched through the memories of the memory shard. However, he couldn't find anything. It obviously knows this person. Why can't I search through its memories? Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought. After some time, he thought to himself, no matter what, I have to get out of here first. Is this space formed by the broken shard? Free Cloud Sect's ancient records stated that there was once a patriarch who had been trapped within. Later on, he relied on his senses to escape. It was said that if one were to take the right step, one would be able to escape. Looks like I have to find a way to sense it. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he tried to sense it. Free cloud, sect paradise. Too weak. It's as if there's nothing there. Immortal Tao dragon vein? My proportion is too small, so it's hard. The Imperial Court's draconic chi is the one that resonates the most with me. It seems to feel close to me. Pei Ziyin carefully felt the Imperial chi and rushed towards it. Pai. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he appeared on the ground. Sunlight shone down. What? Where is this? Why would there be a sun in the underworld? Pei Ziyin was shocked as he looked around. The sunlight shone down upon him, and he realized that he wasn't surrounded by darkness and barren land. There were green trees and grass and a lake. Pei Ziyin was shocked as he stretched out his hand to look. He hesitated. That's not right. This isn't the mortal world. I'm a Een spirit. Why would there be a place like this in the netherworld? What paradise is this? Go! At this point, a beam of red light appeared from afar. In the blink of an eye, it was a carriage pulled by 4 horses. Pei Ziyin looked at it and saw that it was entirely red in color. The carriage was wide and adorned with jade pearls. The person pulling the carriage was an official. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a ghost. This ghost was dressed in an official's robe and was protected by a golden light. He jumped off the carriage and said, "Greetings, Tao Master Pei. I am the emissary from the Imperial Court of the State of Su. I am here on orders from the Emperor Qin Ming to welcome you." AI, Emperor Qin Ming? Isn't that the title given to his father by the emperor after he ascended to the throne? Pei Ziyin looked at the carriage and saw that there was a flag on it, with the word Su written on it. Pei Ziyin then understood that he had arrived at the Imperial Court's paradise. "Greetings to the emissary. Please lead the way." Pei Ziyin bowed to the emissary. He had escaped from the crack in the underworld and had alerted the emperor of the state of Su. The carriage was sparkling and translucent. The interior of the carriage was spacious, as though it was a hall. "Please." As he sat down, the wine flask on the table flew up and filled a cup with golden jade liquid. It then placed it in front of Pei Ziyin. "Thank you. May I know your name?" Pei Ziyin drank it and felt his fatigue dissipate. "This humble official is Fanren. When the emperor rose in rebellion, I followed him. However, I was not fortunate enough to die in battle. However, today, I am on the list of those who died in battle. Hence, I am able to enjoy the emperor's grace." Fanren said as the carriage sped along at lightning speed. Pei Ziyin pulled back the curtains and looked up into the sky. It was a different feeling. He then looked up and saw that the sun was rising in the east. The sun was yellow in color, but upon closer inspection, it looked a little red. The ground was filled with fields, and it was very warm under the sun. As they approached the city, they saw that there were more and more residences. Many houses stood tall and were surrounded by smoke. In the distance, there was a huge palace floating in the sky. It was supported by the clouds. As they entered the palace, the carriage stopped flying and landed on the ground. It was made out of white marble. The door opened slowly as a general came out to welcome them. "I am Li Yuan. I have fought alongside the emperor and was bestowed the title of Marquis. The emperor has sent me to welcome you." "I am just a Taoist. How would I dare to welcome you personally?" Pei Ziyin asked curiously. "Tao Master has contributed greatly to the state of Su. Furthermore, you have brought along the emperor's sword and token. You deserve it. You deserve it," Li Yuan replied. The two of them entered and saw a long corridor. Looking out, all the palaces were tall and beautiful. Looking ahead, they could see a pool of water. It was so clear that they could see the bottom of the pool. Flowers surrounded the pool, making it look like the clouds. There was a small pavilion with a zither, a jade stool, and a chess table. They were all made out of white jade, and the scenery was beautiful. Pei Ziyin could hear the sounds of people laughing. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but praise, "What a paradise." He then asked, "Even though we are separated by yin and yang, how can we know about the situation in the world of the living? I can tell the fate of the world, and there are people who have died in battle. The last time Count Ping Yuan descended, he cried and begged the emperor for forgiveness." Li Yuan was very polite. Where's this dragon chi paradise? Why haven't I seen it in the underworld? Even the records of Taoism are vague. Pei Ziyun asked. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the Marquis laughed. This place is no longer in the underworld. He stopped walking and pointed downwards. The Dragon Chi Paradise is the foundation of humanity. 6,000 years ago, the Li dynasty was founded. Until now, there have been 20 dynasties. Since it was decreed by the heavens, the country still exists. Actually, it isn't appropriate to call it the Dragon Chi Paradise. It can be called the Heavenly Palace. Without the heavens, without the country, the Dragon Chi Paradise would slowly fade. Hence, every new dynasty would have to rise above the old one. Many mortals think that the Dragon Chi Paradise is in the underworld. That's a lie. Look at the sun rising in the east of the dynasty. That's the proof. Li Yuan pointed at the sun and said. Pei Ziyun finally understood. So as long as the country existed, the sun existed. He then listened. Every dynasty is ruled by the emperor. Hence, the new dynasty would worship the previous dynasty. Of course, if the dynasty of the Qian dynasty did something against the heavens, they would be punished. The Dragon Chi Paradise has 20 layers. The Qian dynasty suffered the wrath of the heavens and fell a lot. Hearing the words of the Marquis, Pei Ziyun was shocked. So as long as the country existed, the Dragon Chi Paradise was higher than the underworld and formed the kingdom of heaven. Walking along the corridor, he arrived at a palace. There was a flight of steps leading up to the palace. The guards were tall and sturdy, and they stood in a line, looking very imposing. The Marquis entered the palace to report. After a while, he invited Pei Ziyun to enter. As he ascended the stairs, he saw 2 rows of pillars. Behind them stood a row of guards, each holding a guard of honor. The guards were dressed in different attire. Within the palace, an emperor was seated, surrounded by Dragon Chi. He wore a light green robe and looked very dignified. Pei Ziyun entered and bowed to the emperor. Tao Master, you may dispense with the formalities. I felt the Dragon Chi in the underworld. My son has yet to return, and I was the one who controlled the Dragon Chi. Naturally, I sensed it. It's not easy for Tao Master to be expelled at such a young age. The emperor looked at Pei Ziyun and said, There's been a change in the underworld. It was a coincidence that you were able to come here. However, you didn't have much time. The emperor seemed to think that Pei Ziyun had a close relationship with the imperial court. He then changed the topic and asked about the mortal world. Pei Ziyun bowed and reported everything that had happened to him. The dynasty of the Su dynasty has been peaceful for many years. Only the traitor Ji Bei Ho rebelled, but was destroyed by the imperial army. Ji Bei Ho is dead. I know what happened in the south. Do you know what happened in the north? The emperor asked. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was hesitating, he then continued, I know that this concerns the imperial family. Just tell me, I will not blame you. Pei Ziyun bowed. Yes. He then told the story of King Lu. The emperor was sick. King Lu started a rumor, and the crown prince was in charge of the country. Before Pei Ziyun arrived at the underworld, King Lu had conquered the pass. Pei Ziyun then looked up and saw the emperor's face filled with worry. He then sighed, This is fate. Without descendants, there's no light in the underworld. If there's descendants, there's a difference between good and bad. If there's a family, brothers will fight amongst themselves. Father and son will kill each other. My family has been blessed by the heavens and won't be able to avoid this. Your Majesty, the descendants will have their own fortune. Being separated by yin and yang will only make things worse. At this point, someone tried to persuade him. The emperor then sighed. There's a change in the heavens. Dragonfield's paradise seems to have some sort of power that's shifting its fate. I'm worried too. He then said, As for the mortal world, I will need Tao Master's help. Originally, the underworld couldn't communicate with the mortal world. However, for some reason, when these words were spoken, Pei Ziyun heard it and said that he didn't dare to. That's easy. Emperor Qinming laughed and ordered for a flask of wine to be brought over. He then poured the wine into a cup and said, "Drink this cup and retrieve the last piece." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun thanked the emperor and drank the wine. At that point, he felt a cooling sensation in his heart. He could feel the imprint returning to him. Only the last piece of Snail Village remained. "Many thanks to your majesty for the wine. It saves me a lot of time and effort." Pei Ziyun spoke as the emperor nodded his head. "It's getting late. I'll send an envoy to send you off." Pei Ziyun left. When he reached the outside, he heard the emperor's voice. "You've contributed greatly to the dynasty. However, you stole the imperial qi for your own use. I shall not reward you." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he understood. A Taoist could not steal the imperial qi easily. If not, there would be trouble. He was probably referring to the fact that the emperor was watching from below. If a Taoist were to steal the imperial qi and enter the underworld again, he would be punished by the emperor. The lotus pond was filled with white cranes. Not far away, there were several palace maids and soldiers patrolling the area. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. When the emperor conquered the world, he bestowed the title of emperor for 3 generations. This was the emperor's father. It's been said that he loved literature. He was a high scholar and became a county magistrate. His father was the first person to earn his fortune. "Tao Master, where should we go?" Pei Ziyun felt relieved and said, "I hope that Master Ho can send me to Snail Village in Dong, in Prefecture." "Go." The soldiers rode on their horses as Pei Ziyun spoke to him. All of a sudden, the sun disappeared and Pei Ziyun opened the curtains to take a look. He saw light and darkness forming a boundary. A pillar of imperial qi shot up into the sky. For a long time, Pei Ziyun did not speak. This was a place where the gods and humans mixed together. The immortal Tao and the divine Tao coexisted. Only then could history be seen clearly. How majestic! Pei Ziyun sighed. "Tao Master, we've reached Snail Village." He looked down and said, "Tao Master, be careful. There's an ambush." Pei Ziyun looked down and laughed coldly. "I shall not step out of the carriage." As soon as he said this, he opened the curtains and saw that Snail Village corresponded to the underworld. Spiritual light shone down and formed into residences. Occasionally, there were mansions and mansions. "This is where my clan's ancestral hall is." Thinking about this, he sucked in a breath of air. Instantly, a ray of light shot out and entered his mouth. The carriage did not stop and continued forward. The Earth Immortal's clone appeared, furious but helpless. Damn it! How did Pei Ziyun manage to get a dragon horse as a gift? Could it be that Pei Ziyun has obtained the approval of the previous emperor? The carriage sped up and arrived at a place where light shone from above. This was the boundary between the underworld and the real world. Ho did not continue forward and said, "This is as far as I can send you." Pei Ziyun bid farewell and turned around to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he woke up. He looked around and saw Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun patrolling the area nervously. A piece of paper on the table was charred black. This was proof that evidence had been used. He thought to himself, "Luckily I was prepared." He didn't wake the both of them up and called out, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and turned into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him and revealed a new mission. Master, 7th level, 188. 7%. Pei Ziyun was shocked. Retracting the imprint, it's increased by quite a bit. He tapped on it and felt the spiritual energy in his body being absorbed by his Master. He had arrived at the 8th level. Just by sitting down, he could feel the resonance of the earth. He could feel the earth's energy being absorbed by him. So I've obtained the approval of the earth. No wonder I'm called an Earth Immortal. Chapter 337. It was already the morning of the second day. Pei Ziyun's breakthrough had alerted Yu Yunjun was rather tired. Although she had requested the king's permission, the emperor's sword had taken a lot of energy out of her. Her face was pale as well. Seeing the change in Pei Ziyun, she stopped Chu Xia from shouting. When the energy dissipated, Yu Yunjun walked up to him and smiled. "What dangers did you encounter?" during your trip to the underworld. No matter what, congratulations on passing it. You finally reached the 7th level. Junior brother, you're amazing. Chu Xia stopped patrolling and looked at Pei Ziyun with wide eyes. Huh. Pei Ziyun stood up from the altar and walked a few steps. He thought for a while and decided not to tell them about his encounter with an Earth Immortal. He smiled. It's not the 7th level, it's the 8th level. I've had a stroke of luck. Not only have I retrieved the imprint from the underworld, I've also saved myself a lot of time. I feel like I'm just one step away from immortality. With immortality, my master will never grow old. The next step is to become an Earth Immortal. Phew! Yu Yinjun and Chu Xia were astonished. Retrieving the imprint from the 7th level of Master and the 8th level would require a lot of time and effort. If nothing went wrong, it would take at least a year. Yu Yinjun paused. Chu Xia didn't care and walked around Pei Ziyun. Junior brother, if that's the case, you'll be the first Earth Immortal in Free Cloud Sect. When that happens, everyone in the sect will have to address me as Earth Immortal Pei's senior sister. Hee hee. Chu Xia's teasing caused the entire room to be filled with joy. When Yu Yinjun heard this, she stopped smiling and sighed. It's not that simple. Pei Ziyun heard Yu Yinjun's words and frowned. Master, is there something wrong with this? Yu Yinjun sighed. Ever since you became the sect leader, you've been too busy. I remember that you've only read the Tao Art section of the sect, right? There are many secrets of the sect that you haven't paid attention to. Earth Immortals are not a cultivation level. Fortunately, I'm prepared. As she spoke, Yu Yinjun retrieved a book from within her robes. Pei Ziyun received it and flipped it open. There were 4 words written on it. Division of Earth Immortals. Pei Ziyun's heart sank as he continued reading. The opening chapter was very simple. The gist of it was, why are there only so few Earth Immortals in the past thousands of years? Why was there only one Earth Immortal in each sect? Now that I think about it, it is true. I have never heard of a Tao sect having 2 Earth Immortals at the same time. This question, I really didn't think too deeply about it. In my previous life, the original owner didn't even come into contact with this level, so I didn't know. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued reading, without a paradise, one cannot become a Taoist sect. Without a paradise, one cannot become an Earth Immortal. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's eyebrows creased as he relaxed slightly. He then asked, if you're not a paradise, you can't become a Taoist. I can understand that. But if you're not a paradise, you can't become an Earth Immortal. I have my doubts. Master, I remember the teachings of the Tao sect. The essence of a blessed land and a grotto heaven are the same. Yu Yinjun had long been prepared for this. Hearing his question, she sighed. It's the same thing. It's just that there's a difference. A parent and an emperor, a landlord in the whole world, it's just a difference in numbers. Originally, I didn't want to talk about the difference. This is a secret of the sect, but it doesn't matter to you. Besides, you've already touched the threshold. What? Pei Ziyun listened as Yu Yinjun sighed. Her expression was solemn and melancholic. Even Chu Xia, who was by the side, had quietened down. She didn't dare to be mischievous as she listened to Yu Yinjun speak. The world is vast, and there are at least 100 million people. Amongst them, there are many who are talented and intelligent. Even geniuses can be found in every generation. You should know that even without a master, as long as they understand the heavenly man transformation, they would be able to enter the Tao and become master. In the mortal world, they would be considered a grandmaster. But without a paradise to provide spiritual energy, only geniuses can become masters. If one is a genius, would the next generation be? The next generation? Or the generation after that? That's why even if a rogue cultivator has a Tao art to enter the Tao, it would be difficult for them to form a stable legacy. This is the original meaning of the saying, if you're not a paradise, you can't become a Tao sect. Yes, Pei Ziyun understood this very well. Without a fixed asset, you could enter a prestigious university and change your destiny. But how could you ensure that your children and grandchildren would be able to enter the same university? Cultivation doesn't come out of thin air. It depends on spiritual energy. Even geniuses without a paradise would only be able to reach the first or second level of Master. Not relying on paradise, not relying on the imperial edict, and being able to cultivate to the point of being able to achieve immortality is something that only a handful of people can do. That's why paradise and paradise are the boundaries between mortals and immortals. This has been a bottleneck for thousands of years. Countless people, including geniuses, have died. Pei Ziyan nodded his head. He couldn't help but think back to when he used the plum blossom to obtain Tao arts. There were many geniuses who used their innate talents to enter the Tao. However, they were only at the second or third level of Master. In the end, it was all for naught. Thinking up to this point, he was speechless and fell silent. Looking at Pei Ziyun, Yu Yunjun spoke. Without a legacy, it wouldn't be a Tao sect. But what is a legacy? Is it Tao arts? No, it's not that. It's paradise. As long as there's paradise, even if the Tao arts are inferior, with generations of Taoists, they can be improved. My sect's exponential powers cave is actually a branch of paradise. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he couldn't help but think of the previous sect leader and Song Ji. Back then, he wanted to make use of the exponential powers cave to break through to the Master level. However, he didn't have the chance to do so. In the end, he had to rely on the memories of his previous life to obtain spiritual herbs and concoct pills. Only then did he manage to break through. Yu Yunjun paused before speaking. The threshold to become an Earth Immortal is even higher. Earth Immortals are immortals of their own land. The sky cannot have two suns, and the country cannot have two rulers. The immortals of this land are like the emperor of the imperial court. Although they can be father and son, they cannot exist at the same time. Furthermore, this land has a minimum requirement. Free Cloud Sect's paradise is too small. It can't even meet the minimum requirement. Hence, one can never become an Earth Immortal. To become a paradise, the most basic requirement is to reach the minimum requirement. That's why one can evolve into a sun and moon, forming a paradise. That's why paradise has Earth Immortals, while paradise only has Masters. Over hundreds and thousands of years, I wonder how many geniuses of Tao have managed to attain immortality, but were unable to become Earth Immortals. Yu Yunjun was a little angry and helpless as she looked at Pei Ziyan. Tens of years ago, Senior Grand Uncle betrayed his sect. Wasn't he talented? Why did he betray his sect in the end? One of the reasons was because he realized this and wanted to find another way to become an Earth Immortal, something similar. But that's just wishful thinking. Yu Yunjun heaved a long sigh. It's been said that in ancient times, there were people who wanted to concoct pills to attain immortality. Indeed, there were people who managed to attain the level of Earth Immortals and were known as loose immortals. However, Earth Immortals have an endless supply of Earth veins. Even if a loose immortal were to attain immortality, he would have to continue hunting and harvesting spiritual animals to eat. Now, spiritual animals are extremely rare and are on the verge of extinction. This is the consequence of their actions. As the spiritual animals die off, loose immortals are unable to survive. There are also people who wish to harvest incense and are known as immortals. There are many different paths. Do you think no one has thought about it for hundreds and thousands of years? But as the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. The lack of spiritual qi in the heavens and earth makes it impossible. No wonder Xie Chengdong had black altar sects Qianji Mountain in the past life. He had to obtain Wangyu Mountain in order to attain Tao. Pei Ziyan thought to himself. Ah! Chu Xia exclaimed in shock. Her face was filled with worry and disbelief. She looked at Pei Ziyan and asked, "Aunt, are you saying that junior brother has no chance of breaking through to Earth Immortal?" Pei Ziyan did not speak, but his eyes were filled with melancholy. Ever since he started cultivating, it had only been a few years. Furthermore, he had been out and about for a long time. It was only now that he realized the difference between immortals and mortals. How could he break through to Earth Immortal? Could he be like Xie Changdong in the past life and dominate all the Taoist sects? However, he had the plum blossom and had opened up a new Tao. But could his reputation help him to become an earth immortal? Would he be able to maintain his reputation after breaking through? Pei Ziyun was deep in thought when he saw the plum blossom in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a few words appeared. Mission: kill Xie Changdong and obtain the dragon veins. Incomplete. Pei Ziyun looked at it and heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that the system believed that the only way to become an earth immortal was to obtain the dragon veins? Also, it was no wonder that the 3 Yes and 2 Guos were extremely lucky. Based on this, they were born to be earth immortals. However, an earth immortal only has a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. In the long run, it's not much different from a 10th leveling master. Yu Yanjun saw Pei Ziyun's expression and consoled him. Just as she was about to continue speaking, an armored soldier entered the room and reported, "Dao Master, a madam has brought a message from the Grand Princess and wishes to see you. Master, senior sister, both of you have guarded me for the entire night. It's been hard on you. Go and rest. We can talk about this later." Pei Ziyun looked at them as Yu Yanjun nodded her head. Pei Ziyun had things to do, and it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here. Pei Ziyun escorted Yu Yanjun and Chu Xia out and arranged for his personal guards to protect them. He then returned to the main hall and said, "Invite the madam in." "Yes, Tao Master." The personal guard left the room and returned with the madam. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that the madam was around 30 years of age. She was dressed in a silk dress and had some makeup on. She had a golden hairpin in her hair and had an air of arrogance about her. One look, and anyone could tell that she was from a wealthy family. The madam stepped forward and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "Greetings, Tao Master. I have come on the orders of the Grand Princess. I have something to discuss with you." This was a 6th-ranked fellow disciple's wife. Pei Ziyun had seen her a few times before. He was extremely surprised and didn't expect this person to be related to the Grand Princess. And it was rare for the Grand Princess to take the initiative to look for him. What was it for? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as the madam bowed and said, "Tao Master, I have come on the orders of the Grand Princess to make a suggestion to you. However, you can take a look at this and you will understand." The madam then retrieved a scroll from within her robes. This scroll was embroidered with silver patterns and looked extremely valuable. She then handed it over to Pei Ziyun. "The Grand Princess is acting so mysterious. What is it?" Pei Ziyun asked curiously as he picked up the scroll and read it. When he read it, his expression turned cold. Count Zhongqin. Chapter 338. Pei Ziyun had only read half of Count Zhongqin's report when his face turned ashen. He forced himself to continue reading. When he was done, he threw the report on the table and stood up. Madame Wen's expression turned cold as she mumbled something. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Pei Ziyun ignored her as he walked up the steps and looked out. It was summer and the leaves were lush. The morning sun shone brightly. After looking for a long time, Pei Ziyun regained his composure. The anger in his heart had turned into killing intent. He had seen many people like this. This person must die. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he suppressed his anger. He then thought, why would the Grand Princess contact me at such a sensitive time? Pei Ziyun's thoughts were running wild, but it wasn't a good time to think about it. He then turned around and asked, the report is confidential. The Grand Princess can read it, but doesn't care. Why would she send it to me? Madame Wen stared at Pei Ziyun and saw that he was furious. She then said, Tao Master, the Grand Princess knew about this report and ordered someone to make a copy of it. She then sent it to me through a Taoist official. She wanted me to warn you and prevent you from being plotted against. This is the Grand Princess's painstaking effort. I'll have to trouble Madame to help me pass the message to the Grand Princess. Thank you for your reminder. She will definitely repay you in the future. Pei Ziyun expressed his gratitude. Madame Wen nodded her head in agreement. Pei Ziyun then looked at her and said, "Does Madame have anything else to do? If not, I shall arrange for someone to send you back." Madame Wen laughed. "Enlightened master, the Grand Princess has something else to tell me. She ordered me to report this to you. Enlightened master is already in his 20s, and the young Canton Princess is already of marriageable age. The young Canton Princess has been taught the art of the zither by you and has resonated with the zither several times. It's truly a match made in heaven and a wonderful love. Moreover, the young Canton Princess is truly envious of you." Madame Wen paused for some time as she observed Pei Ziyun's expression. She then smiled. "Dao Master is afraid of Count Zhongqin because you're not in the imperial court. This is the best of both worlds. After marrying the Canton Princess, Dao Master is also a member of the imperial family." Naturally, Madame Wen spoke with a hint of envy in her voice. In fact, there was an unspoken rule in marrying a princess. The son-in-law of the Imperial Guard was a third-ranked official and enjoyed the salary of the princess. The previous dynasty's rule that husband and wife could not live together or eat at the same table was abolished, but they could not take up any real positions. On the other hand, the Canton Princess did not have much to do with this. She could still take up the post. This was a very tempting suggestion. As long as Pei Ziyun agreed to it, his predicament would be resolved. "No, junior brother, you can't agree to it. If you agree to it, it will damage your Dao foundation." As soon as the madame's voice trailed off, Chu Xia stormed in angrily. "Don't cause trouble. Your sect leader and his junior brother are in the middle of a discussion. How dare you barge in like this?" Yu Yinjun followed closely behind. The moment she entered, she pulled Chu Xia aside and reprimanded her. "Aunt, this woman wants junior brother to marry the princess of the imperial family. How can this be? How can this be?" Chu Xia said, her body trembling. She pointed to the madam, and a tear rolled down her cheek. "Be obedient." Looking at Chu Xia's angry and sad face, Yu Yunjun reached out her hand to rub Chu Xia's head and ordered. Chu Xia had an aggrieved look on her face. Not long after she left the house, she saw the madam enter the house. She felt something was amiss and eavesdropped on them. Now that she heard about the Canton Princess, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Yu Yunjuan's face darkened as she spoke to Chu Xia. "This is my junior brother's business. Don't talk too much. Sit over there." As Yu Yunjun spoke, she pulled Chu Xia to sit down. When Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun barged in, she felt that something was amiss. From the conversation between Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun, she could tell that one of them was Pei Ziyun's master, and the other was a senior sister. Seeing that Pei Ziyun did not chase them out, she couldn't help but close her mouth. She looked at Pei Ziyun and thought to herself, he is indeed a Taoist and doesn't understand etiquette. But a Taoist has passed the high scholar exams and has such a high status. Why isn't he interfering? Isn't he going to do something about it? Although she was feeling disdainful, she smiled and said, "The Grand Princess has said that as long as you marry the Canton Princess, it will not prevent the Taoists from welcoming other women into the family." The term concubine was used in ancient times when nobles married their daughters. Concubine status would be lower than the wife's, but higher than the concubine's. This was also known as a concubine. However, only those who were conferred the title of nobility would have such a term. Pei Ziyin listened without saying a word. Chu Xiao listened by his side, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. "As long as you agree to this, the Grand Princess can speak in front of the Emperor. You can even guarantee that you will be conferred the title of true sovereign." As Madame Wen finished speaking, she looked at Chu Xia and Yu Yunjun. This young Taoist nun was so excited just now. She had rushed in as soon as she heard about the marriage. Could it be that she was fated to be married? Or could it be this woman? Madame Wen pondered for a moment before looking at Pei Ziyun and said, "Taoist, perhaps you have someone you like and wish to marry." But the Canton Princess is still a Canton Princess. To put it bluntly, when the 7 states were established, other than the Emperor, even if the Crown Prince wanted to marry a Canton Princess, he would have to marry her as a wife. A Canton Princess, how could she not be a concubine? If you reject her, you and the Grand Princess would no longer be fated to be together. The relationship between you and the Grand Princess would also be lost. Her tone was a little harsh. Madame Wen then changed the topic. Besides, I've heard that the Canton Princess has become skinny and bruised just to be able to perform with you. Do you have the heart to let her down? Every single word of Madame Wen's pierced Pei Ziyun's heart. The image of the Canton Princess's pitiful face appeared before his eyes. He sighed and thought for some time before sighing. It's not that I don't know how much the Canton Princess has done for me. It's just that I cannot agree to this condition. Please reply to the Grand Princess's words. I have an engagement and cannot break it. There's no such thing as this in this world. Madame Wen repeated it several times in her heart. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She then said, Taoist, please reconsider. There's no need for that. Pass this message to the Grand Princess. Pei Ziyun then turned to Yu Yunjun. Master, please send Madame Wen off. We'll have a chat later. Since he was bidding farewell, Madame Wen had no choice but to take her leave. Yu Yunjun sighed and followed Chu Xia out to send Madame Wen off. Chu Xia watched as Madame Wen left and was extremely displeased. She then said to Yu Yunjun, Aunt, that woman was dreaming. Jun, your brother, is an earth immortal. How could he marry a Canton princess? Yu Yunjun listened to this and didn't say anything. She then walked along the cobblestone path. All of a sudden, she stopped under a tree. Can you give up now? As soon as Yu Yunjun said this, Chu Xia froze and stopped walking. She then bit her lips and didn't speak. How could I not understand what you're thinking? It's just that even the Canton princess wouldn't agree. How could you? Yu Yunjun pulled Chu Xia closer to her. She then saw that Chu Xia's tears were already rolling down her cheeks. Aunt! Chu Xia threw herself into Yu Yunjun's embrace, sobbing so hard that her clothes were wet. Yu Yunjun let out a long sigh and didn't speak. After some time, she then patted her shoulders. Aunt still needs to speak to your sect leader. If you're like this, don't go. Seeing Chu Xia leave, she couldn't help but feel melancholy. She then returned to the main hall and saw Pei Ziyun's expression. He looked both happy and sad at the same time. She then said, What's wrong? Can't bear to part with the beauty? This matter isn't that simple. Master, please accompany me for a while. Pei Ziyun then spoke as the both of them walked along a corridor towards the west. After turning a corner, the view before them opened up. There was a small stream in the middle of the house. The stream was paved with stone slabs and flowers. Not far away, there was a small pavilion with the word Stream Pavilion written on it. There were about 10 peach trees planted around the pavilion. If it was spring, the flowers would have bloomed, but now it was refreshing. However, Yu Yunjun wasn't in the mood to admire the scenery. She knew that this disciple of hers had great foresight. She then sat down and said, Speak. What's the matter? Could it be that there's a trap? Pei Ziyun laughed as his expression softened. He then smiled. Master, have you studied the art of politics before? If you're not talented, how are you going to defeat an enemy who's more talented than you? Yu Yunjun waved her hands and said, Only men like you would study such things. Speak, I'm listening. Pei Ziyun smiled as he walked out of the pavilion. He didn't follow the path he came from, but instead walked along the corridor. He stopped in front of a wall of flowers that was covered in ivy. He then smiled and said, It's actually very simple. It's just one sentence. Put your heart and soul first. Put your heart and soul first. Put your heart and soul first. Yu Yunjun frowned. That's a good thing to say. But when you say it, why does it sound so wrong? That's right. A talented person is like a sword. Both sides are sharp. If it's sharp against the enemy, wouldn't it be the same for yourself? If you meet someone who's talented, not only should you not go against him directly, you should also think of ways to flatter him. After that, when his colleagues and superiors hear about it, the superiors and colleagues will feel uncomfortable. Pei Ziyun spoke plainly. After that, you should report this in private. This person may not have the heart to rebel, but he has the ability to do so. I have no grudges with this person. Today, I'm acting as a villain, but it's all for the sake of the king and the country. I'm doing this for the sake of the country, Why would I want to spare a hero? By saying this, you can show that you're loyal and devoted. You can also erase the hard work and achievements of your opponent. No matter how many merits and relationships you have, they would all disappear under these words. How many heroes have died because of these words? The ancient books might say that humans should overcome their suspicions and jealousy. Actually, this is common human nature. It's not something that can be overcome just by being magnanimous. It's a natural reaction when you see someone threatening you. With a sword so close to your body, who wouldn't be afraid? Pei Ziyun laughed. Besides, even if this secret was leaked, the king and a majority of the people would think that this person is loyal and devoted. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't hurt his reputation. After all, he's thinking for the sake of the country. Look at how powerful this technique is. It kills people without a trace, and it's done openly. You can't even refute it, because what he said is the truth. Who asked you to draw your sword and see blood? That's why the crown prince has to be moderate, and the officials have to be like him. Since ancient times, only a few of them have a good ending. Those who can become the prime minister, if you look closely, are not the most outstanding people, but the most suitable ones. This is how Count Zhongqin's methods are so vicious. Yu Yanjun listened to Pei Ziyun speak as if he was talking about something normal. She felt a chill down her spine as she shivered. She then asked, "How do we deal with this?" He then frowned and said, "We were talking about the engagement of the Canton princess. Why are we talking about this now?" She paused for a moment before regaining her senses. "Are you saying that the engagement of the Canton princess is related to this as well? Everything can be broken. Naturally, this can be broken too." Pei Ziyin still had a mysterious smile on his face as he changed the topic. "Teacher, we've gone too far. I wish for you to be my matchmaker and help me and you settle the marriage as soon as possible." Chapter 339. Seeing that Yi Yanjun had left, Pei Ziyun spoke to someone. "Go and invite Mr. Ren over." The personal guard acknowledged and left. He then returned to the main hall and sat down. Pei Ziyun had interacted with the Grand Princess many times before. She was very particular about the rules and was very clear about many things. This sudden act of forcing her hand in marriage was definitely not right. "Young master," Ren Wei's voice rang out. Pei Ziyun regained his senses. "Come in. Take a look at Count Zhongqin's report." Seeing Ren Wei enter, Pei Ziyun's smile was ferocious. His tone was calm as he repeated the conversation he had with Madame Wen. "Don't forget the friendship between the poor and the lowly, and don't forget the wife of the poor." Ren Wei read the report carefully and thought of his wife. Tears welled up in his eyes as he placed the report on the table. Young master's love for Miss Su is deep. As Ren Wei spoke, he changed the topic, and his expression turned gloomy as he frowned. "Young master, Uncle Zhongqin has ill intentions and is extremely vicious. It's like a snake biting into the bone. The Grand Princess is forcing young master to marry, and I'm afraid she has ill intentions as well." "Who?" Hearing Ren Wei's words, Pei Ziyun frowned as his eyes gleamed. He did not speak as he listened to Ren Wei. "Furthermore, it's difficult to defend yourself. Count Zhongqin's report says that young master may not have the heart to cause trouble, but he does have the strength to do so. Young master can't just abandon his Dao arts and be an idle person. His heart is sinister. If the emperor hears even half a sentence, young master will be in danger." Pei Ziyun grunted. His face was gloomy as he paced around. He then said coldly, Who knows if the emperor thinks that way?" He turned around and saw Ren Wei staring at him in shock. Pei Ziyun waved a hand. "The Grand Princess has always followed the rules. Why would she give me Count Zhongqin's report? Copying the official's report is a huge crime. The Grand Princess took the risk to do so. Furthermore, she copied the original report and did not just pass it on." Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point as he looked up at the sky. After a long time, he sighed. "Even if it's because of the Canton princess, I don't think the Grand Princess would break the rules so brazenly. That's a huge taboo. Furthermore, According to the rules of the Great Sue Dynasty, the princess's horse is 3rd rank, the princess's guest of honor is 5th rank, and the county magistrate's guest of honor is 7th rank. To be a ceremonial guest of the princess, one has to be a 5th rank official, even if it's a disbanded official. This is different from the ancient agreement of enlightened beings and true monarchs. It's an official position. It is difficult for the officials to be on the same level as the Tao. This will cause the Tao foundation to be dispersed. As he spoke up to this point, Ren Wei couldn't help but shudder in fear. He then heard Pei Ziyun continue coldly. Count Zhongqin's report and the Grand Princess's betrothal could very well be the intentions of the Emperor. Some people say that you don't have the heart to cause chaos, but you do have the strength to cause chaos. If you cripple your own Tao arts and obediently become a weak official, I will believe you. Of course, the Emperor has his own way of appeasing me. By marrying the princess to me, he wants to cripple my Tao arts and also give me a reward. When Ren Wei heard these words, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to say a single word. As Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point, his face turned gloomy. His eyes gleamed coldly as his muscles twitched. Let's not talk about the fact that I've worked so hard to achieve my current level of cultivation. In the end, I have to cripple my own Tao arts. I've been an emperor for too long. How shameless. When Ren Wei heard Pei Ziyun's words, his body trembled. He struggled for a long time before raising his head. Young master, that's true. But how do we deal with this? Under the heavens, all lands belong to the emperor. Those who live under him are the emperor's officials. Going against the emperor will be a difficult task. It's hard to predict whether one will live or die. As he spoke up to this point, Ren Wei straightened his crown and bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun. Young master, the best course of action now is to agree to the Grand Princess's proposal. Or we can hide far away. Hearing Ren Wei speak like this, Pei Ziyun paced several steps before laughing out. Haha, there's no need for that. I've already thought of a plan. Hearing Pei Ziyun speak like this, Ren Wei didn't understand. Pei Ziyun's expression softened. Count Zhongqin's plan is actually very easy to deal with. Since he said that, I'll pretend to be sick. King Lu is plotting a rebellion, and I won't say a word. If the emperor asks me, I'll say, this poor Taoist is ignorant. Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When the emperor asks me, I'll say, this poor Taoist is ignorant, and Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When the emperor asks me, I'll just say, this poor Taoist is ignorant. Count Zhongqin is much better than me. When it comes to national affairs, the emperor should ask Count Zhongqin. As for my countermeasure, it's very simple as well. Pretending to be sick isn't as simple as keeping a low profile. More importantly, it's to push Count Zhongqin to the forefront. Push him to the forefront? Ren Wei mumbled. Yes, Count Zhongqin is loyal to the nation. This time, when we attack King Lu, he has to be the commander. Pei Ziyun spoke out coldly. Don't you understand? If he's not worthy of his position, during times of peace, he might be able to gain the admiration of his superiors. But during times of war, his enemies won't give him any face. Once he meets a soft persimmon, he will definitely crush him to death. For people like Count Zhongqin, we have to push him to the forefront. Naturally, he'll die a horrible death. As soon as these words were spoken, Ren Wei understood, as though he had been enlightened. Throughout the ages, there were countless loyal ministers and generals who never ended up in a spectacular fashion. Their loyalty was wasted, and many of them made the emperor feel threatened. And the villain had succeeded time and time again because he saw the emperor's intentions. However, the villain was a villain because he wasn't talented enough. Hence, he had to plot against others. Once he was pushed to the forefront, his true colors would be revealed. It wasn't just the battlefield and the imperial court. Even small families and clans were the same. What if he met a villain who only knew how to sow discord in the dark? Think of a way to send him to the front lines. Ren Wei regained his composure and bowed to Pei Ziyun. I've really learned something. I'm truly convinced. Pei Ziyun laughed. The Qing dynasty had pacified Jinchuan. Altai was dismissed from his position, Zhang Guangxi was killed, and Emperor Na was sentenced to death. This took 5 years and cost him 70 million taels of silver. He Shen was favored by the emperor, and everyone had to give him some leeway. If someone was able to get him to take up such a key position, especially a military position, even if he wasn't sentenced to death like Emperor Na, he would still end up in a miserable state. The core of the strategy was to prevent these people from going to the forefront. If they didn't let them die, they wouldn't be able to win against these people who were favored by the emperor. If someone was able to get Qin Hui to take charge of the war, what would happen to him? Thinking back to Wang Ming Bogu's orders, who within the party could resist. It was only because he led the entire army and the party was defeated that he lost his power. If the country didn't lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers in a few provinces, states, how would the emperor wake up? Pei Ziyan laughed coldly and didn't speak further. Renwei then asked, "We have the strategy, but young master's current situation." Don't worry. If King Lu hadn't rebelled, I would indeed be in danger. But now that King Lu has rebelled, I won't be in any danger. Besides, even if I'm in danger with my martial arts and Dao arts, as long as I don't fall into a dangerous situation, how can I be taken down so easily? Renwei nodded his head. That was indeed the case. Pei Ziyan waved his hands. "Renwei, my master will decorate the palace for me to marry Su-er. Go to the capital city and think of a way to get someone to praise Count Zhongqin. Send someone to scold me, saying that I'm a Taoist. Does the imperial court have no generals and must use me? Send someone to request for Count Zhongqin to be the commander of King Lu's army." That won't be difficult. The general has already fallen out with the emperor, and the civil officials can't be used. Apart from me, only Count Zhongqin has the qualifications and authority to do so. This matter cannot be delayed. The sooner the better. Yes, young master, I will do it immediately. Renwei acknowledged the order and without hesitation, turned around and left. Pei Ziyan walked down the stairs and raised his head to look at the horizon. In the distance, the sky was blue, and the white clouds were dyed by the rays of the sun. It was a beautiful sight to behold. He then whispered, "Marriage, I wonder how Yi Su-er is feeling now." True element sect the mountain range was tall, and the cliffs were lush with trees. There was a pavilion at the top of the cliff where the sun was setting. Yi Su-er's eyes were fixated on the tip of her sword. She waved her sword gently, and the light from her sword fell like rain. One strike after another, the sword emitted a silver light. At this point, a butterfly flew past and landed on the sword, fluttering its wings. After some time, Yi Su-er sheathed her sword and retrieved a flute from her waist. She then opened her lips and started playing. It was as if she was expressing her love for someone, and also as if she was talking about the cycle of heaven and earth. Clap, clap. As soon as Yi Su-er finished playing, the sect leader of True Element Sect started clapping her hands gently. Yi Su-er bowed. Seeing that Yi Su-er had grown up and become more dignified and beautiful, the sect leader's eyes were filled with tears. "Su-er, seeing you like this, I am reminded of your father." Hearing her aunt's words, Yi Su-er asked curiously, "Aunt, why are you crying?" As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Aunt is very happy." The sect leader took the handkerchief and smiled as she wiped her tears. "Today, I have something good to tell you. Aunt, please speak." The sect leader smiled. "The first thing is that your brother Pei has broken through to the 8th level of cultivation. He is only one step away from becoming an earth immortal." Hearing the sect leader's words, Yi Su-er smiled and asked, "Aunt, what's the second thing?" "The second thing is the wedding. The two of you may tie the knot soon." "What?" Yi Su-er was overjoyed. She then asked hesitantly, "Brother Pei, why did he suddenly think of getting married?" Hearing this, the sect leader continued to explain the matter. Hearing that the poor should not be forgotten, and the poor should not be married, Yi Su-er's tears started to flow. The third day was an auspicious day. The entire True Element Sect was decorated with lanterns and banners. The Taoists in the sect were all bustling about, their faces filled with joy. Within the room, Yi Su-er was putting on makeup. Her face was filled with joy. Beside her was a stack of poems. These were all poems that Pei Zi-yun had written for her. She picked them up gently and read them carefully, as tears started to stream down her cheeks. Her aunt wiped her tears away and said, "You are blessed. With these poems and these words, your life will not be in vain." As she said this, she thought of the love she had all those years ago. Seeing that Yi Su-er had finally gotten married, she couldn't help but feel happy. Yi Su-er was gentle and beautiful. Just one look at her was enough to stun her. "Junior sister, you are too beautiful today." Senior sister Yi Su-er squeezed her head over. The sect leader of True Element sect slapped her on the back and said angrily, "This is your junior sister's wedding day. Don't you dare cause trouble. Don't you think you have caused enough trouble every day?" Hearing the sect leader's words, the senior sister kept quiet. "Come, don't cry. I'm going to send you on the boat," the sect leader said, as tears started to flow down her cheeks again. She was dressed in a wedding gown as she escorted her out of the sect. The senior sister then said, "Junior sister, you go on your own. If your husband doesn't treat you well, we will not agree." "Senior sister, thank you," Yi Su said loudly as she boarded the boat. She looked at the sect from afar, her heart filled with trepidation. Chapter 340. Snail Village. Pei Mansion. The village walls had been repaired. It was a festive day, and the entrance of the village had been changed to a red door. On both sides of the door, the word happiness was pasted. The walls of the village were decorated with red muslin. At the entrance of the Pei Mansion, there were soldiers standing guard with swords in their hands. The atmosphere was somber, and no one dared to approach. It was her son's wedding, and Pei Qianshi was dressed in her robes. Although she was only a 7th-ranked official, she was dressed in gold and silver. She had 2 pearls, a laurel, a jade cloud, a jade necklace, a gold and silver flower, and a pearl in her mouth. She looked very dazzling. A few women wore their hair in silver. It was the 7th month, and they were all dressed in satin. They were supervising the servants, serving maids, and helping their wives. When they saw her, they said, "You are really blessed. Your son has become a high scholar and has contributed greatly to the imperial court. He has been bestowed this title. Look at the extravagance and grandeur." They were all praising Pei Qianshi, who said it wasn't so. "We've seen Su-er grow up. He is virtuous and virtuous. He is really blessed." One of the women said. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Even the governor and the county magistrate are here. It's not just that. Look at that hut. I've heard that even the emperor's son will be here." Pei Qianshi listened to the discussion and smiled. She then said softly, "My husband, I brought up. He will be able to bring glory and riches to his ancestors. Some people say that he wants to rise to the top, and I'm already satisfied with this. Now he has a wife, and I've seen his wife grow up. I'm very satisfied with her. I only hope that he will be safe and have many children. Then I will have the face to see you again." As Pei Qianshi said this, her eyes turned red, and she hurriedly wiped them away. River Channel. During the early summer, the water level rose, and the war calmed down. The customs were opened, and the merchant ships were restored. However, there was a huge boat docked at this point. It had 3 levels, and people were busy on it. The sect leader of True Element sect stroked Yi Su-er's hair and said, "We're almost there. Let me help you put on the phoenix coronet." Wiping away her tears, Yi Su-er sat down. In front of the bronze mirror, the lady tied up her hair and used a comb to comb it. She was dressed in a bright red robe. The lady then took out a phoenix coronet and placed it on Yi Su-er's head. The phoenix coronet was made of pure gold, and there was a golden phoenix standing on top of it. There were also red, yellow, orange, and green decorations on both sides, and there were several pearls on the side of the phoenix, making it look very gorgeous. The multicolored cape and the phoenix coronet resonated with each other. It was a magnificent sight. Looking into the mirror, he saw her long satin hair and a bit of red lips. Perfect. This is actually a noble woman's attire. Commoners, even if you don't have an official position on the day of your marriage, men can wear black official robes, and women can wear phoenix coronets and red shawls. But if you get married, perhaps you will soon have a real official's robe. Even your mother-in-law has a 7th-rank scholar's robe. You will definitely have one. Hearing this, Yi Su-er suddenly said, "Aunt, take out the phoenix hairpin from the box and put it on. The phoenix crown is only for today. This is my usual gift." There were many expensive accessories in the box, but the phoenix hairpin was not very eye-catching. The sect leader then said, "This phoenix hairpin is rather exquisite, but it's old." Yi Su-er stretched out her hand and took the hairpin. She then lowered her head and said, "Many years ago, my father-in-law bought this for my mother-in-law. After he passed away, my mother-in-law fled for her life. The world was in chaos, and the family was in dire straits. He didn't pawn it off and said that he had to leave 1 or 2 accessories for his daughter-in-law. The last time I left, my mother-in-law specially gave it to me. She said that this was a symbol of her lifelong yearning. Wearing this, I'm the daughter-in-law of the Pei family and his wife. This is a very memorable hairpin. Your mother-in-law is very considerate." The sect leader said as she took the phoenix hairpin and inserted it into the hairpin. At this point, the sound of firecrackers could be heard from outside the boat. The sect leader then helped Yi Su-er out of the boat. When she came out, even the sect leader was taken aback. She saw a large number of soldiers and officials, including the county magistrate. Below, Pei Ziyun was dressed in a bright red groom's robe. He was mounted on a white horse, looking very handsome and at ease. Behind him was a group of soldiers. Seeing that Yi Su-er had come out of the boat, Pei Ziyun leaped down and approached her. "Su-er, I'm here." The sect leader led Yi Su-er into the palanquin, and the music started to play. The procession then turned around and headed towards Pei Mansion. Actually, it wasn't too far away. Inside the huts, there were fish, chickens, meat, and meatballs being cooked. The air was filled with the fragrance of meat. The prefecture chief Ding Hung saw that more and more officials, elders, relatives, and neighbors were coming and going. He then hurriedly asked, "How's the arrangement going?" "The prefecture king and Count Zhongqin are here. With the soldiers around, I'm not worried about any assassins. But if there's any commotion, it would ruin everyone's mood." Ding Hung was a famous constable in the county. He then bowed. "We've already discussed this matter. Every single villager has been checked. Those who don't have their names registered are not allowed to come near. They're even wearing casual clothes and mingling with the crowd. Don't be fooled by the commotion. Everyone is watching." Ding Hung revealed a smile and nodded his head. "You've done well. Once the banquet is over, if nothing happens, I'll give you credit." Before he could finish his sentence, the music started to play. "The Tao Master is here to fetch the bride." The sound of firecrackers could be heard. When they reached the door, the sect leader looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Sect leader Pei, I'll leave Su-er in your care." As she said this, she handed Yi Su-er's hand over to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took her hand and noticed that it was soft and fair. Ding Hing couldn't help but laugh, knowing that this was not Chong Li's style. He then stepped onto the brazier and the saddle of the horse. He then walked into the room and invited Pei Qianshi to take the seat of honor. "Bow to the heavens and earth. Bow to your parents. Bow to each other as husband and wife." Pei Ziyun and Yi Su-er bowed to each other. As soon as they did so, Yi Su-er's tears started to roll down her cheeks. At this point, they were already husband and wife. Capital City, all of a sudden, someone galloped on a horse and shouted, "Make way, make way." This person was galloping at top speed. Passers-by who saw this person immediately gave way. An outsider saw this and asked softly, "What's going on? Even the imperial court doesn't care?" Someone replied, "This is an urgent military matter. If we don't give way, we'll die in vain." Grand Princess Mansion birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were also many flowers and plants that were flourishing with vitality. The Canton Princess came out. These few days, her body and mood seemed to be rather good. She was enjoying the fragrant scent of the plants. Now that the sky was getting darker, all the birds had returned to the forest. It was summer, and she had to wear summer clothes. Her skirt and sleeves were very thin. The Canton princess smiled as she spoke to the serving maid. She held up a book in her hands. Wine Not Empty has published a new book. It's about the fox immortal. I have to show it to my mother and make it into an opera. If that's the case, I'll have another opera. My mother will be very happy. As she said this, she turned down a corridor and walked past a fake pond. From afar, she saw an official rushing in and someone talking. The Canton princess stopped in her tracks and told the serving maid not to speak. She then leaned forward. At this point, a female official was standing beside the Grand Princess. The official rushed forward and reported, "Grand Princess Madame One, who you sent to look for Pei Ziyun, has replied. She said that Pei Ziyun has already rejected the marriage. She was there as a witness. Chengshun Prefecture Prince, Count Zhongqin, and the prefecture magistrate were present as well. There's no turning back now. Oh, bring me the book." The Grand Princess spoke as the serving maid took the book and handed it to her. The Grand Princess flipped open the book and looked at it. Her face was expressionless as she sighed. When the female official heard this, she was furious and said, "Damn it, this Pei Ziyun is just a Taoist. He doesn't know what's good for him." Because this was an official marriage and there were so many important people present, there was no room for negotiation. The Grand Princess didn't speak as she continued reading. When she reached the part where she read, "Never forget a poor friend and never leave a poor wife," she paused. After some time, she sighed, "Although I am angry, I feel respect for these words. It's just that Pei Ziyun's heart is too strong. My Canton Princess's heart, I know it, and you know it too. How could Pei Ziyun not know? But my imperial brother's actions are not to be blamed. I was confused as well, and had some hope. I just didn't expect Pei Ziyun to reject me so decisively." AI. She then let out a long sigh. Hearing the Grand Princess's words, the female official lowered her head. The serving maid and the old granny didn't dare to speak. "Grand Princess, Your Highness, this is all Pei Ziyun's fault. How can you blame it on yourself? I can only say that he doesn't know how to cherish his blessings." After some time, the female official spoke. The Grand Princess stood up, her eyebrows furrowed. The serving maid and the old granny hurriedly followed her to the window and gently pushed it open. From afar, they could see swallows flying in the sky. The white clouds in the sky changed shape with the wind. Actually, I'm not surprised by this result. Pei Ziyun is a hero, and I know him well. How could he possibly take this lying down? It's just a pity for my Qinya. With her status, it's impossible for her to marry Pei Ziyun again. The female official had wanted to say something bad about Pei Ziyun, but after hearing the Grand Princess's words, she spoke softly. "Grand Princess, the Canton Princess is still young and has yet to settle down. Perhaps after a while, she will forget about him. Besides, Grand Princess, the imperial court has already sent an envoy." The Canton Princess, who was standing in the corridor, had already opened the gates of heaven. Her sixth senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's. At this point, she could hear every single word clearly, and her face was as white as snow. The Grand Princess raised her hand and massaged her temples before revealing a look of anger. The imperial court's envoy has already set off, and is probably halfway there. "Pei Ziyun, how are you going to deal with him? It's fine if you reject him, but you want to marry him immediately. Could it be that my Qinya doesn't like him at all?" As soon as the Grand Princess finished speaking, she looked somewhat haggard, and her face was somewhat dim. When the Canton Princess heard this, she quietly retreated. After taking a few steps, she felt a wave of pain. She had bitten her lips, and blood was flowing into her mouth. She felt as though she was floating, as though she was walking on clouds. "I must not faint, I must not faint. Because of this, Mother doesn't like Brother Pei anymore. If I faint again, Mother will definitely vent her anger on him." With this thought in mind, the Canton Princess's face turned pale as she staggered back to her own room. She then said to the serving maid, "I'm tired. and wished to sleep. Don't disturb me. As soon as she finished speaking, her vision turned black, and she fell on her bed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.